Perfect.
Told him there was 12 tonight.
Thank you.
You can start without me running to the bathroom.
Okay. Sign out real quick. Here's the done one. Lori, can you do a quick signature on this? We'll see on this one either. Bill, can you just come sign the AAPI one? We're not on that.
Okay, that's for you and David.
Yeah. Robin, can you do AAPI too?
Is anything else coming?
Yeah.
I don't know where.
Looks like actually you did too. Right?
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Who's doing guns?
Gun
I'll
violence?
do guns, yeah. Those
guns.
two. Okay, perfect.
We got two.
Great work, guys.
If it all gonna be that simple, so
Yep. All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Thank you very much, everybody. I will now call the meeting to order. This is the Township Council Conference meeting of May 16, 2023. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-22-245, adopted by the Town Council at its regular meeting of December 20th, 2022, advertised in the official newspaper on December 29th, 2022, and January 5th, 2023, posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted there. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been made available to the public and is on file with the office of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Present.
Counselor Price Abrams?
present.
Counselor Russo?
Present.
Counselor Schlager?
Here.
Counselor Yacobelis?
I heard the yell, present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move the agenda with flexibility. First, the approval of minutes. There have been presented the minutes of April 12th, 2023. Are there any corrections or additions? Seeing none, I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I abstain.
Abstentions? Thank you.
Here.
One abstention. Thank you very much. All right, next we have a number of proclamations, which we will give a summary of and title of. So may I start with Councilwoman Schlager, please?
Sure. Yes, thank you, Mayor. This proclamation that's given by the Township of Montclair and the Mayor and Council is supporting UDrive, UText, Upay, distracted driving crackdown, which is April 1st, 2023 to April 30th, 2023. This slogan, UDrive, UText, Upay, is a New Jersey statewide program, and that the Mayor and the Council of Township of Montclair duly support the distracted driving crackdown locally and nationally. The 2011 to 2020 distracted driving related crashes resulted in 32,000 deaths on our nation's roadways, and this proclamation is long overdue, and I so move.
Second. Moved and seconded. Thank you. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
And appreciate that. And certainly we know bringing attention to things is one of the key pieces of safety and other things. So thank you so much, Councilwoman. Thank you. Next is a proclamation recognizing May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Is there anyone here to receive that? All right. You guys. Great. All right, this is a proclamation recognizing May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month originated in a congressional bill in June 1977, and on March 28, 1979, President Carter issued a presidential proclamation. Whereas also in the years and decades that followed, Asian American and Pacific Islanders have become one of the fastest growing racial and ethnic groups in the nation, representing a multitude of ethnicities, languages, and experiences which are enriched deeply in our community. Whereas this month we recognize the varied contribution of Asian American and Pacific Islanders to our country, including the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad and so many other pieces in our life. Whereas other notable individuals who have made an impact on the community include Sammy Lee, the first Asian American to win the gold medal for the U.S. and the first man to win consecutive gold Olympic platform diving. We have Major League Baseball pitchers, so many others who've contributed in the NBA and other places as well. Throughout New Jersey, people are celebrating Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month by sponsoring a variety of cultural events through the community and in the schools. Organizations such as AAPI Montclair are promoting awareness and education around AAPI culture and history in Montclair and throughout New Jersey, and AAPI Montclair hosts a number of such events. Whereas New Jersey has become the second state in the country to pass a state law requiring the contributions and history of the AAPI community to be taught in schools, a huge piece that we accomplished there. AAPI's Montclair's Teach Asian American Stories initiative is credited for supporting the Montclair School District and educators across the state. And whereas New Jersey and the country continue to experience, unfortunately, an increase in anti-AAPI hate incidents, the Township of Montclair is committed to fostering a community free of hate and promoting belonging for all who live and work in Montclair. And whereas the Township is proud to celebrate Asian American Heritage Month, now, therefore, the Mayor and the Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby proclaim May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the Township of Montclair. Thank you guys so much.
Hi, I'm Susan Anderson, proud resident of Montclair, and we want to thank you on behalf of AAPI Montclair. We want to thank all of you, the council, mayor, for this wonderful proclamation and for recognizing the achievements and the contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in New Jersey and this country. I also want to put in a shameless plug for a huge community event. It's a celebration of community and solidarity for everyone who wants to work together against hate in all its forms. It's taking place on Sunday, May 21st, between 6 and 9 at Edgemont Memorial Park. So hope to see you there.
Next, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This next proclamation recognizes May as Lupus Awareness Month. I don't know if there's anyone here for the Lupus Awareness Month. If not, I'm just going to read it real quick with a summary. Okay. This is recognizing May as Lupus Awareness Month, whereas lupus is a chronic autoimmune disease that affects all nationalities, races, ethnicities, genders, and ages. It is considered a serious global health problem. It is estimated that 5 million people worldwide suffer from some form of lupus. The Lupus Foundation of America estimates that 1.5 million Americans are living with lupus, and approximately 1 in 250 people may end up developing lupus in their lifetime. Now, therefore, the Mayor and the Council of the Township of Montclair hereby recognize May as Lupus Awareness Month and urge the Montclair community to seek out resources to educate themselves about this disease in efforts to better support all those affected. And I so move, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you so much. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Thank you so much. And again, another one of those making sure we're bringing awareness and attention. Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my honor to read the recognizing May as Jewish Heritage Month. I don't know if there's anybody here to officially receive this, or I'm happy to just read the highlights. Recognizing that the first Jewish immigrants arrived on American soil in 1654, escaping oppression and discrimination, and their presence, along with that of so many other immigrant groups, helped define America's promise of religious freedom while embracing democracy, individual liberty, and opportunity for all. And whereas the key Jewish American experience is quintessential American experience, one that is connected to the key tenets of American identity, including our nation's commitment to freedom of religion and conscience. And whereas notwithstanding this promise, we are still working to realize full vision of the American ideal amid the scourges of racism, bigotry, and other forms of injustice, is included a stubborn anti-Semitism. Whereas the Jewish community has consistently overcome challenges and adversity, remaining deeply and robustly engaged on internal matters as well as issues facing society at large. I want to recognize, and whereas this is true here in Montclair, where we are enriched to have 2 in-town synagogues, B'nai Keshet and Congregation Shomrei Emunah, as well as Chabad of Montclair, and 2 others as neighbors, Temple Ner Tamid and Temple Shalom, all of which serve Montclair residents and engender in their congregants a sense of spirituality and an engagement with their history and heritage to perpetuate the values of Torah. The commitments are routinely expressed by enriching the community through interethnic and interfaith collaboration and in participation in initiatives to create a more just society. And now, therefore, the mayor and council do hereby celebrate and recognize the contributions of the Jewish community and Jewish Americans, both in Montclair and in the wider world, and do proclaim May as Jewish Heritage Month in the Township of Montclair. I so move.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. I believe, would you do the next as well?
It's right there.
Thank you so much.
Well, and a particular Jewish American I'd like to just acknowledge. This is a proclamation celebrating Shirley M. Cobert, and this is in honor and celebration of her 100th birthday, which she just celebrated a week or so ago. And so with the support of our clerk, we were able to get her a proclamation that was to a friend who read it at the party and surprised her, which was very lovely. So just a couple of quick highlights about a wonderful resident of longstanding in our community. Shirley Dorothy Margolis was born in 1923. She later married Mac Cobert, and their children, Stuart and Beth, resided here in Montclair since 1965. She attended the University of Wisconsin at a time when few women were able to pursue higher education, has taken on the quest of imparting wisdom and knowledge. She serves as an editor of Collier's Encyclopedia. You can, kids, ask your parents what those are, as well as college textbooks. Where Shirley's also been an active member of the League of Women Voters of Montclair. She served on the International Relations Committee. She was a longtime volunteer for the adult school and still participates there. Where Shirley's been an active member of the Jewish community in Greater Montclair. They were the members of an antecedent congregation, Temple Menorah in Bloomfield, and then of Temple Ner Tamid, where she's still a treasured community member. And whereas Shirley M. Cobert has contributed meaningfully and has modeled a life sympathetic and concerned about people and has been active in supporting the broader community, I ask that we join in celebration and congratulations to Shirley M. Cobert on attaining her 100th birthday on May 2nd.
Councilman Jacobellis?
Thank you, Mayor. Those representing the LGBTQ plus community, can you come up to the podium for the Pride Month proclamation? Thanks for being here, and I'm just going to summarize this relatively quickly because we have Proclamation Derby tonight, as you can tell. So we read this every year for the last few years, but in this year in particular, I wanted to highlight a paragraph that we added. Whereas the LGBTQ plus community, particularly trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming individuals, is facing discrimination, censorship, and isolation at the hands of governments around America, the world. Violent attacks on LGBTQ plus establishments and heightened bullying and marginalization is taking place. There's a distinction here, right? We have governments around America actively targeting youth and people for discrimination in our community. So we want to send in the signal as the government for Montclair Township that all are not just welcomed here, you're welcomed here to thrive and to be yourselves. And we will keep you safe. And we will do everything that we can do to ensure that you have a good quality of life in this place. And we are proud to stand in contrast to some of these terrible places around America that are targeting LGBTQ plus people for discrimination. Thank you. And Mayor, in declaring June 2023 LGBTQ Pride Month, I so move.
Second.
Third,
Aye.
fifth,
Thank you, everybody.
All right, next we have a proclamation, National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Is everyone here to receive that? If not, I will just note specifically, unfortunately, whereas every day more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence and more than 200 Americans are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 17,000 gun homicides every year, Americans are 25 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And so even right here in New Jersey, over 475 gun deaths occur every year, with a rate of 5.2 deaths per 100,000 people. 57% of gun deaths in the United States are suicides, and the rate of gun deaths has increased 39% from 2012 to 2021. Whereas protecting the public is the key piece for any township and any community, and certainly any state and any nation, we've got to find a way to, yes, support the First Amendment, but also make sure we protect residents from gun violence. Whereas this continued impact has caused communities across America to constantly suffer, and whereas in an effort to commemorate the tragedy, people are encouraged to wear orange on the first Friday in June to help raise awareness about gun violence and to honor the lives of gun victims and their survivors. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby declare the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and encourages all citizens to support local communities' efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence. And I so move.
Second.
And certainly, I think we would all agree when we start having to have conversations and people say or speak in reference to a mass shooting, and the next statement is always which one, we know we're in a big problem here. So, with that, Councilman Russo, please.
Anyone here for Make Music Day? Okay. I do this one every year because I love music. When I was a kid, I used to collect those vinyl records, and I used to play them on an old player my uncle and my grandmother had. This proclamation declares June 21st, Montclair Make Music Day. Whereas Make Music Day is an annual event held on the first day of summer, inspired by France's Fête de la Musique, or Make Music Festival. It's now an international celebration, takes place in more than 1,000 cities in 120 countries across the globe. Whereas Montclair will be holding its 10th Make Music Day and will be one of over 120 cities. The United States take part in Make Music Alliance, hosting and performing music on June 21st. The 10th anniversary being an opportunity to celebrate the success of the now 10-year-old Montclair Make Music Day tradition. Whereas Montclair Make Music Day is a volunteer-driven community event with musicians, small businesses, community organizations, students, and residents working through the local arts organization, Indie Arts Montclair, and invites all residents and visitors to perform on that day. Now, therefore, by virtue of this proclamation, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby declare June 21st to be Montclair Make Music Day, encourage people of all ages to participate and celebrate in the parks and public places, the ability to make music. So I so move. I'm sure everybody agrees with it. You can speak now. It's our privilege to have the Make Music Day creator right here.
Well, real quick, this is our 10th anniversary, and Make Music Day has been a day for everybody to come together all across town. It's a day to celebrate music. So everyone, Montclair, make music.
Why don't you get this?
Continuing from the music to our Older Americans month, I'd like to have, and it's really Older Americans, month. I'm going to have those folks from our Older Americans or Senior Citizen community come on up, join me. So I'll read this for our Older Americans Month proclamation. Whereas the Township of Montclair, New Jersey includes a growing number of older Americans who contribute their time, wisdom, and experience to our community. And by the way, it's 11,000 folks above 60 years old in our town, 11,000, 1/4 of our population. I know a lot of young people are out here, but you're going to get older someday like me and the other folks here. We're going to be wiser, though, not older, but wiser. Whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds have an opportunity to participate and live independently, and whereas the town of Montclair recognizes the need to create a community that offers the services and resources that older Americans may need to make choices about how they age. And whereas the Township of Montclair can work to build an even better community for our older residents by not limiting our thinking about aging, exploring and combating stereotypes, emphasizing the many positive aspects of aging, inspiring older adults to push past traditional boundaries, and embracing our community's diversity, and creating a senior center for our seniors. Now, therefore, we, the Township of Montclair, do proclaim May 2023 to be Older Americans Month. Signed by the Mayor and Council, I present it to Sue Craig, who used to be the chair of our Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. Sue, it's for you and the group right here.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, councilors and mayor. I am the secretary of Montclair Gateway to Aging in Place, MGAP. We founded this organization in 2020 to support our community of residents who are over age 55. If you are over age 55, stand with us, because we are really all in this together. We are the residents who are bridging the gap that prevents us from aging successfully and securely in our own town. MGAP undertook an initiative this year, Let's Make Montclair Age Friendlier. You probably, thank
Do you mean stand now?
Thank you. Yes.
I'm in.
We didn't hear the age, we're sorry.
I think you qualify,
Over
sorry.
age 55. Over age 55. We are together.
Sorry.
You probably remember when my colleague and friend Ellie Bagley presented you with a button, Make Montclair Age Friendlier. This is with the support of the community and our partners, the NAACP, the NAAC Women's Health Committee, the AIM, the Do Drop In at Wally Choice Center, the Montclair Women's Club. We undertook an effort to gather signatures for a petition that demand the town do better for us seniors. Those of us who are age 55 and over represent 25% of the population. There are approximately 11,000 of us in this age category who live in town, and yet less than 0.5% of the town's budget is allocated for our needs. I'm presenting you, Mayor and Council, with a stack of petitions representing nearly 1,000 people who have supported us in this effort. Across town, people are willing to sign this petition. Young and old, people we met in the streets, people who in the parks, people at the train station, maybe some of you here, showed a willingness to sign our petition and support our needs. It was most heartening. I met a young mother wheeling her baby in the park who told me, "Of course I'll sign your petition. We owe you seniors. You've made this the kind of place I want to raise my family in." One of the many miracles that takes place daily in Montclair is what Michelle DeWitt, the Senior Citizen Program Coordinator, is able to accomplish. Lifelong Montclair manages a grant-funded program, and just last quarter offered over 4,500 attendees programs of 26 different activities, from Zumba to poetry. We appreciate the enrichment and value of this program. The downside is more of us can't take advantage of it. When the space at Edgemont Fieldhouse is limited and no more than 18 can safely exercise in the class, when the room dividers don't block the noise from competing activities, we are at a standstill. We understand it's not possible to have a senior center at this point, but that doesn't mean that you can't provide sufficient funds so that additional space can't be found for activities, dance, tai chi, classes, exercise, that are so limited right now. The funds we're asking for will also provide additional support staff. One person cannot effectively run programs, meet with community members, respond to the needs of all of us. Some who have yet to retire, others who are in the midst of retirement, others who are limited to activities from home. We appreciate, and we do, the progress that has been made, the efforts that you've made to provide us with funds that eventually a social worker will be present. We need that person desperately. We hope the position will be filled soon. We hope you realize we share a common future. We are all aging, and hope that we can do so together and do so successfully. I ask you who are standing with us here today, commit to the community of seniors to support us so that the theme of Older Americans Month on Aging Unbound is more than just a slogan. And to all of you here who represent your school and the school committee and community, know that we ask you to stand with us. We stand with you. We've been taxpayers, some of us for over 40 years. We intend to continue to support you. We are asking for your support. Thank you.
I notice moms are here, right? The mayor just read your proclamation, so you may want to. Redo it.
I did. That's okay. And again, as I did note before, the proclamation on National Gun Violence Awareness Day cited a number of the stats, certainly the tragedies that we all face with gun violence that we face here in New Jersey and nationwide. And certainly we know that there are so many people fighting to change that and to make safe structures and rules around gun handling, and also to find that balance between, yes, a constitutional right, but also there's a right to safety as well. So I want to thank you for being here, and if you'd like to say a few words on it, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Hey, sorry I missed it, everybody. I know that everybody's here for a lot of different reasons, and you probably want me to hurry up, so I'm going to read as quickly as I can. And thank you so much to our town for several years who has been supporting us with this effort. My name is Melissa Schaefer, and I'm a volunteer for Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America in New Jersey. And on behalf of the Essex County chapter of Moms Demand Action, I'm very thankful for this proclamation. And I'm hoping, too, that we can light up the town as much as possible in the color orange on the weekend of June 2nd through 4th. We're going to wear orange with heavy hearts, with feelings of frustration and horror because of endless gun violence in America, but we're also going to wear it with determination to demand a future free from gun violence and to elevate the voices of those who are injured, killed, or murdered by gun violence. And I just want to throw out a few more statistics that you haven't heard this evening. Mass shootings in 2023 so far, 225 in America, and it's May. Guns are the leading cause of death for American children, not car accidents, not childhood diseases, bullets from guns. Every month, an average of 70 women are shot and killed by an intimate partner. 59% of all gun deaths in the U.S. are suicides. Children between the ages of 10 and 15 have the fastest growing firearm suicide rate of any age group. It's up 42% over the last decade. More than 700 children die from suicide every year in the United States. And every year, 350 children access a loaded gun and shoot themselves or someone else, usually a sibling or a friend. As of April 28th, 2023, 100 children under 17 have accessed a loaded gun, resulting in 43 deaths and 59 injuries. And teens are the highest group that die in this way, but preschoolers are the second highest group. This is something that we can do away with very easily with safe gun storage. You can buy for $50 on Amazon a little storage thing. I know that we don't have a lot of guns in Montclair, and thank God to our elected officials that we don't have as many in New Jersey, but we still have them, and it's a national problem. As of today, there have been 55 instances of gunfire on school grounds, resulting in 21 deaths and 38 injuries. And I just want to ask. Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to give you any more statistics. Fair enough. I understand. My kids also graduated from school.
Well, just as a note, we're going to let everyone speak, and they all have their moment. So just let everyone speak, and everyone will have their opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. So to the parents of younger children, what I'd like to say is, some of you might have kids that have nut allergies or something like that. And another thing that Moms Demand Action really wants to end the stigmatization of is just asking, if there is a weapon in the house, is it locked up safely? So as easy as it is to say, hey, do you have nuts in the house? We also want you to talk about that. And just, if everyone does it, it'll take the stigma out of doing it. It'll become very natural. Okay. I'm going to skip most of the rest of this. I just want to say how many future generations would be saved if we save one life. And I'm really grateful to all of you for partnering with us as you have over the years. And if anyone is interested, ask you to speak to me or to look up Moms Demand Action for gun safety in America. And hope that you will join us. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you. Okay, next is the municipal budget. This is the municipal budget of the township. Oh, did I miss one? Sorry. Oh. Councilman Cummings.
Yes, since we've started our proclamations for June, I think it's only appropriate that we also recognize the proclamation of the celebration of Juneteenth in the month of June. Whereas Juneteenth is a combination of words June and 19th, commemorating the day when African Americans became free in the United States of America, Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery. President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring freedom for slaves in Confederate territory and paving the way for the passing of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery. News about the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation was delayed about 2.5 years in reaching authorities of slaves in the South and southwestern parts of the country. Whereas on June 19, 1865, Union Army General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, informing enslaved persons of the Emancipation Proclamation and thus giving them their freedom by reading the General Order Number 3. The celebrations that followed the reading of General Order 3 began a tradition that has lasted for over 150 years throughout the United States, with community events throughout the country. Whereas as America recognizes this important date in our history for the second consecutive year, Montclair will celebrate the multiple events across the township. Now, therefore, the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair do hereby recognize Juneteenth and its national impact, which shaped and continue to influence our society today. And I so move.
It's moved, seconded. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Thank you to everybody and to all that received those, and certainly all of the reasons why we issued those, so thank you. Next is the municipal budget for the Township of Montclair, County of Essex for the fiscal year 2023. I have a resolution regarding the reading of the budget by title only. The clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas NJSA 40A 2023-4-8 as amended provides that the budget shall be read in full at the public hearing, or that it may be read by title only if A, at least 1 week prior to the date of the hearing and at the hearing, a complete copy of the approved budget shall be made available for public inspection, and B, is made available to each person requesting same during said week and during the public hearing. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair that it is hereby declared that the conditions of NJSA 40A:4-8 as amended set forth in subsection 1A and 1B have been met, and therefore the budget for year 2023 shall be read by title only. I certify, Mayor, that those requirements have been met.
I offer the foregoing resolution and move its adoption.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
All right, thank you very much. I call for a vote on this. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakabelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes, the resolution to read the budget by title is adopted. I'll entertain a motion to open the hearing on the budget.
I move that the budget hearing be opened.
I second the motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Mayor, this is the time fixed for the public hearing on the municipal budget and tax resolution for 2023. The budget was introduced by the governing body on March 27, 2023, was advertised as required by law on April 13, 2023, together with notice of hearing for this time, 6 o'clock. A copy of the budget has been made available to the public on the township website during the past week, and a copy is available online for anyone desiring a copy right now. I apologize. We also have paper copies. If anyone would like a copy of the budget, they can ask and we'll give it to them.
All right, so anyone who has not seen it can see the clerk or, of course, go to the township website. With that, I just want to outline procedures for those who wish to participate, and certainly you'll come on up and give your comments. The comments are on the municipal budget before us. Other matters are not proper subjects of the hearing, cannot be discussed and answered here tonight. And certainly, I now declare open the public hearing on municipal budget and tax resolution for 2023. As we begin the hearing, I believe we have our financial analyst, Mr. Beneke, who's here as well. Is Mr. Beneke here?
Yeah, and Ms. Rao.
And Ms.
They're
Rao?
in the hallway.
Where's, oh, excellent. So if you come on in to make sure you're hearing any questions and comments, appreciate that. You guys can join and be seated. What do you think? High tech, push the button thing that we're working on here. Thank you both. Appreciate that. And I know there'll be a number of questions and comments on the budget. Certainly were last time introduction, and of course anyone who's been submitting questions and comments since it's been posted and the information has been available. I would ask you both maybe just briefly, I know that of late and recently and impacted by such, the school board recently took action on their budget last night, so we've received a number of questions on pilot agreements and other questions around budgeting, et cetera. Just in the interest of everyone's time, and certainly I will be holding everyone tightly to the 3 minutes and no longer. But that said, so everyone has an opportunity to hear that should they, not choose to wait for all the comments here tonight. Mr. Beneke, can you opine and answer, please? There's been some comments around pilot agreements and pilot dollars. Do those in any way affect the dollars available to the school? Should those have never existed or anything else? So that's a question I know we've all received by a bunch of emails, so I'll let you answer that one first.
Sure. So the issue is, the way I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the township, like many urban areas in New Jersey, have payment in lieu of tax agreements with redevelopers. There's 3 types of pilots in New Jersey. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but the one that we're speaking of largely is the long-term tax exemption law. That law prescribes that pilots are allowed to be granted in areas in need of redevelopment where there's a redevelopment plan or in an urban enterprise zone. Those redevelopment agreements and the accompanying pilots are then designed to provide 95% of the increased revenue to the municipality and 5% to the county. The land taxes typically, but not all the time, are then distributed as traditional. In our system in New Jersey, we do not have what's called a millage rate. We have a levy-oriented system. Our schools in our county throughout New Jersey, no matter what school and what county it is, has a levy. That levy is proscribed and provided to the school board. If, for example, just one example, every property in Montclair was granted a pilot except for one, the school tax levy would not change one bit. So if you have a $125 million tax levy and the governing body granted a pilot on every single property, that tax levy doesn't change. It's $125 million, period. If the 2% tax increase is invoked and that gives you an extra, say, $2.5 million, you get the $2.5 million as your tax levy cap. So that's the long and the short of it. There's also limited dividends, meaning a profit limitation on qualified redevelopers. There's other limitations as well. And pilots are prescribed to end at 30 years maximum. Some of our pilots actually end earlier. The last phase of the pilot has to be at least 80% of regular taxes, so we don't go over a cliff where homeowners or warehouse owners or store owners all of a sudden get a large incremental tax bill at the end of the pilot program. And that's pretty much the long and the short of it. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot that's baked into it. And I know that we can play, what about this and what about that? And this town may do this and this town may do that. And that's probably true. But by and large, that's the system. And it's uncontroverted that the school tax levy is the school tax levy. That they will not change with the number of pilots, the amount of pilots, or anything else. The school tax levy is the school tax levy. That said, in terms of in terms of a budget, we have about $58 million in the township budget for direct taxes. We have another $3.5 million, give or take, for library, and another almost $8 million. Yes, $7.85 million in type 1 school district debt. So when we all add that up, it's $70 million, give or take, and the school district has a separate $125 million, give or take, at least in 2022, tax levy. And their tax levy can grow by the amount of the tax levy cap. The reason for the school tax levy cap is actually kind of interesting. Type 1 school districts, you don't vote on the budget. Type 2 school districts, you do. If you have a April vote on school district budget, you have a referendum on the budget by the voters. So the voters elect the Board of Education and they can approve the budget. No cap. If the budget's turned down by the voters, it goes to the governing body. The governing body and the Board of Education reconcile the budget. There's not that many towns that do that, but again, it's New Jersey. There's 565 towns, and it's New Jersey, right? So we have, several towns, some in Hudson County, that actually do this. So you can actually vote on the budget. If it's turned down by the voters, it comes to the governing body. The governing body and the Board of Education have a certain time period prescribed to reconcile the budget based upon what's called thorough and efficient basis of providing education. If the governing body cuts the budget beyond the thorough and efficient amount, it's appealed by the Board of Education to the Commissioner of Education. The Commissioner of Education remands, and at least over the last 20 years, has remanded that to the Office of Administrative Law. The ALJ then makes a determination after a plenary hearing and then moves it back up to the Commissioner, who can accept or deny the ALJ's decision. That then is appealable to the Appellate Division. The Board of School Estimate it serves to truncate that, as well as the November elections. The November election triggers, though, the tax levy cap. The quid pro quo is that you have a November election, so more people come out to vote, but you have a tax levy cap. In April, quote unquote, less people historically come out, but you have a vote on the budget directly. So that's that. If we were to provide money to the schools through the township budget, we would have to raise taxes. Whether you give it from this source or that source, you'd have to raise taxes, one way or another.
Please, no calling out, or we're actually
And
not
that-
going to have that.
that's
tonight.
it,
No
Mayor.
calling
Thanks.
out. Everyone
Thank
can
you.
speak. Thank you. So, as everyone does know, we did very recently have a Type 1 school district. As you noted, Mr. Beneke, there was no vote on the school budget at that time, and there was no 2% tax cap levy. That was changed by the voters recently to go to a Type 2 school district. A Type school district does now have a 2% tax cap levy, as is noted in the November election. That is what the district is now bound by unless they move to an April election and allow for a vote on that budget. I think you answered the pilot question, which is what we heard about a little bit, and certainly noted the difference between a Type 1, which I know many here were used to, and I know some of my colleagues had the opportunity to serve on Board of School Estimate. Some of my colleagues had the opportunity to serve on the board, and know this process very well, and oftentimes it would come to the council, and the council would have an opportunity to have a say in the budget. That is no longer the case. This is a school budget, and they have an opportunity to move up to a cap, not above it, unless they put it to a vote of the residents. With that, though, we are here speaking on the township's budget tonight, also right up to our 2% cap. But that's what we are having the hearing on tonight, and certainly we'll entertain all questions. And if you guys can jot some of those down, we'll try to keep our memory as well. And at the end, try to answer some of the questions if we can. So with that, the hearing is open. Anyone wishing to speak on the budget, please come up to the microphone. Make sure you've signed in. Please list your name and address. Make sure the clerk has that information. I think she just moved it to her table over there. Is that where you moved it? Okay. So name and address over there, and you can come on up and give your comments on the budget. Thank you.
Mayor, if I can just comment quickly.
Councilman Yakovalis.
Mr. Beneke, if you could just clarify, if we can have quiet in the room, please. If you could just clarify, because I know there's some Board of Ed members in the room as well, process-wise, how can we get to a point where if they want to exceed the cap, they can ask the voters for permission? You're saying they have to move the election to April?
No, they could do a referendum like we can, by the way. We can, a municipality can have a referendum to exceed a budget cap. That does have to be approved by the Department of Community Affairs. The Department of Education would have to approve the referendum, but the Board of Education can ask for a referendum of the people to exceed the budget cap. And that's an important distinction. Keep in mind the other distinction too is that we're here going into mid-year. We've expended half of our budget, whereas the Board of Education is just adopting their budget for June 30th. If there's really an emergent matter and we get into the year end, we can always recapture things, if you will, if things get that dire, catastrophic, in January in the 2024 budget, when we can better plan for it. One of the problems that we always have is that we're adopting the budget in mid-year. And it's kind of unorthodox, it's unusual countrywide, but that's what we're doing.
And Mr. Benny, if I heard you then correctly, it does not have to wait till an April election to do that. It would just be to go to referendum for
Yeah,
additional
there's a
dollars.
certain statutory protocol that would have to be followed, but you can do that.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to be clear to everybody in the room, and this isn't, we are two different sides of a ledger here in terms of an overall tax base in Montclair, but the recourse, a real option, is for the Board of Education to put forward a referendum so that the voters can decide to exceed the property tax cap, which is 2%, if they want to increase the budget. So that is, I just want to, and everybody's going to give comments tonight and we're going to listen to you, but I think we heard why we can't give pilot dollars to the school district and how.
Hold on. Let me we're not going to listen to the yelling out too, and because everyone says something that what they mean here, and the councilman, when he notes it, any pilot dollars or anything, any dollars that went to the district, and I know school districts very well, you have a 2% cap. That is the amount they have as a cap. If they got $20 million, I think, as you just noted in your example, because everyone else didn't pay taxes, but only one property in Montclair paid taxes, or whatever example you want to give, they would get the same 2% property tax levy. So pilot money, no pilot money, you get the same amount you're allowed to increase your tax levy by, which is irrelevant as to how many people are paying that tax levy, right? So the school district's pilot money does not change the school budget. It just changes how the breakup is of who's paying what. So in that dynamic, I believe, and I'm not trying to speak, I believe that's what you were saying, as opposed to, dollars couldn't go. They can, but it doesn't change the tax cap levy. So
Well,
just
and,
wanted-
and the thing that I just want, because, look, my concern is there's a lot of anxiety and angst, and I don't want people suffering as a result of that. I just want you to know your options. And I really don't appreciate the constant chatter, because then just please listen.
There's a lot of people in the room, and I
Okay.
get that some of it's natural, people want to talk, but there's a lot of people, everybody deserves to be heard, and there is a level of respect, and a community can come together, disagree on issues, agree on issues. The same example, and people are worried about setting in terms of children hearing about gun violence or other things, is the same example we'll set for all our kids tonight of how people can come together and disagree on issues, or hear perspectives, or get an answer that you were hoping was a different answer, but we can do it respectfully, and that's our intention, and certainly part of the pact of being a community, and certainly part of the pact of a democracy, to make sure we engage in that together. So with that, if you have any more.
I do. I want to say one more thing, because I want to give everybody something that they can do tonight with this energy and the anger. You can reach out to your state legislators. Okay? We have the only competitive Democratic primary race in the state of New Jersey for Assembly and for Senate. So when you're getting pieces of mail that people asking you for their vote for the Assembly or the Senate, ask them what they're going to do to help increase the funding for Montclair Public Schools. We had a federal government pass a massive, over $1 trillion infrastructure bill. Do you know how much money was in that for public school buildings? $0. Okay, so ask your federal representatives to increase funding for public schools. The problem is our pie is fixed. It is what it is. We're capped on both sides, whether it's a municipal side or it's a school side. We are capped at how much we can spend in Montclair based on how much we're taxing you, and we have to go to a referendum and ask for your permission to exceed the 2% on either side if we're going to want to exceed that. So we need to work together to figure out how to grow the pie. We need you to advocate to your state representatives and to your federal representatives for more dollars. That's the only way we're going to get more money into Montclair. For the pilot conversation, we're going to continue that, because I understand, I want to hear from these examples in terms of Cedar Grove, and I want to continue that conversation. I know we have something scheduled with PTAC and with MEA in July. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, Ms. Thomas, I just want to,
Please.
in communication with many residents, to bring some perspective here.
Councilman Cummings, thank you.
And that goes to the way the school budget is created and adopted and passed. And when it comes to teachers, and I said this has been a historical thing that has happened. So in 2021-2022, the school district said they need to get rid of 53 teachers. That's what they said. They did not get rid of 53 teachers, because once they get their full funding in July, they're able to get funds from breakage, which is retired teachers funding, school, they get their final money for the school budget, and then they end up bringing teachers back. It's the ones who are non-tenured. That was 2021-2022. Now we're in 2022-2023. Last year, they said they had to get rid of 26 staff members. All were hired back. This year, they're coming down, and they're about up to 30. Yet, many of you who were probably at the board member meeting last night realize that they really don't know what that number ultimately will be, and who and how many they will be able to bring back. So even if you come to us and say, give us money, we don't know how much they want. They really don't know how much they will need, if they will need anything at all. So this is a conversation that really should come around July, after the school district has its funding, and they know how many positions they will either be able to bring back or they truly have to eliminate. We go through this every year. As a former board member, went through it from 2010 through 2013. And I'm sure others have been there, remember that. Every year, they say, this is the number we have to get rid of. They end up bringing them back. It's just an unfortunate system, and Mr. Beneke, I appreciate you trying to bring this up. And Peter, you are correct in that ultimately this is a state funding issue that we are hammered with and having to deal with every year. Thank you.
Please.
Good evening. My name is Tessie Thomas, and I'm the president of the Montclair Council of PTAs, PTAC, an elected body that represents and supports the school community. I'm here with the Board of Education President, Alison Silverstein, and the Montclair Education Association President, Kathy Conrek, to jointly urge you to revisit the town's funding support for our schools. Let me first start by thanking you for your service and commitment to the people of Montclair. We deeply appreciate the long hours and the hard work that goes into getting things done. In a year when inflation almost reached double digits, the state imposed the 2% cap in annual increase in Montclair Public Schools spending results in draconian cost cutting. Additionally, we have an ongoing structural problem in the budget that creates a math problem. While the schools comply with the 2% cap, as we know, the contract with teachers has a 3% raise in it, and before anyone can raise an issue with that, given the inflation, this is practically a pay cut for teachers. So let's acknowledge the terrible situation we are in. High inflation, teachers who have taken a pay cut, and a revenue ceiling that is mandated. This is our math problem. So year after year, we are faced with having to reduce the number of teachers and/or cutting down education programs. After a while, this will unavoidably result in a decrease in the standard of education being provided. As we all know, excellence in our school system is strongly correlated to property values in town, as it is a significant driver in the decision families make to move to Montclair. Our big concern here is the current budget shortfall of $5.44 million may put us on the downward spiral for the economic well-being of Montclair. The budget results in a reduction in force of about 55 FTEs, a huge loss. As we work together on doing the best for the Montclair Public Schools, we have done research and brainstormed ideas. In our research, it seems that the percentage of overall town budget that supports the school system in Montclair is markedly lower than most comparable and nearby towns that have excellent public schools. Montclair's share of 57% of total budget to the school system compares poorly to the 59 to 65% range in comparable towns. Additionally, this issue about pilot, payment in lieu of tax funds, a great tool to ensure more dollars come to town as compared to property taxes, results in no contribution to the school budget. We are at the no stone unturned moment where everything needs to be looked at with an open mind. In keeping with that approach, we urge you to revisit both the percentage of overall budget spent on education as well as the decisions on pilot-generated funds to increase funding for schools. There are likely to be creative paths such as allocation of shared services or provision of certain services.
I'm going to ask you to please conclude only in the time. Thank you so much.
There are likely. Okay. Good evening. Allison Silverstein, President of the Montclair Board of Education. I'm going to finish reading Ms. Thomas's statement and then give a little bit of my own statement from the heart. There are likely to be creative paths such as allocation of shared services or provision of certain services by the town for the schools that could alleviate the spend by schools while meeting the standards of the 2% cap on operating budget. Now the part where I'm going to go rogue. I appreciate everything that has been said thus far. I get a lot of this, believe me. I sit at the table last night and I listen to things knowing the limitations that I deal with. But I am tired and heartbroken of having to listen to my children's friends like Ava and Daniela talk about losing their teachers year after year. I appreciate, Mr. Cummings, that you have done this before. I have done this before already. I've seen it for the 3 years that I've served on the board when the budget comes, and I am tired of doing it. I don't want to do it anymore. And so as Ms. Thomas said, this is a no stone unturned moment. I get what you're talking about with the tax levies and the pilots, but there has to be something that creatively we can think about together so that I don't have to listen heartbreakingly to my children talk about their beloved teachers that they are losing again year after year. I don't want to have to do that. I love our teachers, and I love these children, and I don't want them to lose anymore. And I know a lot of this has to be heard beyond the walls of this building, just like I said last night. This is to be heard far and wide. Our public schools are suffering because we are limited in the money that comes in, and year after year, our money that we bring in does not increase at a rate that can equal the money that we need to pay out. We want to give our teachers raises. We want to give these children a quality education and programming and drums of thunder and play production and all the things that make our schools wonderful. And I am just here, I said I'd throw myself on the mercy of the town council and beg whatever we can do to find anything for these children. They're going to come up and talk here. They're way smarter than I am and know way more about taxes, and they did all the work. And I love them and appreciate it because that's how good our schools are, and that's how wonderful these children are, and that they deserve better than, unfortunately, like Mr. Cummings said, we have to do year after year. So I understand it, but maybe there's a way, some way, you can find something to give the schools, because as we sat in those budget meetings, we talked to lines of stipends and everything to find every dime, because every dollar adds up to save a job, and every dollar adds up to save a program and a book and whatever else that we can provide to these children. So I understand the limitations, I understand the budget, I understand that it's all done, I get that. But hopefully this message is heard beyond the walls of this building too, because I do get that. And I don't want to keep watching this being done to children. And so I thank you for your time tonight and all of your service and hard work. And I know there's going to be a lot of people speaking after me, so good luck. We were there till 2 a.m. yesterday. But they are all amazing speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say one thing before we hear from Ms. Savoca. Is that who we're going to hear from? Because I saw you on your video and you inspired me from what you said last night. But I taught fourth grade in Newark, went to jail twice for the teacher strike 50 years ago. Been teaching at Montclair State, where I'm an adjunct who's laid off twice. I have total, complete empathy for teachers and for school board members. I was mayor here 20 years ago, so I appointed the school board and I sat as chair of the Board of School Estimate. I know what this is all about. And I know our limits. But as I hope Ms. Savoca is going to say again, we have to protect and keep Mr. Poff at Hillside. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ava Savoca, and I am here to defend my drama teacher, Mr. Poff. I have been a student for Mr. Poff for a long time. I have been losing sleep and Modern Family episodes thinking about this. I understand that there was a budget issue that caused problems, but does not mean that we can't change that. Mr. Poff has led amazing plays, including Into the Woods and You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown, as you can see on my t-shirt right here. With great success, he's quite the amazing teacher, and many kids, including myself, love him to pieces, and I was crushed when I heard that he was not going to be here next year. Mr. Poff is also a very fun teacher and is very creative with his classes. We played Wheel of Fake Fortune a few days ago, and it was fun and enjoyable. Think of what Hillside School will be without him. No more traveling troupe or play production. Imagine a Mr. Poffless school. Tragedy. We can't take him away, and I know I'm just one small kid, but even I can make a small difference to bring him back, so please let him stay. Thank you for your kindness of listening. Hello, my name is Daniela Fellisbrett, and I'm here to talk about how upset I am the fact that Mr. Poff is leaving this year. Mr. Poff is an amazing drama teacher, and he put on You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown, and Into Woods. Honestly, it was the best show when I saw Into the Woods last year, and when I was in A Good Man, Charlie Brown, I was so happy, even though I was only in the chorus and ensemble. He gave us such an amazing parts in the show. Also, this year, only 4th and 5th graders could be in the show, as usual, but next year the third graders won't be able to be in the show who were in 3rd grade for this year. But and my friend told me, who's initiating this year, told me that she doesn't want Mr. Poff to leave because she always wanted him to be her drama teacher because her older siblings have been talking about him. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bobby Holtz. I'm a junior at the high school. I was there last night. I heard everybody talking about how great their drama teacher, Dr. Puff, is. I unfortunately don't have a story as cute. I am here to ask why we have not received the line item budget. I asked last night and they ignored the question, and many other people asked last night and they ignored the question. And if Ms. Schlager will recall, I went to the Board of Ed a few days ago and asked where I could find an individual itemized list of what they're spending money on, as the union has. And we have received no answer. And as I'm sure you are aware, according to the Freedom of Information Act, withholding this is illegal. So, Mr. Spiller, do you have an answer on when we'll receive this?
No, we can't comment for the Board of Ed.
Okay. Can you make them? Because
I smile at that comment, only in that one of the key promises that everybody did ask running for this position was I would not illegally in any way interfere with the schools, and certainly I will not do that now. But I will say that your question and you continuing to ask that is an important thing, and it is a Board of Ed that would have to answer that and do that. We had some say over that when the Board of School estimate did exist. I know my colleagues and I would review it thoroughly, line by line, with that, but we do not have that. We do not have that control and say anymore. It is solely a school board issue.
okay.
Thank you.
I did look online, and they have a very vaguely worded budget with items listed as miscellaneous. What's that supposed to mean? Thank you for your time.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Kathy Kondrak. I'm the president of the Montclair Education Association. I represent over 1,000 certificated staff and educational support professionals here in town. I come here tonight because we're in a real budget crisis in our school district. While I intend to continue to show the ineptitude at the top in our district to both the Board of Education and the community, I feel important to come here tonight to see if there's anything the town can do to help us. I've heard the parents speaking in the community, and even children last night at the board meeting mentioning pilot funds, as well as a smaller percentage of the town's budget going directly to our school district in comparison to other school districts. I will not fight my union brothers and sisters in town to ask for funds that they have earned and are entitled to. However, perhaps there are other pieces of the pie that can be re-examined. I would be doing my members and the children of this community a disservice if I didn't at least show up and ask. Thank you.
Is it lit up?
Yeah. Oh my God. Can we put our money here? Hey guys, my name is Ben Chandler. I'm the junior class president at Montclair High School. Thank you. I don't like to speak on behalf of my grade because there are so many different perspectives and I don't want to generalize. But I don't need to generalize today. I talked to a lot of people, many in this room, many more not here, and the only thing I've heard is overwhelming outrage at this budget plan. So last period today, I found out that my health teacher, Ms. Faldudo, was laid off. Ms. Faldudo doesn't only treat students with a lot of respect, but she's also a younger teacher, and being able to relate to people our age, especially in a subject like health, is so, so important. These are people to us. They impact us. We all know a teacher who got fired. Last night, the Board of Ed was very ambiguous as to whether they knew the names of the people who were cut. We know the names. We know who got cut. I believe Dr. Pond said he did not cut a guidance counselor from Montclair High School. He did. Now what happens to the juniors beginning their college application process who just lost their guidance counselor? I'm not done. all we ever look at are numbers. It's easy to look at money. You can see how much there is and what it's going to be used for. Well, we can't. As Bobby said, we cannot see the line item budget. But there are things that are harder to quantify, and that doesn't make them expendable. What about student mental health? What about our school community? What about the faith that we as students are in an environment where we can succeed? For example, getting rid of the double drop schedule and going back to one with the same 8 periods every day will lead to 3 separate lunches and no study halls. These are the times where people recharge for the rest of the day, and the board is shattering one into 3 pieces and killing the other entirely. Thank you. A lot of teachers offer extra help, and a lot of students go to clubs during lunch. You can't do that when there are 3 of them. And now that it has to be after school, people will have to choose between extra help, sports, and clubs, except that the board is also cutting funding for teachers after school who advise extracurriculars. Also, to meet credit requirements, many students who take electives or in small learning communities might have to go to a 0 period at 7:15 a.m. How do you think this sleep deprivation is going to affect our mental health, our academic performance, and our happiness? I urge this town council, I urge our school board to look into ways to backtrack this budget plan, not only for what it does to our teachers, but what it does to our students. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to check. Hi, my name is Miles Blake. I'm a junior at Montclair High School, and I'm going to start off by being transparent. A budget is made to assess what we can do, and I feel as if for a budget, we have been thinking so scarcely inside the box that it is strangling every single one of us. As a community, we deserve to be able to stand together and think of these solutions and talk to one another, because I know everyone sitting here at this council table isn't just a councilman, you are a person. So I know with all of my heart that if we all come together and think of different ways to move around this budget, or find out what miscellaneous even means, or find out what, I don't know, there was a percentage of plant care, which personally confuses me, but that is not anyone's fault. And cutting all of these teachers for a student who has struggled in this school system since the day that I moved here with mental health, and being told yesterday in vague circumstances that my mental health resources were being cut, that is devastating. That is disturbing. That is disgusting. And if we were cutting these And if we are cutting these mental health resources and then proceeding to cut the teachers who provide some of these students mental health resources outside of the counselor's office or outside of their homes, then what do we want our students to do? How do we want our students to thrive? Who do we want our students to be as people? Because we don't want people anymore for what you're proposing. We just want mindless students. I know that the arts department has been a safe haven for so many people in this room. And it has been a safe haven for me time and time again when I felt like I couldn't even bear to breathe anymore on this planet. So taking away those teachers, taking away those programs, taking away these children's only lifelines when they don't even fully understand the depth of their being and being a human being, it's disturbing. So please, I don't know how long it'll take. I'm not a mathematician, but please, don't think in the box, think outside of the box for the budget, because I know every single person at this table is capable, and every single person at this table worked hard to get these positions, and I thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm a local Montclair High School student who is involved in the detrimentally late lack of public involvement, in which the board avoided questioning in yesterday's board meeting. There are many schools that release the information that you withhold. Montville has a very public access in their website of board funding. I understand you have not answered the question clearly, but there are a lot of schools that are taking the time to give the public the information that they are asking for. As a person who did not spend 4 years at the Montclair High School and was promised by my guidance counselors that have clearly been replaced multiple times that I would graduate with all of my credits. Due to the fact that next year, if I did not have my credits, I would not be able to graduate. And as a person who came from a mental health facility, that is disheartening to hear. If I went to any other town or township, I would have the availability, the access, the amount of home instruction that our school does not currently offer because of the teacher cuts. I would have the availability to graduate high school with all 4 years and all of my credits. I would like to say that I appreciate the time and effort that you are taking into this accountability, but at the same time, we are asking for transparency. Are you going to grant it? Thank you.
One, two, 1, 2. Okay, this is working. Hi, my name is Sage Gillard. I am a junior at Montclair High School. And before we start, I would just like to say to the audience and to you in general, if you are not recording, may you please be off your devices. We struggled with this yesterday at the board meeting. A lot of disrespect. We are coming to you.
You're here to talk to them, not the crowd.
I want it from everyone. Thank you, though.
Whoever comes up just gets their time and to
Thank
speak,
you.
and let's let whoever it is speak.
I come to you not only as a student, but as a child. And honestly, I can't even call myself that anymore. I feel I have to mature and become nearly an adult to help make decisions for my school and my town, and that is quite frankly not fair. I'm an art student. I have been that way for a long time. I have gone from Nishawane to Hillside to Glenfield to Montclair High School. I woke up this morning and I didn't just decide to come to this meeting. I decided to wear my shirt of SVPA, which stands for the School of Visual and Performing Arts. That is what this town prides itself on. You cannot call yourself the School of Visual and Performing Arts if it is a danger, if it is threatened to be taken away. I've put on countless shows and plays and musicals, and as a junior rising senior, I cannot lose it. I cannot lose what I call my second home, because sometimes your first home is just not bearable. I'm shaking, I'm so sorry. I come here because we lose counselors and we talk about our schedule changes and how I currently have 33.75 credits ready for my next year's schedule, 10 classes, and now I need more. If my counselor is gone, who will I go to? How will I be able to change my schedule? How will I be able to graduate? I don't understand, and I look at you, and I know you are all working so hard because you want the best for this town. Well, guess what? So do I. I am 16, and this is the second town council meeting I have attended, and quite frankly, I shouldn't have to do that as a 16-year-old. I shouldn't have to step up and be in charge. Adults have said to me my entire life, stay in a child's place. What is a child's place when our town is like this, when our schools are like this? I know you're doing your best, but we gotta do better. We just have to communicate. It is the most important thing we talk about. It is one of the biggest things in our generation, and we are lacking in it severely. The people ask questions. Oh, we really want our answers? We're not trying to be aggressive or mean or rude, and I'm terribly sorry if we come off that way to you, but we are passionate. That is what you raised us to be. That is what you all raised your children to be. And this passion will stand to this day. Thank you.
Do you know if there's like a, excuse me, is it okay if I talk? Hi. My name is Noah Gale. I'm a Montclair High School proud graduate and alum class of 2018. In fact, I go to Montclair State University now, where I'm about to get my degree in a year and a half so I can become one of those teachers, a kindergarten teacher at Nishwain, same school where I attended as a student one day. Thank you. Also, please know that staffing cuts and the way the town and school board of ed is doing this is very unacceptable. Why would you cut Mr. Poff, who is such a great drama teacher at Hillside? Why would you cut the arts? Why would you cut the school counselors, people who need the most besides their teachers at Montclair High School? Why would you cut these teachers from Glenvale? Teachers make a huge impact on students' lives. And I feel like this is a conversation we have year after year. In fact, there's this one teacher who's retiring after 53 years at Glenvale because who I once had, because he really loves his job. And in fact, if the town needs to do better and the Board of Ed needs to do better. I am sick of having this conversation year after year. It's almost like an obsessive thought. And in fact, too, not only that, second of all, it is so sad that these students and teachers, that these teachers are getting laid off and have to find other jobs and in other districts, and students have to, and students are left without the teachers they love. In fact, third of all, when I know people in other states, they keep hearing, for example, my friends and family keep hearing on the national news, bro, cousin, friend, whatever your title is, what is going on in Montclair, New Jersey? So I am sick of the fact that we will not go back. We have to come and why do we have to choose sides? We should come as a community in Montclair, New Jersey together. We should not fight. We should get along. So please, no, do not cut any of these teachers. I'm sick of having this conversation year after year. I find it very unacceptable and childish. Thank you. In fact, MFE even brought back the Weston Awards after a 6-year hiatus because teachers do so much for our students in this wonderful town of Montclair, New Jersey. Thank you.
Hello, City Council. I'm Nicholas, a student at Hillside Elementary School. I'm here because we need to increase our funds to our schools. Most of my teachers, former, present, and future ones, have just been fired because our district doesn't have the funds to keep all the teachers we need. Mr. Poff, Miss Williams, and Miss Levine from Hillside are all adored and necessary to our school community, and losing them will take away so much from us. Are you aware of how many teachers we are losing this year? Are you aware of the stress we've all been going through because our district can't afford the teachers we need in our schools? Please consider giving your attention to this unacceptable situation. Last night, we had so many of us at the Board of Education meeting until very late at night asking for our teachers to be hired back. I'm 11 and I've seen too many teachers be fired. Some of them I was very close to. This is not acceptable. Our town needs to give more money to our schools. These people receiving tax cuts are taking away money from the schools. This is because the pilot money doesn't go to the school. I know you know that. I just learned that now. Not even the minuscule 2% of normal tax money the school gets. That's all it gets for normal tax money. I implore you, Council, give pilot money to schools, even if it is a tiny amount. Schools depend on tax money, and pilots are not tax money. If pilots don't go to schools, these budget cuts will have to keep happening over and over. So many programs and so many schools in Montclair have been deprived of their teachers because the pilot money does not go to the school. This is ridiculous. If this does not change, who knows what we might lose next. Please address this issue. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Juniper Smith.
Hi, I'm Stella Marcus.
We go to the school Hillside Elementary, and today we will be speaking for our teachers. We all know our teachers are the best people in the world. They are calm, respectful, and always put us in the right path.
And they make us feel better when we mess up.
Our schools have been getting cut short on the money,
and we disagree that our teachers should be fired for that reason.
Our schools should be paid more so the schools can pay the teachers their offer.
All the kids and adults know that our teachers have been there for us.
So we want our teachers to stay so they can do what they do 6 hours a day. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Viola. I'm a 5th grade student at Hillside Elementary School, and I want to talk to you about the teachers. Personally, since these are pretty much new teachers, they haven't been tendered, imagine being a new teacher, and when the month of April comes, anytime around there, you get a letter. And the letter says that your job is at risk. Now, a lot of these teachers have families, people that they need to support. And a lot of these children need to be supported by their teachers because their teachers are amazing. I don't know what I'd be able to do without my teachers. Specifically, Mr. Poff. Mr. Poff is an amazing drama teacher, and he's helped many, many students find their way at Hillside Elementary School. I mean, without traveling troupe and play production, what would we do with our lunch period? I just hope that it belittles teachers. It doesn't make them feel good because their job is at risk and they need to support themselves, they need to sustain themselves, and we need them. So please, take it into consideration that we depend on their teachers just like they depend on their jobs. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Max Martinez Schaefer. I am 12 years old of House Anderson at Glenfield Middle School. Tonight I would like to discuss the budget cuts that are causing teachers to lose their jobs in 5 schools across the district. As a student who has attended 3 of the 5 schools that are facing teacher cuts, Nishwain, Hillside, and Glenfield, I am deeply upset about the fact that many talented and effective teachers are to lose their job. This is the 2nd year I am fighting for my teachers. Why would any teachers want to work in this district if they're constantly in fear of losing their jobs every year? As a community, we should be investing in our schools and the future of the students who attend those schools. The teacher cuts will impact the arts programming, which is the heart of the magnet at Nishwain, Hillside, and Glenfield. These programs have helped me not only be a better performer, but have also boosted my confidence and helped me become a better student. Now I speak up and volunteer in class more. Many of these teachers that are being cut have impacted me and many other students in a positive way. They make our school a better learning environment and take the time to make sure that we understand the material. If they're laid off, the remaining teachers may be stretched way too thin to dedicate enough time for all of their students to meet all of their needs. These cuts will diminish the quality of our education. As you can see, in these budget cuts, everyone loses. It is the duty of the town council to meet the needs of the town of Montclair. And education should be one of the top priorities of this town. I ask the town council to please rethink their funding decisions. Thank you for your time.
Hello.
My name is Zoe Cohen. I'm a sixth grader at Glenfield Middle School, and as you could already guess, I'm here to speak tonight about the budget cuts happening in our school district. I am honestly incredibly frustrated about what is happening again. These cuts will cost tons of teachers their jobs, including my amazing math teacher, Miss Burna. 4 math teachers are getting cut at Glenfield. 4, even though Glenfield has one of the lowest math scores, as well as the 4 math teachers getting cut, an extra math class meant to help students get better in math and bring their grades up. Math lab is also getting cut. This will lead to much more students failing math. Last night at the BOE meeting, I was very frustrated, and so were many other, and many which are here tonight, so good luck. And however, I would like to address Mr. David Cummings. Mr. Cummings, I quite enjoyed your speech given a while back at the Greenwood Black History Month celebration at Glenfield. It was so honorable to hear how you and many other students and teachers and parents protested and marched all the way over to the Montclair Township and demanded more funding for your school. It's so inspiring and quite fascinating the history the Montclair schools have with each other. It's so nice to reminisce about stuff that happened so long ago. I'm so glad it's over. Oh, wait. I'm quite certain that you, Councillor Cummings, will feel the need to do something with this obvious redlining. It's not some secret thing with the hidden clues. In fact, it's quite clear, actually. There are 11 schools in the district, and out of these 11 schools, cuts were made at Hillside and Nishwain Elementary School, Glenfield and Renaissance Middle School, and the Montclair High School. No cuts were made at Charles H. Bullock, Basildon, Watchung, Edgemont, or Northeast. As I said last night, are you starting to see a pattern yet? This is as clear as day, and much as anyone on this council would like to deny it, this is the redlining and racism. As someone who is black and goes to Glenfield, I am quite frustrated and disappointed that this is happening in the first place and that people are denying this. So I ask you, Mr. Cummings, please don't ignore this huge issue that affects your ward the most. Why do the opposite, what you say you used to do back in the 60s? Because what was happening back then is now starting to resurface, only this time it has changing its form. This is redlining. You cannot ignore this. Please rethink your decision. Thank you.
Excuse me, just real quick. The fight back in the 60s was my parents' and other parents' fight, not mine. It wasn't about funding. It was about the lack of Glenfield School not having the same materials as the other schools. So I just want to, but that's, no, please understand, parents paid for out of their own money to that initial, parents paid their own money so that Glenfield would have better equipment upstairs as opposed to the basement. So those are the facts. The other thing, so I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree that you made a very valid point. But one thing that I've said earlier about this whole situation, and some of you have said it before, this has happened year after year. And every year, when the school district gets its true funding in July, we will know what the real number is. And so all you hear can say all these things went, and many of these conversations really should have gone last night to the Board of Ed.
Let's let everybody continue to have their moment to speak, please. Go ahead, please. No yelling out, please. We'll let everybody have the opportunity to speak. This is the council meeting tonight, and we've got a next speaker who's ready to go.
Okay, thank you. My name is Liev Pipko. I'm a 6th grader at Glenfield Middle School, and I'm here speaking today on behalf of not only the teachers, but the students and children too. To start off, there was a quote my ELA teacher, Mr. Anderson, said earlier today. The quote goes, "Fight for what you believe in, fight for what you love." And what we as House Anderson believe in, and will fight for, is Miss Burna, our math teacher. And what we, as House Anderson, love and will fight for is Miss Burna. Speech or not, kids taking time out of their day to come here and say what they have to say should tell you that you are not only affecting the teachers, but you are affecting the students too. These teachers are humans too, but I guarantee this is just making them feel like they are some inanimate objects passed around from job to job, especially when you see these armies of just children coming to fight for them. This is the wrong way to go. And I know you might think that there is no plan B, or you may even think that this is plan B. But just take 1 minute to think to yourselves and say, is it? Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Veda. I'm a 6th grader at Glenfield Middle School, and I'm here to talk about the budget cuts. So the magnet system of Nishawane, Glenfield, and Hillside is so important to me and also important to my friends and family and the many other families who attend the Montclair school system. The magnet system is what holds the town together, and I'm very frankly angry that this magnet system is being torn down. Taking away dramatics from Hillside is unacceptable because the arts magnet is so important to us, and the loss of art is weakening the Nishawane Hillside Glenfield magnet. Our schools need money, that is a fact. What is not a fact, however, is that removing 4 math teachers from Glenfield will help the student body grades. Who is going to teach me math, and will they be good as my current teacher? This is why why is my school losing 11 teachers? 11 more teachers than Buzz, by the way. Why is my school being reduced to 5 houses? Why? The simple answer is the budget, and budget is the problem. And I ask of you, the town council, to please provide the money for the schools. It is your civic duty, after all, to help with the budget in the school. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Sam Safferstein, and I'm the president of the Civics and Government Institute. CGI, a small learning community at Montclair High. The result of these budget cuts is that there's a great possibility that our school will revert to its old schedule. I want to talk about the repercussions that would result from changing the schedule of Montclair High back to the old form. As of right now, there's a universal lunch period where everyone in the school has a break. Students use this opportunity to see people outside of their classes, host club meetings, and most importantly, speak to their teachers outside of the classroom. Under this new schedule, I do not know how I'm going to talk to my teachers. I can't meet with them after the class because I have another class to get to. I can't meet with them during a study hall because I won't have the opportunity to take a study hall next year. And I can't meet with them after school because they have their own lives and I have extracurriculars. How am I supposed to get the help I need as a student under this old schedule that's now being re-implemented because of budgetary cuts? And another conundrum rises too. A hallmark of Montclair High's uniqueness and community is its small learning communities, like the one that I'm president of, CGI. Small learning communities allow for more individualized instruction and create a close community, but they take up one of the 2 elective periods students are currently given. Reverting to the old schedule results in a loss of a period, meaning that students are going to be cruelly forced to choose between an elective period or joining a small learning community. This will result in a significant decrease in small learning community enrollment and threaten the communities that so many students over the years have called home. This is an excellent segue into my final point, which is mental health. The current rotating drop schedule allows for each of the students, or allows each of the periods to rotate off every 3 days. With this, I get more time to learn material, more time to study and do homework, and a much needed break from the class. Study halls, which are poised to be severely limited next year, provide students to get some of that work done in school, where they can go to their teachers for help and where they can complete some of the work and save time after school for extracurriculars. Reverting to the old schedule risks student mental health. I'm a junior, the most difficult year of high school. I don't know how I'd get by without study hall and lunch periods and without my teachers. And finally, everyone at this meeting should know that I'm not alone and this case that I'm in is not special. The concerns I have are common among MHS's studentry. Counselors, we are your constituents too, and we are constituents of the Board of Education. We are pleading to each of you to use your influence to help us and keep the schedule the way it is now, because it truly is the best solution for Montclair High School. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask Sam. Sam, what college are you going to next year?
I don't know yet. I'm in junior.
Okay, well, Montclair State, you get an A.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just, if you would excuse me for a moment, I do want to comment. I want to say something. I think it's important that you know where your elected officials stand on issues. And so I do just want to let all of you as my constituents, even though I don't have power over the school budget, I do want to let you know that I feel very strongly that as a matter of principle, whenever we have pilots that involve residential, when we're sending kids to the schools as a result of new residential development, that money from the pilots should be going to the school district. That is, and I don't know how many of you read my newsletter, but I said that in my newsletter yesterday or the day before, whenever I sent it out, and I wrote an op-ed about it today. And the other thing I will say, and I said this from the beginning, is I believe all of our cannabis revenue should be going to community pre-K. All of it. And if we do that, that does free up funds to help support the district otherwise. Look, I'm not, and I know I'm going to be accused of grandstanding here. I just want to let you know how I feel, and that's what I would pursue. Okay? Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Bai, and I am a sophomore at Montclair High School. I wish I could say that it's an honor to speak here tonight. However, frankly, it's a disgrace that year on year students have to fight for the funding for their schools. Students have to fight to ensure that their teachers will be here next year. And frankly, it's a disgrace that our seniors have to come back here right after they were expecting to finally leave high school behind. Thank you, by the way, to those. Thank you, by the way. I want to reiterate what the previous speaker said on small learning communities. As a member of CGI, small learning communities are super important to me, and simply put, if the proposed schedule passes, I have no idea whether or not I will be able to continue being in a small learning community. While many have been able to take their fine and performing arts requirement last year, I was unfortunately I was not even in the know about CGI and about any of the small learning communities. Next year, am I going to, if I want to stay in CGI, am I going to have to take a 0 period where I'm going to have to wake up at 5 and go to school at 7, when many students are already waking up way too early for their mental well-being? Simply put, it's not, a 0 period is not sustainable, and it's inequitable. It's clear that it will not work with any bus schedule, and it's clear that many students lack the ability to transport themselves to Montclair High School. Therefore, we are excluding a large section of Montclair students from these small learning communities simply based on the fact that they cannot get here during a 0 period if they haven't taken their fine arts or fine and performing arts elective freshman year, even when in fact many of them did not even know about these small learning communities. Simply put, it's simply unfair and it simply calls into question whether or not these small learning communities will even survive next year. Teachers have worked so hard to improve accessibility and to increase the ability for students to attend these small learning communities, and we are about to set them back so many years. Thank you.
Just wait till the light's on.
Okay, hi. You've heard many elementary schoolers talk about Mr. Puff today. Shout out Mr. Puff. And now you're hearing a string of high schoolers talk about small learning communities. I am proudly contributing to that string of high schoolers talking about small learning communities. But I will be talking about other things first. Good evening, stakeholders, community members, and students of Montclair. My name is Cora Scandalios. I am a rising senior at MHS, and I'm here today to address the concerns affecting our district, specifically how hundreds of students are being negatively impacted by the budget cuts being made. Teaching is one of the most important professions, if not the most important profession out there. Teachers are responsible for shaping children into the functioning people of our society, children who they interact with for 8 hours a day. Teachers carry this responsibility along with the greater weight of disrespect they receive in this country. In this town specifically, the board is cutting positions without even giving the line item budget explanation and information for why they need to be cut in the first place. Both my grandmothers were teachers. My mother was a teacher, and I want nothing more than to give back to my community by becoming a teacher. Although my family has been in New Jersey for many years, many of my classmates' parents have moved to New Jersey to give their children a better education. In Montclair specifically, we pride ourselves on education, yet we continuously fire our best teachers and take away resources they need to be successful. SLCs, special programs, clubs, and smaller class sizes. We pride ourselves on education, yet we continually take valuable opportunities from our students. Glenfield, the art magnet, is having programs being taken away and redefined, stripping the school of all its promise to its students. The students at Renaissance don't have the basic privilege of having teachers who stay for more than a year or even half of one. And the high school risks losing the small learning communities, specifically the Civics and Government Institute and the social justice community, because of the decrease in credits and scheduling. These communities are a definitive part of our school that sets us apart from other districts. We pride ourselves on education, yet provide little support to many areas of our school. I've had so many incredible teachers here in Montclair, and every student who showed up at the Board of Ed meeting last night and the ones that are here tonight have too. It was our teachers who fostered the students' determination to advocate for themselves and the people around them, but the Board of Education and local government has not given us, the students, the opportunity to do so. Why are we just finding out about these drastic decisions being made when it was already too late for us to realistically do anything about it? Our teachers deserve job certainty, and our students deserve opportunities. Stop depriving the people of this community general information we deserve to have and deserve the right to fight against if needed. How many years are we going to repair our broken schools with Band-Aids until we realize it's ineffective, and how many teachers will we lose in the process? Please increase the education portion of the municipal budget to protect our schools and teachers. And I have to end quickly, but there was a mom who represented Moms Demand Action. There were student demand actions at the high school with the split lunches. We don't have the opportunity to advocate for safe schools because we can't get together to support that. Thank
you. Mayor, if you just let me have a second, because I have my notes written here that Peter stole the thunder I had. However, I want to reiterate what Peter said because you want to know what we think. It has to be clear that the school and municipality are bound by the 2% cap, but the difference is the municipality can raise revenue that the schools cannot. So Jersey City is now sharing cannabis revenue, and Cedar Grove and Princeton are sharing pilot revenue. So other towns do this, and I'm asking our finance people, and I have high respect and regard for them, to look into this. If Princeton, which is our sort of a sister city to us, we both compete for being the best communities in New Jersey, most progressive, if Princeton can do it, why can't we do it? Now, I've looked at these pilots. There's 21 pilots. It's not a singing group, right? But 21 pilots here. There are five or six, I believe, that are senior citizen buildings in town. If you take the $500,000 of pilot money that the senior citizen or older resident buildings are in, and give even some of that, because I want to see more money for seniors now. This is my preference. More money for seniors. Get the pilot money from the senior buildings to go to senior programs. Then get the money from the other buildings, the other pilots, to go to schools. And I have to disagree. We don't need money for pre-K right now because pre-K is going to start to get funding. So not to diminish them because I helped start the pre-K program, but I want to see all the money that we can possibly get from any pilots or any source to go just to the Montclair schools. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'll try to keep this short just because I need my beauty sleep too. So I'm Nicole Clement. I am a senior at Montclair High School, and I'm on senior option. So why am I here? Long story short, the teachers. They have done so much for us. I am doing my senior option at Hillside Elementary School. Within the first hour there, I had already received a petition to sign to keep Mr. Puffs there. And I think the teachers do so much for us. One question I have for you is getting the teachers back in July, that is not going to help because how are they going to find other jobs if they first hear that they are getting rehired in July? One of the other people who was fired, Mr. Santangelo, a guidance counselor, he was fired over the phone in front of other students. Teachers are not a cog in a system. They are people too, and we need to start treating them like that. I think it's horrible that we have to keep coming up here and repeating that we need to keep the teachers. I think we all need to do better. Thank you.
My name is Sophia Sangiovanni. I'm currently a sophomore at the high school, and I'm very involved in SVPA, the School of Visual and Performing Arts. My experience at the Performing Arts Magnet Schools of Nishwain, Hillside, and Glenfield have changed my life forever and prepared me for what I'm doing at the high school and, frankly, what I want to do for the rest of my life. Having acting, music, art, and dance classes built into our daily schedule at school has allowed us to be better students. They've given us a place where we feel accepted and a community where we feel free to express ourselves. I cannot imagine not having these necessary building blocks as my foundation for my high school years and beyond. It is incomprehensible to imagine other students not having the same opportunities my peers and I have had. The training that we have received in a public school setting is priceless. It is truly very disappointing to see all of these talented students have their amazing teachers ripped away from them. The arts are necessary, they are not marginal, and they certainly should not be on the chopping block. What is the point of our performing arts magnet schools if all of our teachers are being fired? Thank you.
Oh. Okay. Good evening. My name is Owen Boyce. I'm a graduating senior at Montclair High School, planning on attending NYU Tisch in the fall to receive my BFA in acting. Though I won't be suffering from these budget cuts, I stand before you in an SVPA t-shirt, thinking about my friends in SVPA and the future artists of MHS who will be suffering from these cuts. When I first decided on where to attend for the next 4 years, I thought about how much time and energy it took me to go through these auditions and applications. But then I thought about all the things about MHS and the Montclair School curriculum that allowed me to get into college for theater. I don't know if I could have done this without any study halls, without a school schedule that forces me to be in classes all day every weekday, or without an incredible curriculum that Montclair has, arts curriculum. I've been participating in school theater since I was in elementary school, and I simply don't know if I could have learned what I needed to get into college, participated in enough shows to fill up my resume, or made connections with arts teachers who taught me more than I could learn elsewhere without a proper arts program, enough arts teachers, or the possibility to learn from arts classes. This year we have over 20 MHS students attending college in the fall for artistic passions. I won't ask you right now where this money is going, as it's clear that we won't get an answer. but I will urge you to take into account the students whose dreams may not be able to become a reality if these budget changes go forward. Thank you.
Oh, is this on? All right. Hi, I am one of the heads of sound at Montclair High School, and I'm also a leader in CGI. And I don't think I have to prove to you how incredible these communities have raised us. I'm listening to my classmates speak. I am proud of them. I'm proud to hear them stand up before the school board, our town council. And my initial statement and my scraggled notes were initially to demand a line item budget, but we were informed that we will have a line item budget by Friday. But it's not sufficient. It can't be sufficient that the school board had already voted on their budget before we even seen it. It's highly suspect to me and frustrating that we cannot hold our representatives accountable, and I don't know how far your jurisdiction as a town council goes. So I'm asking you, and I'm asking questions per Chapter 23A of Fiscal Accountability, which my teacher, Mr. Manos, brought up at the Board of Ed meeting last night at 12:30 in the morning. Why can we not hold our board accountable? And I am also asking and imploring you at the same time to do whatever you can with whatever money we have up in the air, or pilot funding I'm not sure about, because we must ask anyways just to see if it can be done in the first place. But it's just, I'm also asking for your help to hold all members involved accountable, because we cannot participate in this process as students and parents if we do not have the information available. And I wrote a quote down. I read the essay Lying in Politics by Hannah Arendt, the political philosopher. The most momentous secret that the Pentagon Papers revealed was the non-relation between facts and decision, but the MEA and the public did not have those facts to begin with, so we could not participate in the decision. And long story short, I love my school. I love CGI so much. I didn't think it would happen, but I was in tears in front of Mr. Wingren, the most stoic teacher I've had so far in school. And I was just like, I can't describe how grateful I am for these programs. And I will do anything for CGI and SVPA and for kids to even start and begin those interests in schools like Nishwain, Hillside, and Glenfield for the performing arts as well, because it creates strong people, passionate people, loving people, and that's what we need right now. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
I'm just going to take I've been, the jump rope's been turning, and I've been deciding when I was going to jump in. So this is a moment, and I want to thank every student and parent and others who've spoken so far. Obviously, you're passionate, you're informed, you're well-spoken, and, you know, everything you say is compelling to all of us. I do want to point out that the primary problem is not something that we can solve, but I think we've heard a couple of suggestions. I think we're first learning about this. This is all breaking news to everybody. We haven't had time to figure out how we could help solve this problem, and we certainly can't solve it right this moment. But we're listening. We'll listen to everyone else who's about to present. But I want to both acknowledge, I mean, my kids went from the schools many of you are speaking from Nishwain to Hillside to Glenfield to the high school, took part in CGI and SVPA, deeply important to my family and the community I live in. So I value and appreciate everything you're saying, but we're not in charge of them. So I understand you have an opportunity, this is a public forum, and you are welcome to be here making your comments, but we aren't their boss. We aren't in a position where we can just tell them what they must do. So you're using your voice everywhere you can. I just want to recognize that. And I just want the level of expectation to be set that we can do something tonight that will solve this. We can problem solve from here. We can discuss and consider how it is that some counties do pilots when we've been advised that the cap is the cap. All of this we don't have an answer to right now, but we will. And so just understand that we will do our best, and we're going to listen to everybody else who has to speak, but I just wanted to sort of take my moment right here to acknowledge the speakers and for being articulate, but set your expectations on what's available in this forum. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Ava Reed. I am a sophomore at Montclair High School, and I was one of the students who stayed for the entirety of the board meeting last night until 2:30 in the morning. I also heard everything that everyone said last night in terms of the pilot money, and also what everyone has said today in terms of the pilot money. I spoke to another woman who was also at the meeting last night who did the math and found that there was $5.3 million in pilot money that was collected, I think, in the 2021 and 2022 year. I don't think that I'm alone in saying that I think that some of the language that was used when explaining how the pilots work was kind of confusing, especially considering that a lot of us are high school students. And so I can't do really much but pressure you into, or encourage you to consider that Montclair requires a larger sum of funding than we are currently getting. However, I do understand, and I have in my notes here, that you all are not responsible for the Montclair Board of Education funding. However, I do encourage you to put pressure on the Board of Education to look at their decisions and address their systemic mismanagement of the budget. This is not an issue that is just right now and is just happening this year. This has happened time and time and again. And I say, only after we did stay until 2 a.m. and over 100 speakers were we promised a line item budget for the budget that had already been pre-decided, and I just find that that's inappropriate. And how can we consider this a democracy when we are obviously showing out and participating and voicing our concerns, and zero systemic change within the management of the Board of Education is actually happening? And it hurts me as a student because I feel lost. I don't know what I can do. This is my future. This is my education. I love Montclair High School with my whole entire heart. I am so grateful for my town, and I'm so grateful for all my representatives that are here in front of me today. But I feel lost, and I feel like a lot of people also feel lost and don't necessarily know where to express their grievances because we do not feel heard. And I think that it's important that you all here in front of me today put pressure on the Board of Education to genuinely take in our grievances into account and address the systemic mismanagement, the continuous mismanagement of the budget, because that is all that you can do. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Council. My name is Landon Miller. I'm the leader of the local Boy Scout Troop 13. I'm a junior at Montclair High School, and I am a member of CGI. CGI is why I feel so comfortable talking to all of you. I love government. I love being able to speak and say what I think in front of others. It's just, I couldn't be in high school without it. I can't see myself in high school without it. Taking away or moving CGI to the 0 period would make me unable to do CGI, as I'm doing the MAID program next year to try and save some money for college. I stand on the bus some days because I live in the South End. How do we expect students in the South End who are in CGI or CSJ or in STEM to get to school at 7 in the morning if we have so many that we have to stand on the bus? Last week, I was supposed to have a sub twice, and twice no teacher came. How can we cut teachers if I don't already have teachers? As a strong believer in the power of government, I urge you all to act to preserve the small learning communities, not just saying that's in the hands of the board, but to actually hold them accountable, to actually talk to them, and to actually take action. Thank you.
And I'll just simply use this opportunity to say exactly the last two speakers. I think you guys summed it up precisely. I think everyone up here gets the frustration in this room, and certainly from all of our students here, and certainly parents and adults, all of us. Right? It's a situation where I think exactly said there's a frustration where you don't know where to turn, who to express it to. looking for some type of recourse and just looking for something to hang on to. You know, I do go back to, I think it is important, and I say it as a teacher myself, say it as somebody who understands the challenges that we see in districts all over the state, and certainly here in Montclair, that, you know, when you come and you want answers, you should be given honest solutions, opportunities, challenges, and answers, right? The challenge that we face, that we're in a situation now, is we are now a Type 2 school district. We do not appoint the board in any way. They're elected independently. Yes. They answer to every single one of you, right? And then with that comes the responsibility that they set their budget. It does not go to the Board of School Estimate as it used to. We do not have that lever where we can demand the budget. We do not get the opportunity. We do not get the opportunity to change lines in a budget. We do not get any of those things in that form. I will say, excuse me, ma'am, I know you've been yelling when people have been talking, kids have been talking. Please, thank you. We understand, though, I say it myself, it is not healthy if a district constantly has to give RIF notices. It is not healthy if you tell people we value the work you do as an educator and we show it every year by telling you you're fired and we might bring you back. It is not healthy for a district if all the programs that people count on, all the students who hope that the programs will be in place where they want to go next year or the year after, are always at risk. We get that. And I think what was noted earlier is the key is you've got to grow the pool of money. And that growing of the pool of money means when a town is limited to a 2% levy and a Board of Ed is limited to a 2% levy. We could go around that before under a Type 1 school district. But now it has to go to voters to increase that pool of money. Right? The councilman noted before going to legislators or others, but the solutions that we have and that we're all looking at and even discussing tonight, putting every penny of a pilot agreement into the schools next year will reduce the tax portion that people pay on their taxes. It will increase their budget by $0, right? And of course, then the town would of course raise that same amount on the town side to make up that difference, right? The challenge is raising the pool of money. So we will continue to look at all options and ways we can assist. But quite frankly, we have less tools at our disposal now than we used to have. But it still does not mean that we do not understand, I think many of us up here more than most, the negative impact that this type of over and over has. And of course, we will continue to work with the school board because they listen, they're not sitting there saying we want the worst for our students and we don't want great schools. They do as well. They're residents here. They have kids here in many cases. We've got to make sure we do all we can and work together on solutions, but the answers are not easy. And I think that is what you're hearing from each and every one of my colleagues here, that there's a desire to help. But I'm also not going to sit here and say, here's the quick fix or solution that's going to get us all what we want with a simple stroke of a pen. But please, go ahead.
Hi. My name is Ella Holmes. I am a sophomore. I'm in CSJ, and I'm a part of SVPA. Before I start, I'd like to mention Miss Martinez, who helped me when I was basically failing Spanish. Before, fresh out of COVID, like on my way to the high school with basically no Spanish education prior to that because we were on Zoom. So I just like to mention her because she can no longer help other people like she helped me. I want to address the scheduling at the high school. I know a lot of people have, but I'd like to also continue. I think a couple of people haven't mentioned the fact that we will be losing, or not losing, but it'll be more difficult for people to take study skills, which is for people who have IEPs and actually like need extra study time, like to survive in their classes. They cannot meet graduation requirements if they can't take their electives and also be in the study skills. Also, small learning communities, which will suffer like so many people have mentioned. I'm in one of them. People will have to choose between the small learning community, study skills, or an elective, just to electives that they need to take just to graduate. The small learning communities are what make our high school so unique. And I appreciate them so much, and they've been like a home to me this year, and it's only my first year in there. And they will fall apart if people stop joining. This schedule that's been created is making it very, very difficult for kids to actually meet their graduation requirements. And my peers and me and my teachers are the people who are paying for the board's mistakes. So I just like to say that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Benny Katz, and I'm a 7th grader at Glenfield, and I'm in Algebra B Accelerated. It's an advanced level of math. It might... Wait, no. Advanced teachers got cut. My school already has notably poor standardized test scores, especially in the math section. How will cutting Miss Meyer, Miss Berry, Miss Stanford, and Miss Berna have a good effect on a school with such low math test scores? It won't. In addition, it's destroying Math Lab, a class designed to further help enrich math capacities of students. It is discouraging students' ability to engage in educational content that they enjoy. And for some wild reason, it's also been decided that the magnet program is going to be wrecked. My so-called gifted and talented magnet is being forced to share a theater program with Renaissance. In addition, at Hillside, Mr. Pop and Miss Kelly are being ripped from the jobs they love so much, resulting in the current drama teacher at Nishwain being forced to handle 6 different grades at the same time. Quite some magnet, right? Wait, it really is a magnet. Teachers are being pushed to teach more than they can at one time, while others are being pulled away from their loving students. This needs to stop. We need to draw the line. Not a red one. Definitely had enough of that. But this entire situation is simply unfair and unjust.
First, my name is David Folkenflick. I'm here, you heard from my daughter Viola. I wanted to thank the mayor, the council members for their service, the professional staff, as well as the members of the Board of Education who've worked on these important issues. It strikes me that as a relatively new family town the past few years, that it's a little bit like, this process is a little bit like being hit in the face with a frying pan when the word comes out about what's being happened. But in fact, it's really more like tearing at the fabric of the community. You've heard these eloquent, wonderful students. They're still lined up behind us. You'll hear more from them. With their passion, their thoughtfulness, their articulate ability to frame for us what the issues are. I wanted to take a moment to perhaps reframe slightly the way in which you're thinking about it. You know, we live in and these kids are learning about this even now, right? An educational process about this layered system where no one body seems to possess all of the responsibility or authority to resolve the problems in front of us. So when I hear from the council and from the mayor and others, quite technically correctly, that it's not in their power to, there's no magical elixir or solution that they can solve and say, hey folks, it's fine, on this Tuesday night we've resolved it, you're good, and you'll be happy with the outcome. And I respect that. But I can't accept the idea that you as our elected and otherwise constituted members of the leadership of this township can't work hand in hand to make this right. Maybe you find a way. It seems to me that we need to be more thoughtful about what we're doing. Perhaps there is a way. I heard from your distinguished colleague here giving us technical advice tonight that the pilot programs do not serve to fund education, that is an extra way in which we provide revenue for the township. I didn't hear any statutory invocation that said that couldn't be applied for educational education. It seems to me the absence of a requirement is not equal to the requirement that be absent. And I ask you guys to think deeply, whether in this or in other constructive ways, to serve this community. My daughter was moved to speak by something that has appealed to us greatly, the idea that you have this magnet program for the arts. There's a danger that we will demagnetize the magic of these schools. What makes Montclair distinctive and stand out is not that it is in many pockets wealthy, but that it is in all ways, or tries to be a community that nurtures the interests of the people within it. For her, it's been the dramatic arts, and you've heard that as well as many other imperatives as well addressed by these students tonight. You know, there's that line. I have 3 young girls, so I've had to see the movie Frozen, 20, 30,000 times. There's a line in the movie where they say, "What's the good of having ballrooms if we don't have any balls?" Well, I'd ask the council to observe some fortitude and some courage, and to dig deep and to find ways to work with the Board of Education, the state, feds, and others to find solutions that work, maybe patchwork now, fuller solution for later. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Al DeMont. I have 2 kids at Hillside and Glenfield. Mayor Spiller, you're elected to lead this town, and a leader needs a vision. I've heard a lot of this is why we couldn't do this, and this is why we won't be able to do that. What I haven't heard from you, and you've been mayor for several years, is a vision of how to solve this problem. In the next year or in the next 5 years, what is the plan? What is your plan as the leader? Go talk to the other guy is not a plan. What are you going to do to solve this problem? I don't know if your lack of a plan is because you feel like you will not need to be accountable to the Montclair voters in the coming years. Perhaps you have bigger ambitions. I don't know. But if that is the case, I would like to motivate you to find a solution quickly by reminding you that you run a town with a very motivated electorate who will hold you accountable by informing the voters of New Jersey that under your leadership, the school system of this district was run into the ground. Thank you.
Good evening, Town Council. We are students from Glenfield Middle School.
My social studies teacher in House Titus is getting fired because of budget cuts. Mr. Brusso, my social studies teacher, has taught me so much about history. For example, ancient Greece, Rome, and early humans, etc. Mr. Brusso makes it fun to learn. He always helps me if I don't understand. And losing Mr. Brusso is not only affecting the school, but is also affecting students who have been taught in his class. Even Miss Martinez is getting cut, and she's such a good Spanish teacher. I wish I had her this year, but because she's getting cut, I can't even have her next year. But how come Buzz is not dealing with these problems? How come Buzz isn't losing 11 teachers? I hope you can do something to help.
My teacher, Miss Berna, who is my House Anderson math teacher, has made me feel very welcome the second I stepped into her classroom. Teachers are hired to teach, not to be fired. Earlier this year, I have struggled with overwhelming thoughts, and Miss Berna and others had helped me feel like I was good enough. Others and I have created very strong bonds with Miss Berna, and with her possibly being cut is a very scary feeling. You guys have the key to solve this math problem. And let's not forget Miss Martinez. She is so kind to me. She brings her students on fun field trips, which makes me sometimes want to switch into her class. My friends are always telling me how much they love her. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Raven Seacole.
And my name is Charlie Arsenik.
And we are students of Glenfield Middle School. We're here not only to defend our teacher, Miss Burnett, but we are also here on behalf of our friends, our family, and so many students that could not make it.
We believe that it's truly unacceptable that the schools on the south side of Montclair are being affected by the debt and getting our teachers cut when schools on the northern side of Montclair aren't really dealing with this issue. Our Montclair school system is in millions of dollars in debt, so I understand why teachers will need to be cut. But if it is the whole Montclair school system, why are schools like Glenfield, Hillside, and the high school being affected, but not other schools like Buzz Aldrin? Another amazing teacher is Miss Martinez. She is loved by so many and doesn't deserve to be let go. Some of the current Spanish teachers put too much pressure on kids and don't make it as fun to learn the language as Miss Martinez does. Although I don't take her class as of now, I see the impact she has made on students in or out of her class.
We are not only losing one of our favorite house teachers, but our school is also losing many other great teachers like Miss Myers and Miss Martinez. Now, because of the cuts, instead of 6 houses in Glenfield Middle School, and there will only be 5. Bonds with not only teachers but also students will be destroyed, and everyone will be separated from their original group of people that they were supposed to spend 3 years with. Why can't you use the pilot money for the schools? We will not stand for it.
Please consider what you, as town council, can do to stop cutting so many amazing teachers. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Elodie Morse, and I am a junior at Montclair High School. I'm a person who has been deeply impacted by teachers and the arts. I'm a person who genuinely likes math, in part due to my lovely teachers. I know that this is incredibly complicated and that your power in the situation is limited. Thank you for having this conversation with all of us in order to figure out a solution. I could talk about how teachers have impacted me and are crucial to our education, but you know this. I can explain to you how the arts have been incredibly meaningful to me, but you know this. There are so many issues that need our attention, but I only have 3 minutes, so I will discuss only one for now. I'm here to talk about the schedule. As many wonderful people have mentioned, changing the schedule would be incredibly detrimental to many students. I want to tell you my story. I was someone who thought I would never be able to succeed in school, much less thrive. I have physical and psychiatric disabilities that make it physically impossible to make it to school on time every day. Luckily, due to our rotating schedule, I'm able to thrive academically because if I miss first period, I don't miss the same class every day, and I do not fall behind. I know that I am not the only student who depends on this for their academic success. Similarly, myself and many other students will be unable to arrive to school for a 0 period. In addition to this, having 1 lunch period is key to students being able to get much needed help from their teachers. Without a single lunch period, students will struggle much more and our student community will be lost. This is one of many accessibility issues. Our entire community is full of tension. We're at a crossroads and we need to make a decision. Do we work together or let our community fall apart? We have to work together to find creative solutions starting right now. Thank you so much.
Mayor, if I could say something here.
Councilmember
So
Slager.
first of all, my children went through the Montclair Public Schools, Nishuane, Hillside, and Glenfield. There were teachers that made a huge difference in their lives. One was Mr. Rubin, who changed my daughter's life in math. She's now a CPA, and it had all to do with Mr. Rubin. And so Mr. Belmonte at Glenfield School, who's no longer there, but he was in House Belmonte, and he was an amazing teacher. So I hear lots of people talk about getting creative and raising money for the schools and helping the schools. Ms. Silverstein said that, or she started it off. So for many, many years, I worked in this district at the Montclair Fund for Educational Excellence. My office was in Montclair High School. I was there with Lois Whipple, who is an incredible person. She has retired from those positions, and there's other people running it that are doing a fabulous job. But one thing that we did at MFE is we raised a lot of money to support the Montclair Public Schools. Joe Walsh from the Eagles, who you might know, is an alumni of Montclair High School. He came and did a concert. I was on the committee for that. We raised $250,000, and every penny went into renovating the library at Montclair High School that you see right now with all those computers and that really cool green and lime green and blue room. That was all courtesy of Joe Walsh. The other things that we did, there used to be an incredible amount of commercials and TV shows that were filmed in our schools. There's all of the Sopranos episodes that TJ or BJ, whatever his name was, that went to school, were all done in our schools at Woodman Field. Spike Lee came and did a commercial. Chips Ahoy Cookies came and did a commercial. The schools raised a lot of money renting out our school buildings during the summer or extended vacation times. The Daktronics board that we see in front of Montclair High School, the electronic board, was raised with commercial money. It was $22,000, that board. And the commercials paid for the board and the installation of the board, which was quite expensive. When I was at MFEE, we looked into, we have a father in town. He still lives here. He's a good friend of mine. He has a marketing company. He did a whole presentation to us to do sponsorships of our potential sponsorships of some of our buildings, that we had a contract with Vitamin Water. We were going to have Vitamin Water Gymnasium at Montclair High School. And they were going to give us a whole lot of money to do that for 3 years. And all that money was going to go into the sports programs across the board. At Glenfield and Buzz and Renaissance, we were going to help support the crew team, because there was no everybody got to the high school, but there was no feeder system into the high school and the middle schools for the crew team and some of the other sports.
No calling out, please.
Well,
Councilwoman has
so people had asked
chosen
for
to
creative
speak.
ideas, and so I was part of those ideas, and we raised a lot of money, and things that you see there every single day. So I'm just asking, perhaps, maybe there's some parents that want to step up and do that, or maybe they'd like to work hand in hand with some other groups, and that would be a wonderful way to supplement and be creative and help our schools.
Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Hi. I just wanted to say really quick, I'm really awkward at speeches, so we'll see how this goes. Good evening, Council. My name is Olive Mosher, a student in Glenfield Middle School among quite a few others in House Anderson. I'm here to fight for not only Miss Berna, but also Mr. Poff, Miss Levine, and every other teacher being cut and laid off. I can indefinitely say that the pilot money and the budget cuts and changes and so many more need to stop. I'm no longer in elementary, though last year I was, but I have to say that the teachers in both Hillside Elementary and Glenfield Middle School, as well as every other school in the district, do not deserve to lose teachers. I began my passion for drama and acting because of Mr. Poff, and he's the one who inspired me to continue. Although I've never met Miss Levine, I can clearly say that she does not deserve to be laid off. Though I have never had her, my younger sister has, still is, and until the end of this year. Every single day, she cheerfully comes home talking about what happened during class or what games or projects they played or worked on. Mr. Poff and Miss Levine certainly should not be laid off. I know you, the council, never got the opportunity to spend the year as students of these teachers or form relationships and bonds that so many students did, but that still does not mean that they did not deserve this. Then we move on to Miss Berna. She's my math teacher currently this year, and I'm so proud to say so. Miss Berna constantly put in effort and care to making the days of her students happy and better for each class. I, among many others, can say that school is draining and tiring, no doubt about it. However, Miss Berna made everyone's day better each and every time we had class, whether it was checking in on us, letting us step out of the room to calm down, or just take a moment for ourselves, or shifting what we had to do to make our classes better. Miss Berna was always there. No offense to the other three main teachers within House Anderson that teach me, but Miss Berna has always been the one who taught me, who centrally takes time to put in care for the mental, physical, and emotional health of her students. Laying off the three teachers I have mentioned, among the others as well that are being cut off, I can clearly and honestly say that this is not right, not fair, and just so unjust. Thank you for your time. And transparently, innocently, and kindly, please get yourselves together.
Good evening. My name is Valentina Fellisbrett, and I'm an 8th grader at Glenfield Middle School. I'm here tonight because I have just recently found out that many of the math programs at my school are being either cut because teachers are being fired because of budgetary reasons. I want to ask some questions to the board because I understand that some of you are for pilot going to the schools, and I want to know if we are allowed to understand where you all stand on this issue, just clearly. Because I think it could help us understand where you guys lie and maybe what other ideas instead of pilot that you guys have. because I understand you said the idea with the commercials and being creative, but from my understanding, that's not helping Glenfield right now at this moment, because our dance rooms are still getting flooded and teachers are still getting fired. We are having a lack of math classes next year, and teachers getting cut happens every single year, and it seems to be unstable. So what I really want to find is a stable budgetary income that you guys could possibly provide for our Board of Education. Thank you.
I would say if there's a look to increase the pie to create more stability, so that base number, that 2% increase, which is the law, is in effect every year, it would be going to a referendum to make sure there are more dollars for the school. And along those lines, it would be seeing how we could work in partnership to maybe, depending on when that could happen, some stopgap funding or something along those lines. But the only way to get the pool bigger is to go to voters to make that so. Unfortunately, both are limited by the 2% tax levy.
Hi, Rob Moss. I live in Montclair. I've got 2 school-age children. So I think, the first thing I just want to say, well, I hate public speaking, so that's, to get me out here has been pretty big deal. But, we live in a rich nation, one of the richest nations in the world, and this is a pretty rich town. So the idea that we can't provide, a quality, stable education just seems, shameful to me. The responses tonight around the pilots and around the fact that we can't change things now because of the change in the board, the way the board is, that board only changed recently, right? The Board of Education only changed recently, until recently it was elected. So these responses have been pretty disingenuous at best, and I kind of feel like this is part of the problem. It's not time for finger pointing. It's not time for everyone to say it's not our problem, it's someone else's problem. It's a time for everyone to get together and really do something about this, right? I think that's it, really. We can't spend the whole time saying it's not us, it's someone else. Everyone has to get together. Everyone has to sort it out. Thank you.
Before I begin, I implore you, while I speak, to please look at me and not be on your cellular devices unless you are filming. Thank you very much. I am a junior at Montclair High School. I am a member of CGI and SVPA, but those are not what I'm here to talk about right now. I moved here at 13 just to go to Montclair High School because of the education system. I was filled with so much hope and promise about the education system here, and I'm 16, I'm about to start my senior year, and I'm filled with rage. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be speaking. I want to be home having dinner with my mother. If I knew that I would need to be here speaking today, I simply would not have moved here. I have heard the council speak about funding that has gone to things, items, not the people, not teachers, is what I'm here to talk about today. My mental health has been something I've struggled with for my whole life. The lunch that I have now was something that one of the only things I looked forward to in my day. If these budget cuts go through and I lose my lunch, what will I look forward to? Imagine you are your younger self who went to school and you were in the class of the teacher that you probably say is the reason that you were up in your positions today. And imagine they were being cut and you would never have that teacher. Or they were cut before you get to have that teacher and you would not be sitting here today. Education is very important to all of the children in Montclair, to the children who will be in Montclair because their parents know that this school district is one of the best. I love the saying that you, of your feelings and towards this issue. I really do, and your words and your stories. But I need your actions. You have more power than I do right now. You are sitting up there so that you can further these decisions that we're talking about. You have more power to talk to the state legislators than we do. It should not be our job to go out and go at 9 p.m. when I should be doing homework at home and come here and to have you tell us that we need to go talk to our state legislators when you have more direct contact than we do. So please, I respect all of you up here, and I'm sorry if my words hurt you, but my words should incite rage within you. It should inspire you to use those emotions to fund actions, and I know that they're limited, but you need to do everything in your power to do so. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Smith. I have a 3rd and 5th grader at Hillside Elementary. They also went to Nishuane. There's so much finger pointing and passing the buck. It happened last night. It's happening tonight. You hold the purse strings and have influence over how we structure the distribution of our taxes and the money that we raise with pilots. You have some influence. The state of our schools, both in programming and teachers, is contingent on how Montclair's annual budget is allocated to the schools. From many parents' perspectives, the priorities of our town's budget are just simply out of whack. The school budget process is broken. The rationale that we can fire teachers and then hire them back is flawed. See the art teacher, Mrs. Y, as an example. She was one of the best art teachers we've had, and she's gone because we fired her and she got another job. The process creates unnecessary stress to the teachers, their families, my children, and our families. This leaves teachers and their families without job security and health care for the entire summer. It leaves students without the security of knowing their beloved teachers will continue to be there year after year. Don't accept this as the status quo. Change the status quo. Our taxes are going up. But our schools' programs are being cut. The last 2 years of home sales was the highest in record. Why are the schools not sharing in the windfall? We moved here for the schools, for the dynamic and creative community that is Montclair. I encourage you to also not accept the status quo, the way it has always been, and take this fight to the state and represent the parents and the teachers and the students that have shown up here tonight and at last night's school board meeting. Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Charlotte Bowe, and I'm a sophomore at Montclair High School. Tonight, I'm fighting for my peers and my own educational opportunities. These schedule and staffing changes threaten these opportunities. As a sophomore going into what is widely seen as the hardest year of high school, I rely on the credits I must gain next year to graduate, and I trust in my counselors to aid me through this year and the future. As there is already stress increasing within my grade, and with the introduction of higher level classes, and with the entering of arguably the most integral year of my high school career, I was counting on the relief of the rotating schedule and the safe haven the arts provides, as I know many others do. The threatening of art teachers and art classes is unacceptable, and the returning to the old block schedule is not sufficient. I train over 18 hours a week in dance, as it is something I wish to pursue through college. As an athlete, my sleep is incredibly important, not only to my physical health, my mental health, but also my future in my passion. A 0 period at 7 a.m. that I would most likely be forced to take to graduate would affect me and my fellow peers significantly. Last year, my counselor left the school. As such, my scheduling was affected, and all of my requests for my classes were lost in the shuffle. All of my rapport gained with that counselor was lost. I cannot comprehend how this will affect our opportunities as we progress and continue into college. As these changes progress, what will we be left with? A broken schedule, scared teachers, and suffering students. It is integral for us to fight against alienation during these decisions which affect us all. I urge you to delve deeper and do all that you can to protect us students and our teachers. We are reaching out for connection, solace, and confidence in your efforts towards this topic. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Sophia Bondi, and I'm from Glenfield Middle School. I've been at this school for less than a year, and already these teachers have had such a great impact on me, especially Mr. Brusso. And my friends have had insane impact from Miss Martinez, and it amazes me that we are just letting this happen. We have had this issue almost every single year, and we are hearing that it just went over your heads is insane to me. I went to Bradford, and I didn't have to deal with this once. It's only affecting the South End. I did not have to deal with this once at Bradford. Why is there no cuts at Buzz Aldrin? Because what we're doing is we're taking away teachers like Miss Meyer, we're taking away Miss Berry, we're taking away Miss Berna, and Glenfield is already a school that is suffering, and you're just taking away more from it and expect it to continue on. Like, taking away the accelerated program isn't just taking away from the school, it's taking away from all the students. And why am I here fighting for my opportunity to be able to learn in the accelerated program? Because I can't do that at Glenfield anymore with these cuts. Why am I not at home doing homework? Why am I here? And why are we here fighting for our teachers? Because they thought they had stability, and we're still here right now when we could all just be at home, and it's insane. Thank you for all of your kindness to us as students and our teachers.
Hello, my name is Em, and I am a student at Glenfield Middle School. When I heard, once again, that more teachers I like were being cut, such as my social studies, Mr. Brusso, and the beloved Spanish teacher, Mrs. Martinez, were being cut, it was devastating. I know you're facing struggles. I know there are some things you can't do. You've been saying that a lot, frankly, but what can you do for us, for these teachers, for these schools, and for this community? I do not want to hear another, I'm sorry, we can't do this. I want to hear, we can do this, and we can do that. All I've heard is the word can't, and I have never heard the word can from this room. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Nsinga Hanson James, and I am a student at Hillside School. And I am here to ask about how to get the pilot money and where does it go after that. Along with that, I would like to speak for the fellow arts that have been with me my whole life, and I am only 10. The arts have helped me through thick and thin, and it is beneficial for every single person in this room. It's helped me mentally and physically. I'm a theater kid, even a theater nerd, and I am proud to say it because of these teachers. I would not be who I am today without the arts. I and many other theater kids think this is very hurtful. Thank you for listening.
I'm Naomi, and I'm just here to say that last year, one of my favorite teachers, she was an art teacher, she was fired, and she really meant a lot to me. And I just feel like it would be really hurtful if you let go of these other teachers that mean a lot to these other schools and also to my school and also to Nishuane and to Montclair High School and to Glenfield. And that's all I want to say. Bye.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Thompson, and I'm a sixth grader at Glenfield Middle School, and I'm here to talk about Miss Berna and a couple other teachers. Miss Berna leave a permanent mark on our school and House Anderson. Miss Berna has a real heart of gold. She always brings such great energy, and wants all of her students to do well in her class. Even if students are feeling down or not in the greatest mood, she will always try to make them feel good about themselves. And if our teacher leaves, who will teach mathematics 7 and 8? And will this teacher bring as much joy to the students as Miss Berna does, or worse, once did? Miss Berna is a great part of House Anderson and is a great teacher, person, and most importantly, a good friend to us all. I'm a person who math was never really their favorite subject, but Miss Berna made me appreciate math a lot more than I ever did. I would also like to speak on the behalf of my friends in the accelerated math class with Miss Myers, their teacher, and one of the teachers who is being fired. If Miss Myers is cut, who will teach these students, and will these students ever get the proper education that they deserve? I would also like to mention Miss Martinez. Although I'm not in her class, she teaches many of my friends, and I know that she is a teacher. She's an amazing teacher. She's an amazing teacher who kids are always excited to go to her classes and participate. So please, if I ask for anything, it's for you to do whatever you can to keep our mathematics and Spanish teachers here at Glenfield Middle School with us. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Nicole Shalfoon. I have 3 kids in the school system, Glenfield, Hillside, and Nishuane. I actually didn't have any plans to speak tonight, but I felt compelled because I'm struck by the dichotomy of the passion of the students and the families that have come before you to speak and plead for solutions and support, and the deflection that I have heard by the comments of some of the people on this council. I know this job, I don't know, I can only begin to imagine that this job is not easy. But yet, I understand fully when the parents are screaming out to just express their, the degree of how upset they are when the comments are being made. Mr. Cummings advising us that the comments should have been directed to the BOE. I'm pretty sure at this point you understand that they were yesterday. We all stood there very late last night. Ms. Abrams, I appreciate you saying that you're compassionate about the current issue, but saying that this is the first time you're hearing of this is frankly unacceptable from our town council. These are not new issues. Mayor Spiller, to insinuate that this is, an issue created or continues as an issue because we have voted to be a type 2 district, this is not a new problem. We stood here and we stood at our Board of Ed last year when it was not a type 2. These budgetary shortfalls have been a systemic issue of this district. And, Ms. Schlager, as a parent who is incredibly involved in fundraising, along with the majority of parents in this room, it's frankly offensive to sit and hear a lecture about how we can fundraise more. These parents, I've stood for hours with these families, raising money with MFEE, running programs from MFEE. We are well aware. The issues that we are asking you to problem solve are systemic problems that are not new. We ask for your support we ask that you consider yourselves part of the solution of what needs to happen in this town. We as voters have, done our part by voting to do the bond referendum. We do our part. Now we're asking you to be part of the solution and not deflect responsibility, but to be part of the solution. Thank you.
Mayor, I have something to tell everybody. There's a little town called Cedar Grove right next to us, right? I have a message here from about a year ago, April of 2022, from the town manager and mayor. Was sent to me by one of our residents. It talks about pilots. The whole message is from the town government telling the residents that the town of Cedar Grove is going to give the Board of Education $1.2 million annually for purposes of educating Cedar Grove students from the development at the Hilltop. The town determined that this would be good for the township, and these annual payments are coming from the pilots. That's payment in lieu of taxes, as you know. Why is the township providing these funds when there's no requirement that these funds go to the district? Because the township is desirous of supporting and promoting education and civic development. The bottom line is they don't have to do that, but they decided to do that in a little town next door to us, and I'm exploring with Princeton, Councilwoman Mia Sachs, who's worked with us on other issues. She's getting me information about what Princeton did, but when I read this, and I want to thank one of our residents for sending this, it made me feel like if this pilot funding generated by a development in Cedar Grove can be assigned to the schools, why can't we assign some of the money from our pilots to our schools? So I want to ask Mr. Beneke and our CFO, Ms. Rao, I know you can't do these things overnight. I know we have to maybe look way ahead as to changing our use of, but if I suggested before that the pilot money from senior citizen developments, and there's $500,000 there, some of that should go to senior programs, why can't we dedicate the overall pilot money to some of our school costs? I mean, this is an emergency, it's a crisis, and I think that's the only source of money we have.
Mr. Beneke?
Can we do that? Cedar Grove could do it?
Real quick, if you look at the 2023 Cedar Grove budget, you won't see any pilot money coming in, nor will you see any money going to the school district. They haven't matured that. The $1.2 million is based upon an estimate of 42 homes that would have school-age children at 36 Cliffside. That's the only pilot of any import that Cedar Grove has. They may have one more for an affordable housing project. That money isn't in their budget, nor has it been allocated yet. The $1.2 million came from a calculation that was done for equivalency of taxes. They're going to be, that is, the school board is going to be taking that tax money and reducing their tax levy just like we do here in Montclair. And that's an opening amount. In Princeton, they have 4 pilots. The 4 pilots are to offset, and I'm not going to name the developer, it's a major national developer, to offset a affordable housing project that's adjacent to them. Of the 4, I think I have this exactly right in their 2023 budget. Of the 4 Princeton pilots, 3 are actually dedicated to pay for affordable housing projects adjacent to the Avalon project. There, I said it. Mia will remember me. She knows who I am. And the Cedar Grove folks will remember me because I did the $1.2 million calculation for them. So just so you know, it's not always a case of equivalency and I gotcha, and that's what we have and what we don't have. Here, we have used 100% of our pilot funds to reduce taxes, year in and year out. If, Mr. Iacobellis, you want at the next pilot round to give the school board their money, all you have to do is don't give a pilot, and they get the same money that they would get today. If you don't grant the pilot, they get the same money they get today. If you grant the pilot, you want to give them money, like 1 or 2 towns I mentioned last Monday, that's fine. It's a policy decision. It's absolutely fine. But that money is already going to reduce taxes year in and year out, all of it, here in Montclair. In Cedar Grove, it's my expectation when you see that show up in their budget, and by the way, there's a whole issue in Cedar Grove with hilltop and clear cutting of trees and all sorts of bad things that, I quite frankly don't know about. I just find very weird. That's the kind of problem that you get into because it hasn't matured yet. But what's going to end up happening is that $1.2 million is going to be used by the school to reduce their tax levy.
Well, what you're saying is it can be done.
I never said it couldn't be done. Well, I never said it couldn't be done. I just said if it's done here now, you're going to increase taxes because we have to pull the money out from somewhere. That's all. It's that simple.
So,
Okay.
wait, I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, okay, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
So next, at our, thank you, Mayor. Our next council meeting on June 13th, this council will be voting on the biggest project we've ever had in this town, which is the development of Lackawanna Plaza. It's a multi-million-dollar program, development. At what point would we be able to do a pilot with Lackawanna Plaza and perhaps devote some money to our school district through that pilot program?
Good.
Well,
Can we?
Let's assume that there's a pro forma somewhere that's done that proves that Lackawanna requires a pilot. If it's not a piloted project, then the school gets no more money. It doesn't get any ratables, it doesn't get any more money. It just doesn't. The tax levy is the tax levy. We are not a millage state like Pennsylvania or Connecticut. We are not. We are simply a tax levy state. The tax levy is the tax levy. You don't get 25%, you don't get 75%. Your taxes may go down, but that's why we put the money into our budget. But it does not modify next year's tax levy one iota. If you don't have a pilot, now if you do have a pilot, because the project is stretched and strained and requires a pilot to make the pro forma work, you can certainly do with it what you may. But keep in mind the way that we do it, unlike, say, the Princeton example and Cedar Grove example, we would do it through the budget process officially. So Cedar Grove doesn't have any money in their 2023 budget. Look it up. I believe it's adopted. Princeton doesn't have, and Princeton has 4 categories of pilots in their budget. 3 are dedicated by rider to affordable housing. And the Avalon Bay project is the one that pays the largest share in Princeton, and that's fine. And that's the way they allocated their money, and that's perfectly fine.
But as Councilwoman Schlager is saying, couldn't we, in our agreement with this new development,
No, that's not the way it
dedicate
works.
some of the...
That's not the way it works. It's not a tri-party agreement. It's an agreement between you and the Board of Education. It's not between you and the developer. The developer or redeveloper has an agreement with you as for the pilot. That pilot money is brought into the town. If you have an agreement with the Board of Education to give them X dollars, well, that's your agreement and you
Well, that's what we're
appropriate it.
talking about. We'll give some of the money they give us to the Board of Ed.
Right, but suppose, Counselor, you don't have a pilot, then what happens?
Well, that's a different issue.
They don't get a dime. The school board does not get an added dime, not one.
Can I
It
ask?
it does, but it doesn't pay more property taxes against it. All it does
All right.
is reduce
So
the
I
property tax.
think we are saying it round and round, as I hear here, right? That the issue does go back to again that a tax levy is a 2% tax levy, right? If you add dollars, I see our CFO nodding her head, right? If you add dollars to subsidize that, it lowers the taxes that an individual home or something may pay, but the tax levy is the tax levy. That said, I think we're all looking for creative ways, and we'll continue to. You hear the councilwoman noting a number of things, councilman others. We will continue to look at any way that we can be of assistance. The councilman notes things, but it doesn't change what was noted there. If it's a standard tax, and even that 25%, that's absolutely true. You'd be getting 25% from that project, which would lower the amount of taxes that are paid by each individual household, but the tax levy would still be limited to the 2%. Am I correct in
That's
exactly?
absolutely the way it works, Mayor.
Right. So, but we will continue to work to see if there are any possible solutions to it. But to say just stuff, we've got to find real solutions, and we'll continue to work with the board to see if there are any.
We're not in this business not to work with people. We're in this business to work with people. You all know that up there. We're not here not to work with people. At the same time, we just have to make sure that we have the structure down correctly.
Mr. Beneke, can I just ask, this will just help me understand this a little bit better. If there's a hypothetical $100 million that the school district is spending, we decide to give the school district $5 million from all of the pilots that we have in Montclair. Is the school district spending $105 million, or are they spending $100 million anyway because they can't accept the $5 million, or because the tax levy doesn't change?
Well, it depends how you do it. It depends how you do it.
Is there a way to do it if we decided we're going to, because again,
Well,
and I'm just
sure.
reiterating what I said earlier,
Yeah.
as a matter of principle, I feel if you have a pilot that includes residential in Montclair, we need to be covering the cost of residential and sending kids to the school, public
What
schools.
happens if you have just a taxable property? Flip
that's
it on
my-
its head.
Yeah.
Flip it on its head. They don't get any more money. The school district gets no more money. If you pay regular, otherwise applicable taxes, traditional taxes, the school district will not get any more money. They won't.
I'm going to challenge you now, because, you said you did it in
doesn't-
Princeton and you did it in Cedar Grove.
That's
You
what
were
pilots,
involved.
I'm saying if there's otherwise applicable taxes, Councilman Russo, if there's otherwise applicable taxes, if there's regular taxes on a new project, whatever that project is, the school district gets no more money. We get no more money. Nobody gets any more money.
What are we talking about, no more money? They're
If
gonna
you
pay us
have
more money.
traditional taxes, no more money is provided through the tax levy to a school district. It's not. The tax rate may go down, but there's no more money provided. With a pilot, if you wanted to do that, you can certainly do that. That's your discretion.
Well, that's what we
They
want to
would
do.
be, well, I'm just trying to get it.
Well, but you're going to increase taxes if you do it now.
Hold on, everybody, please. I'm
You
just
may
trying.
have to just pay more
Bob.
taxes, folks, right?
I think first of all, I think when I asked this town very openly whether or not you were going to support a bond referendum, 85% of you that voted for it. So I know that as a principal, people in this town are willing to invest in their public schools. So I do think the question of whether or not we should pay more taxes for schools is certainly a fair one to ask. I'm just trying to understand, literally, if we were to give $5 million, and I'm just giving hypothetical numbers, does the district, and again, on $100 million, does the district then get to spend $105 million, or do they only get to still spend $100 million?
You can make them spend it against the tax levy, as I believe Cedar Grove is going to ultimately do. You can earmark it for specific projects as well.
Okay.
However, once the pilot revenue goes away, and remember, we do not have fully robust 30-year pilots anymore. When that goes away, you're back to pulling that money right back out. You're back to square one. The solution, in my mind, after hearing everyone, is to have the referendum in November. I think there were 4 held last year. One was linked. I think it was in Delran or Delanco, the South Jersey, where it was linked to a capital improvement, a bond referendum. There was another in South Ocean County somewhere, I believe it was Ocean Township, but I'm not sure, that actually did pass, that added money for math teachers, I believe. It may have been pre-K. It was about $890, maybe $880,000 if my memory serves me. So you can do that. It's not done very much because of the obvious, with anti-tax bias, if you will. But you can have a referendum this November and add money to the school district if the voters agree to it. You can do that. And that may be just a permanent solution. That gets then added to your base. You would have, it would add to your tax levy, and then you can then have that earmarked in your question for something. The Board of Education would do it. Earmark it in the levy question, and you can move from there. And that's then permanent, and you move from there. You could do that.
We can do that as a council, or the Board of Ed has to
The Board of
initiate?
Ed would do it, but you would work with them and you would support them. And there's nothing wrong with doing something like that. I mean, that's a creative solution. You
Because
could
we
do
think
that.
it would pass. The people of this town
Okay,
want
fair,
us to
fair.
do something about the school budget.
It did in Ocean Township. I believe it passed slightly, if my memory serves me correctly. I believe it did.
Last question, any of you kids going to study municipal finance in college? Thanks, thank you.
So, excuse me,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. So essentially, if we do this, taxes are going up.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if we do the taxes are going up, That's the bottom line.
The way the budget is structured now, if we did anything additional, the taxes would go up. We could cut something as a stopgap, for example, but it's not enough money to make a difference. It's a stopgap. Could you get to November for a referendum? Sure, maybe. But remember that the Board of Education, I know you know this better than anyone, Councilor Cummings and Mayor, is that we're already, I hate to sound like a broken record, we're halfway through our budget spending cycle, even though you're considering it tonight. We're done. The school district hasn't even started theirs. When we conclude ours in 6 months from now, the school district will be 50% done. They'll be where we are today. So we can help if it's really a catastrophic situation. I can't evaluate that. You would have to evaluate that, right? But we can help. But the point is that we already have a 50% of our budgets gone or allocated or more because of the timing of our system. Our system is not the school system. It's not the county system. They're on a fiscal year, July 1st to June 30th. We're in a calendar year. The calendar year is almost half over. So that's our issue. I don't mean to give you a speech, but that's sort of the lay of the land. And the referendum seems to me to be the way to just cure this once and for all.
Well, I think, Mr. Beneke, thank you for walking through it. And I get it, sometimes it's frustrating to hear what we're hearing, but I think everyone here is looking for solutions. And I think, as I noted, one of the speakers who came up before, referendum, I think to your point, how things have passed in the past, that is the way to increase the pool, right? That's the only way. So, we will, thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Mayor, if I could just, I'm sorry, say one thing. I want to take this just 1 second. I don't want to waste any more time. I want to apologize for what I said before and apologize to you. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. It was never my intention to ever say, to say anything negative about the parent participation in this school district. I know how hard most of you work, all of you work on the PTAs, the MFEE, all the fundraising that goes on, playgrounds. I know there's a playground opening at Watch on Thursday. That was never my intention, and I apologize to you and to everybody else who might have been offended. And I hope you accept that.
Was it safe to get up?
Been waiting.
Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. Is this on? Okay. My name is Gretchen Davinsky. I'm a resident of Montclair, and I have a child at Renaissance Middle School. Listening to your comments, Mr. Mayor, at the beginning of the meeting, it seems to me that, and perhaps I don't quite follow municipal finance properly, but the concept of existing pilots, so these are not new grants of pilots, this is money that is already in the town budget. To look at those, the 2% cap on an annual tax levy increase by the school district, it's not engaged or invoked by perhaps apportioning some of those funds from existing pilots, because those apportioned pilot funds are not a new tax levy. So that's one thing to consider in the stopgap situation. I would just like to see everyone work together on this. We all know it needs to be done. I don't want to pay higher taxes, but I will. We need to solve this. This is heartbreaking listening to these kids worrying about their teachers. It's heartbreaking to think of teachers worrying about their budgets and their jobs. I mean, I know that everyone here knows this. I'm not, adding new information to the argument, but please, let's resolve it.
I agree.
I apologize for my voice. I lost a meet yesterday. My name is Izzy Lawyer.
I'm a sophomore at the high school and I stayed until 1 a.m. last night. Although I'm not wearing one of the SVPA shirts, I'm a huge advocate and part of the SVPA community. I love to death, and like my friend Sage said, it is a second home. When I wasn't comfortable in my skin or at home, SVPA was a place I loved. However, I have the same amount of love for marine sciences and CSJ. I was in CSJ for the first year this year, and I was promised that going into it, I could balance my passions and interests in school, that I would be able to take science classes, do SVPA, and stay in CSJ. How am I supposed to get into a college that I want, mind you, has a 25% acceptance rate, when I am not given the ability to have a well-rounded studies, and how it affects, I lost my point. And women in the world, including the CSJ elective. How am I supposed to take one of the most critical electives, which educates students not just on the Holocaust, but how it affected Jewish people and the genocide as a whole? As a Jewish student and a member of Temple Near to Mead, I find it heartbreaking that I cannot take that class, that many other students will not get the opportunity to take this class and educate themselves on this. If I were to quit CSJ for these imperative electives next year, I would have to try to find the space in my schedule to take finance classes, and it would also ruin my science career, and my academics will suffer. On top of this, I'm not sure if you're aware, but chemistry honors, which I will be taking this year, gives 1 to 2 hours of homework every single night. I will not be able to function with this on top of every single other class every day. Mental health issues, including my own, will increase, and graduation rate will decrease. Before, you compared our town and showing how we are better and have a safer place for students. How can students feel safe and comfortable in their schools and towns if they are not given the resources and educational necessities that were promised to them? Students, along with myself, will strongly detest going to school. By doing this, you are taking away my safe spaces. You want to try to make the town feel safe, prioritize mental health, equalizing the funding towards arts and sports. There were literally mushrooms going out of the little theater at the high school. If that doesn't show the lack of attention towards arts in this town, I do not know what does. Please think about what you're doing and the literal 3,000 plus students. Thank you for your time.
Is this on? Okay. Good evening. My name is May Sims. I'm a student at Montclair High School. I'm a member of SVPA. I'm a member of CSJ, and I'm severely hydrated, so if my voice gives out, you have the reason. If you ask many of the people I'm close with, you'll find that they say that I am an extremely anxious person, and I am, even as I'm standing now talking to you. I, like many people that I know, moved to Montclair after driving by Montclair High School and thinking I want to go there as it would benefit me and impact me in a positive way. However, I see that if I'm standing here and having to fight for what I have pride for, then maybe that is not true. With everything going on, I can't express how scared I am for next year. I'm going to be a senior, and I just can't have to worry every second about what my future will be. I've been thinking about my future for years, and for the first time in my life, I finally thought that I could take a pause. But with everything going on now, I just had to keep thinking, like, what's going to happen to when I graduate? Am I even going to do the things that I want to do? How am I going to do the clubs that I love? And it's just really hard, because if I can't trust my counselors or the school staff because a lot of them have been laid off, or I can't trust people who have the ability to make a change or the power to change, then who exactly can I trust here? And it just feels like I have no one to rely on anymore. So if just please just find a way to fix or improve, I could finally end my little anxious streak. Thank you.
I have some questions, and I don't know if it's going to eat into my time or not. It's okay if it does. When you say that the tax levy will go up...
Can you speak into the mic, please, so we can all benefit?
Yeah, can you hear me? When you say that the tax levy will go up because we give the money, we transfer the money to the schools, let's say, are other alternatives, is it possible to decrease expenses so that the net funds are the same? Is it possible to pay down, is it possible to pay down less of the debt so that the same net amount is the same? Do we have other options other than taxes are going to go up? Because I don't know whether whether it's alarmist or is it possible?
We can explore that. As far as the debt is concerned. As far as the debt is concerned, it's a structured debt. We already accepted that debt service payment to the bondholders, so that we cannot change.
So if we're talking about future years and not this year, because I understand we're talking about different year ends, and I understand that that's an issue. If we're talking about something going forward, like a future commitment, is it going to be the same issue with the year ends being different?
We can always explore that, especially this pilot issue, the schools are reducing cutting the teachers, that we only came to know about yesterday. And unfortunately, I didn't get any from the school administration or school board of education officials until yesterday. I got the few emails. Over the weekend, I got the few emails from the residents, basically.
Sure.
We can work together
Okay, so
properly in the future.
another
Yes.
solution we could say, instead of taxes are going to increase, is we can decrease some of our expenses and wind up with the same number.
Well, you could say that, couldn't you, of the school board?
Absolutely. But the school board has a 2% revenue increase, no matter what. It's capped. And the township has different forms of revenue that come in. They're not large. They're not as big as the tax levy, but they're decent size. And we don't know what the cannabis revenue is going to look like yet, right? We don't know. The pilot revenue is decent. I mean, I'm not up here making this up.
So whatever revenue we get, the other sources of revenue, like the cannabis revenue and other revenues, that we use it to offset the taxes. If we don't have that revenue, your taxes would have gone.
Right, but if we didn't use it to offset the taxes and at the same time decrease some of the expenses, you know this, we're accountants, you and I. I'm speaking your language. I'm not a government accountant, but we know what we're saying. It's possible.
Anything is possible, but of course, all the department heads requested what they want. You all heard,
Absolutely.
And we review all the departments and the best possible budget operationally needed.
And believe me, as an accountant who budgets, I understand what you're saying. But the only answer is not increasing taxes is not the only answer.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Do I have any time?
No.
Oh, I've got 39 seconds. We have a specific ask. Allocate some of the pilot revenue to the school district. It won't solve all of the school district's budgetary problems, but it's a steady year-over-year revenue stream that the school district can rely on. Other towns have begun to do this.
The other towns are outliers. There's not that many towns that do it.
Sir, this is my time, and I have to say,
Sure.
there's nothing wrong with being the first. We could be the first. I got 1 second. We are a community, and Eileen Birmingham has been doing the hard work for all of us. And we thank her. I'm
Everybody
done.
has 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen Birmingham.
Christine, before you start, ma'am, don't leave. I just want to make sure I understand your question. So what you're saying is, if we were to basically reduce what we spend, that would somewhat offset what we give to the school board, which then would basically mean we would have to cut or find where services we want to cut.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, so, right, so.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right, so then, and Mr. Benninger, Mr. Vice can help me. So then we do that, then that means the school board funding, are you saying, does that still have to remain under the 2% cap?
Yes, it would have to, but the tax levy has to remain under the cap. I think, I'm not a government accountant.
Right, so I'm just.
I think this is a miscellaneous revenue.
Right, so then we would have to basically look at what services do we want to cut?
Yes.
right? Because understand, here's where I stand coming in here tonight, is that any money that we use with our pilot money, we use it to pretty much keep our tax base at a very moderate rate.
Yes.
So then, yes, our
Yes,
tax, our
I get
tax,
it.
our
I
tax
understand
levy
what
is
you're
very
saying.
moderate based on, and a big part of that is using pilot funding to
I
cut that.
understand that.
So now, if we were to do what came in here and say, okay, we're going to increase taxes to help the school board, right? That then trickles down to homeowner, property owners, renters, all these things increasing. And those residents who will be most impacted by that are your low-income residents, and therefore, you now have the possibility of impacting what we say is very important to this town, diversity and affordability.
Yes.
So this is where the council has to really talk to one another, say, okay, what direction do we want to go to? Cut services to, I'm just trying to hear what you're saying. Cut services to support the school district. And at the same time, those services, we go there, and tax levy doesn't have to increase a lot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so now. the
So now we
question-
have less services.
So we have less services. What are those services that we can cut? We have to figure out those that don't really impact important services.
Yes.
So we're
Or
there.
you can look at some of the services that are very impactful, and maybe they're running larger than they need to be.
Right, and so,
Yeah.
right, and I think everyone up here said that, it's not as easy as that.
Oh,
And understand.
I do not think for
and
a
understand,
minute
and I
you
think-
have an easy
right,
time
and
with it.
understand, it's an unfortunate consequence of the way school funding is allowed. Because I go back to what I said earlier. Every year, the district says they're going to cut staffing, and then they
Yes.
bring teachers back, and the staffing doesn't get cut.
And what I'm saying.
So, hold on. And so after living through this on both sides, I understand the frustration having kids go through the school district and being a product of the district. But it is so then what happens in July when the school district all of a sudden has the funding? Do they give that back to us? Or they keep it?
That's a deal.
And-
That's a deal you could make.
Well, but the point is, that's what I'm saying. That's where we have to
Yeah,
really.
if it
get
transfers
into-
one way, I
Right,
don't see why it couldn't transfer the other
But
way.
I don't know if that's legally able to be done.
I don't know.
Mr. Beneke, and we, we're treading down new water here.
Right.
And
Right.
I hear what you're saying, and I think we're up here like, okay, what do we have to do, or how can we do this?
And
I've been very upfront where I am, all right? To me, we've been down this road before, and there's a consistency to it. And so now we're trying to eliminate basically the school district having every year say, we're going to cut teachers because we have this money coming from the township.
Yes.
And then that increases the money for the school district keeps everything going.
And then if there's
we
an
just got to
excess-
look at what services and potentially where we're spending money that, in the perception of people, is too much,
Yes.
right?
And what I'm also saying is, and I know that you sat on the Board of Education, so I know you know this more than other people. But when you have revenue that increases by 2% and expenses that increase by greater than 2%, and you do that year after year after year through nobody's fault in this room, but when you do that for year after year after year, eventually the breakage isn't enough.
Right.
It's not going to be enough, and it's only going to be, and it's only a matter of time before somebody says, I don't know if we can bus anymore.
Right.
And that's scary.
And that is scary.
That's
And
scary.
But then.
And you know why that's scary.
Yeah, but I actually had to walk to school. So we didn't have no buses down there when I was in school.
Me too,
And
me too.
I still think it was the greatest thing that happened.
Yeah.
But what I will say to you is, one of the things that's been consistent in the conversation tonight is how the BOE has not really shown any ability to basically handle their finances. So
I want to refute
that's
that.
been a consistent.
I want to refute that.
No, I've got inept down here.
I know.
I've got, these are the notes that I'm taking.
I understand.
So now we have to figure out if we're going to give them money, and when I say BOE, it's not the Board of Education members, school district. If we're going to give them money, we have to make sure that that money is going to be spent wisely and where it's supposed to go. And I say that.
Yes.
I say that after receiving the bond referendum and where they're trying to spend money going forward.
Yes.
And when I looked at that, along with others on that committee, there was serious pushback as to how they're trying to allocate funds and what they're trying to get done. So again, it goes to oversight. And it's very difficult for me right now to be able to say, we're going to give you X and not really know that they're going to spend it. And I say that, as you said, as a former board member, knowing that there were times we asked for money and said we had a deficit this time of year, and yet we had a surplus. Okay, so these are the things that really have to look at, not just short-term, long-term, as well as making sure that we continue to do the things that we have to do, which is that the town operates. Sorry for taking up all this time, but I think I appreciate what you're saying.
I appreciate your
And now the question
conversation.
for us is to go back and say, okay, is this something we can do? Because for me, I am not for raising taxes on the residents based on who's going to get hurt by that.
Right.
Knowing
exactly.
that it's going to be
And
individuals.
I'm not either for
right,
the
so
same
that means
reason.
so until we can come up with something that's going to
Right.
do that, I am a no.
I'm just asking us to look at it.
Right, but I'm saying until we can look at something like that, because I'm not going to hurt taxpayers. The seniors came up here and made it clear we want to be able to stay here. Low income and folks on the unaffordable, we want them to stay here. We talk about diversity, we talk about making it affordable. Those things come hand in hand with keeping the tax levy low.
I couldn't agree with you more.
And so I think that's where I'm at.
Which is why I was asking the question, what other options do we have?
Right, what services, but
Right.
that's where the challenge comes here.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
appreciate that.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chrissy,
Thomas.
before you start, I apologize for taking up your time. For giving,
Oh, no, that's fine. Chrissy Thomas, 257 North Mountain Ave, 2nd Ward, 50-year resident, Edgemont, Mount Hebron, Glenfield, MHS class of 87. Went to Wesleyan, Penn, Georgetown, have an MBA, an MPP, and a law degree. Worked in the White House, but chose to raise my child in Montclair. And I pay property taxes in excess of $65,000 a year for my two properties. First, I want to thank Mr. Scantlebury and Ms. Rao for their dedicated service. Their public budget presentation was a breath of fresh air. Providing answers to questions was something no council member was able to do. Ms. Rao and Mr. Scantlebury actually know both the budget and the rules. They're precious assets to this town. The mayor and the council are temporary. Municipal employees are not. Municipal employees Scantlebury, Rao, and Bruce Morgan all tried to keep you on the right path so you didn't get yourselves into trouble. It didn't work. For their help, they were publicly humiliated and retaliated against, which is illegal. Their openness is the opposite of the strict secrecy of Stafford, Spiller, and this council, especially the Finance Committee, whose meetings need to be made public, just like the Development Review Committee meetings. To purposely put 3 counselors on a committee instead of 4 to prevent triggering the requirement for public meetings prevents a transparency that you all claim to support. Reinstate Ms. Rao to the Finance Committee, add another counselor, and stop acting clandestinely. Mr. Spiller, aren't you the president of the NJEA? Don't you have some money that you can pull in somehow? I know you raised a lot for the election. As for the budget itself, deciding to pump more money into the fire department while increasing our taxes to clean up the serious messes created and exacerbated by the mayor and this council are reprehensible. Fire Chief John Herman is a disgrace to the town of Montclair. Promoting and rewarding his white relatives on the backs of Montclair taxpayers and our capable and longer-serving black firefighters was wrong. Cut that budget item and reallocate those 4 salaries and benefits until any increases can actually be justified. Mayor Spiller and this council violated the Faulkner Act by refusing to appoint Mr. Scantlebury or anyone else by resolution as soon as Stafford was put on paid leave. Your inaction opened Montclair up to a whole host of lawsuits. Juliette Lee served as deputy clerk for years, but was forced out. She sued after being abused. Mr. Stafford's secretary was promoted to the position of clerk and financially rewarded for loyalty to Mr. Stafford and Sean Spiller, not to this town and not for competence. Why is this council forcing the taxpayers to pay Attorney Burr to act as an extremely expensive legal secretary to call our outside counsel on every issue, then still provide incompetent legal advice? How much over budget have you gone with outside counsel? Is Montclair already over budget before the budget is even passed, so you could fulfill your quid pro quo promises to Mr. Burr? You know I filed the FOIA request. Ms. DeVito appears to be more capable, and at a fraction of the cost of Mr. Burr is a better investment for Montclair. Indemnifying yourselves for criminal acts at the taxpayer's expense and lying to us publicly about
thank
it,
you for your
making
comments.
the township attorneys into your personal minions.
Thank you for your
is
comments.
inappropriate.
Everybody has been limited
If
to
you
3
need
minutes.
help, plenty
Thank
of
you.
citizens have done all of the research for you.
Thank you for
Listen to
your
Ms.
time.
Horta, Ms. Rieger, the Birmingham
Thank
sisters,
you.
and all of the members of this town
We ask
who
that you
attend
be
meetings
respectful
to help you
of
act
everyone's time.
competently.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob Russo, for always being the voice of reason and for showing us all, by example, how to serve the public properly.
I didn't expect that. By the way, I have information from Princeton. I want to share it with you. As you give that out, I want to share this with you from Councilwoman Mia Sachs. She says, "Who is Bob Beneke?" That's what she said, but here's what she said. Princeton.
Tell her the real cute.
She is in the
financial
beginning,
advice.
listen to this, folks. Says Princeton is in the beginning stages of exploring the best arrangements since our projects aren't built yet, as you said. Although this is happening in various other communities, especially Woodbridge, where they're very far ahead of the model, and this is the best model that Princeton is using. So Woodbridge, she's suggesting. And she does say that Princeton has negotiated pilots. The answer is yes, you can, and in my humble opinion, yes, you should. Councilwoman Mia Sachs from Princeton.
Good evening. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I'm a resident of Montclair. I just handed out 3 copies of a petition that I started just 2 days ago. And you have a list of the signatures on there by over 1,000 residents. I can't remember how, I think it was over 1,200 at the time that I printed it. As of right now, there are 1,560 people who have signed the petition. And it is a petition to rescue our public schools by way of pilot funding. So I know Colleen just came up here and had a really fantastic conversation that felt really collaborative and felt like there was actually, some thought going into it and possibility. I know you have a budget that you need to pass. Lots of cities and even our federal government do not pass budgets by their due date, their deadline. I encourage you to do the same because I think that we are at an inflection point in our town right now. And I think the community at large is more aware of how things can work and work for the better than perhaps they were a year ago or 2 years ago, in great part due to Eileen Birmingham and Colleen Doherty and Eileen's sisters. And really they are, and Mariana, and we just have a lot, and Lauren Berman. A lot of people have been really frustrated with the way things have been working in our town for a variety of different reasons, from Stafford to the fire promotional exams, and now our schools. And the school issue is a cyclical issue, and I think we're really tired of it. And we did switch our district to an elected BOE. Thank goodness, because the BOSE was in charge for a really long time and our schools were being starved, our buildings were falling apart. Thankfully, now we have a bond referendum, but we are still faced with a deficit and our children are being traumatized year after year after year from the loss of their beloved teachers, and it's abusive. It's absolutely abusive, and it needs to stop. And you hold the power to actually do something about it. So you have a petition, over 1,500 people have signed it. Mayor Spiller, you have on your survey that you passed around, there's, you said
thank you
something
for your time.
about defeating challenges as a team. I ask,
Thank you.
what
Thank you
team
for
are
your-
you on?
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Eileen Birmingham, and I'm going to say something I never thought I would say at a Montclair Town Council meeting. I think everyone in this room should watch the Cedar Grove Town Council meeting on or about April 15th, 2022. It was a very touching meeting where they described that they were giving $1.2 million from their one pilot project that they have in the town to the school district, and it was described this way. New Jersey law currently states that property taxes may not increase by more than 2% each year, meaning that the amount of money provided to a school district from local property taxes is likewise limited to a 2% annual increase. This means that property taxes could increase by at most $587,440, or 2% of the 2021 levy amount. By providing the district with an additional $1.2 million on July 1st, the township has more than doubled the amount of increase in funds that the district is entitled to receive. Now, Mr. Beneke has said that it's not in the current budget, but you might forgive me because I'm a big Googler, as everyone might suspect. I'm looking at the Cedar Grove budget, and this year their tax levy went up by 2.47% because they took the healthcare adjustment. And there is another line item, other local governmental units unrestricted, of $1.2 million. And you can clearly see that this has increased their school budget by $1.2 million in addition to the 2.47 tax increase. This is not, I'm so surprised because this is not a new concept. This was described as a problem in the 2010 New Jersey Comptroller report. In 2017, the mayor of Jersey City, which is also now considered a wealthy town struggling with funding their school district, the mayor of Jersey City signed an executive order requiring that pilots dedicate 10% of revenue to school districts. Jersey City has also become very creative. When we talk about creative, they have a payroll tax that goes to their school district. They dedicate cannabis money to their school district. So I am and this is all on top of a 2% tax levy. So I am just so confused why we cannot just get beyond the fact that you can do it. Now, I can understand why you might not want to do it, because while our school district is being cut by $5 million, we are increasing the budget of our police and fire department by between $5 and $6 million. And that's in addition to the tax break that you gave the taxpayers of Glen Ridge last year. So I appreciate that you are conscious of our tax money, but I would appreciate if you would give the same respect to the taxpayers of Montclair. Thank you.
I also want to thank Mr. Scantlebury and Ms. Rao for organizing that budget meeting, because they were so responsive and so helpful, and I learned so much. And along with all the good things I learned, very positive things I learned, Mr. Beneke's gaslighting and condescending was truly inspirational, and thanks to it, I called all my friends, and I don't have many friends, but a lot of my friends are PTA moms. Don't mess with PTA moms. They did this. So I have been living in Montclair for a while, and I have seen over and over again, and by the way, I don't have kids in the schools. I just care about schools. I know you don't have kids in the schools. I expect you to care about schools at least as much as you care about Mr. Hurlock criminal defense for taking health insurance that he wasn't allowed to. I expect you to care about schools at least as much as you care about the $1.3 million in overtime for the fire department. I expect you to care about schools at least as much as the free firefighters you are hiring without any evidence that you need them. I expect you to grow a backbone and tell the fire department, no data, no dollars. No data, no dollars. Montclair taxpayers want to fund teachers. We want pilot money for the schools at their fair share of all the pilots that are not affordable housing. The pilots that are affordable housing should be dedicated to affordable housing and senior services. The pilots that are not affordable housing should go at 57.04% to the school district because that is their fair share. And that should happen whether or not those pilots are residential, whether the people who live there commute or send their kids to school, or if it's a commercial property or car garage. It does not matter because that's the definition of public education where we live. That is the social contract, is that every property owner contributes to public education proportional to the value of their property. That is it. It's not just residential, and it's not whether you send money to the kids to the schools. The arrangement where only people who send kids to the schools pay, that's called private education. We choose public. We're publicly proud, right? So grow a backbone, no data, no dollars. Do you know how many car thefts happened in Montclair last year? Any of you have any idea? Do you know how many car thefts we had in Montclair last year?
Car thefts.
Any idea? Yeah. Do you know if we had any homicides? Do you know how many people were pulled over? That's because we have no data. No data, no dollars. Grow a backbone.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Lauren Berman. I'm not going to talk to you about why not to give the fire department money for the first time since January. I would like everybody to take a breath. There's been a tremendous amount of information that's come at you in the past 48 hours, and this meeting feels very, very much like the meeting that you voted on the Glen Ridge fire contract. It was clear that night that you were uncomfortable with the inability to analyze information and make an informed decision. Councilwoman Schlager, you asked Mr. Burr that night about the consequences to you for not doing that. He gave you a completely inaccurate, nonsensical answer. I think you regret that vote, having made that decision so quickly. And you don't have to do that now. And I'm not saying vote no on the budget permanently, but what I'm asking for you to do tonight is to vote no tonight, and you can revisit it at the next meeting once you've had an opportunity to digest all of the information that you've heard from students and all of the other residents and decide what to do, because there's no urgency now. And I mean, even if you pass the deadline, which is not tonight, the penalty is $25 a day fine, right? I mean, you were glad to give Stafford $1,000 a day for 6 months of leave. So I can't imagine that anybody would see any kind of urgency given the number of people that are showing up to talk, the number of people that signed Lonnie's petition, the number of emails that you've received, the number, the information coming out additionally about the discrimination in the fire department constantly.
that there would need to be a reason to pass the budget tonight. It just doesn't make sense. And so all I'm asking is vote no for tonight and have an opportunity to think about all of these things, because the information that you're hearing is a lot like the information that you were hearing the night of the Glenridge contract. I mean, you're not even getting a straight answer from any of these questions. And so let's get the answers and then let's make a decision, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Deirdre Birmingham. Our town has been running the same way for a very long time. There is a status quo here that is undeniable. So much so that the fire chief feels like he doesn't need to provide any data to justify his budget. Data was requested back in January. Simple stuff, really, that every other fire department has readily available. But he hasn't provided it, and he knows that it won't matter if he ignores you, because he'll get what he wants anyway. That's just the way it's always been. It's shocking arrogance and a sign of serious town dysfunction. We are telling you here tonight, all of us, that the status quo is no longer okay. Look at all of the people in this room. Look at all of the signatures that Lanny has collected in roughly 48 hours. Over 1,500 people have signed on to a document that says, and I quote, "Even though 3 firefighters may retire soon, until the MFD provides those data, a decision on hiring should not be made. And until the township has an independent analysis of our risk profile, our needs, and our budgetary considerations, providing additional headcount to the fire department is simply unjustifiable." Over 1,500 people in town have signed this in roughly 48 hours. That's a lot of voters. We can no longer afford to continue increasing headcount and invest in 3 firehouses if the data doesn't support it. We are cutting teachers. Our schools are bleeding. You have an obligation to act in the best interest of taxpayers. Without any data, it is completely irresponsible to continue to rubber stamp his requests. Look, we have to be creative here. As Bob just said, we still have 50% of the budget from this year left. We have not hired yet the 3 additional firefighters that have been called for, and we haven't invested in the improvements into the fire infrastructure. Let's hold the fire budget flat, assess what level of staffing and infrastructure we actually need. Let's do some research, and then maybe give that 9% to the schools. Be creative. Look at the 50% that's left and see what we can give up. Our schools are in crisis and at a tipping point. Please, please, please help us. The truth is, it does not have to be this way, and it is not too late to vote down this budget. Listen to Lauren, take a deep breath. No matter what anyone has tried to tell you, it's not a foregone conclusion. Buck the status quo, be brave, and be the leaders we all need you to be. Look at this room. We will all remember how you vote on this. Will you choose to give Chief Herman another blank check, or will you choose to prioritize the needs of your constituents? Because it can't be both. Thank you.
Short. Good evening, council members. My name is Dee Thompson, and I have a 6th grader at Glenfield Middle School. I appreciate all of your hard work. I know our Board of Ed works hard. We won't agree with all Board of Ed decisions, but they did not create the budget issue, nor did they make the sole decision of who stayed and who got cut. But I understand the frustration. I understand the numbers. I comprehend why we are where we are financially. I also suggested last night to make it mandatory that contracts include an earlier deadline for retirement notifications. But I'm here to tell you about Glenfield. With these staff reductions, there is a heavy concern that the optics do not represent the values of the school district or the town. People are concerned that our families of color are unfairly targeted, and last night I did ask central office I did task central office the opportunity to dispel the rumors by providing the public with a report of the demographics of each school in the district. Mr. Yacobelis, could you please stop talking? At Glenfield, thank you. At Glenfield, we're losing 14 staff members, 3 paras, 8 certified, and 3 retirements. We just got out of comprehensive status. This decrease in staff members and increase in class sizes leaves us subject to less effective learning. As a Glenfield PTA leader, supporting all of these students and staff is a priority for me, and I will go to bat for them every time. Making sure these students of color have what they need, as a Black woman, it's a responsibility. These staff members that were let go, these teachers relate to all students, sometimes more than their families at home. The support that is walking out of Glenfield doors on June 30th is irreplaceable. So when I tell you Glenfield is in trouble, I'm not exaggerating. If there is anything you can do for our schools, whatever that anything may be, please do so. Just help us in whatever way you can. Thank you.
Hi, Eric D'Amato here, and this is all my fault. Sorry. I just wanted to make kind of a technical point. Well, first of all, I think there needs to be no more shade thrown on the Type 2 switch. It's been great. The board is actually working in a much better way than it ever has in the past, and we are $187 million richer as a result of it, literally. We have an operating budget problem there. And that's actually because of a very dumb law, which is a 2% cap. I am a budget hawk. I'm a tax hawk. I commend you, Councilor Cummings, for talking tough on affordability. It's very, very important. But we need to know that this math is inexorable. And so it's going to be broken no matter what happens. A 2% cap, excuse me, in a period of like 5% inflation year after year is going to every town is going to be breaking that cap. So I think people should hang tough and look at that issue and can be concerned about affordability, but we have to start, recognizing and talking openly about the fact that we are going to have budgets going to voters. And the one thing we can say is that we have a record now of one of the biggest budget approvals of all time in New Jersey. That was done here. So we shouldn't be afraid. We should be tight and look at these budgets, but we should be one of the first towns to acknowledge that this is going to be a normal thing until until enumerating a number like 2% in law is taken away, because it just doesn't work. And you're nodding your head, maybe you want to talk about that. It's the same with our rent control law. Same problem. Excuse me, it just doesn't work. So let's not be afraid of budgets going to voters in Montclair. That's all.
Hi. I wasn't planning on speaking, but when I heard Mr. Cummings make a comment about the bond referendum, I wanted to respond to that comment. I was on that meeting for the community advisory meeting that you just mentioned, and there was no issue on how the bond referendum funds will be spent. The conversation was about where they should begin, which schools. Insinuating that they are not spending the funds properly is disingenuous. This meeting was recorded, and there is proof that what you are saying is incorrect. You were one of the members of the Board of School Estimates, the last one before it changed over. And you were part of the group that refused to give our schools $60 million, you and Mr. Herlock, that we so desperately needed, that my child is now still suffering because our teachers were unable to go in the schools. They were afraid to go in the schools. And my son, unfortunately, is a statistic in the achievement gap. So I am not sure why you, of all of these people, are the person on that bond referendum committee. Like, you are already biased. So I don't know how that was figured out, but it's a real disappointment. And what you're saying is not true and unfair. Thank you.
I don't want to speak to your back, but what I do want to say is I was put on the Board of School Estimate and had one meeting, and then it changed. So I wasn't on the Board of School Estimate to eliminate money given to the school district. And in regards to the meeting the other day, ma'am, what I'm saying is I was not on the Board of School Estimate but for one meeting, and then it was disbanded. And therefore, I was not a part of the major discussions that occurred for years with the school district.
I'm talking about during COVID when we needed money to fix.
And I was not on the Board of School Estimate then.
You were in the meeting, I saw you.
I was on one Board of School Estimate meeting, and that's it. I hear what you're saying. I'm just been making sure to understand. I was on one meeting. That's it. And the meeting that we had the other day, in my opinion, when we discussed where things were going and how they were going to spend it, we made challenge to them to come back to us with a totally different plan because we were not happy with what they presented to us. Is that correct?
You kept doing that. Every meeting was questions and questions and more questions.
What do you mean every meeting? I'm talking, Board of School,
you want-
it's important that the record is straight. All right, especially when someone tells me I was disingenuous. Number one Board of School Estimate meeting. That's it. I was never on any other Board of School Estimate meeting, ever. It was one in September, and that was it. And after that, Board of School Estimate was disbanded. That's the facts. Two, the meeting the other day with the school referendum, the bond referendum, the discussion that was had, and that we ended up telling the individuals who were in charge, you guys got to come back because what you presented is not what the people voted for. Is that correct?
No, what they presented was not in the priority.
Now in the priority of what the people wanted.
They were starting with the wrong thing. It wasn't about how the money was being spent.
But never mind. But that does go into how the money that they want to spend. And we basically said, you need to come back with a plan that represents what the people voted for, mainly that the HVAC systems get done first or get into the priority level. So I appreciate you coming up and defending yourself and what you heard, but I also have to defend myself with what I heard and participated in it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sonia Katz, a sophomore at Montclair High School who is planning for early graduation. When policymakers slash our budgets, we are the ones who must respond. I have always had a tremendous trouble with changes in academics in general, but there is one person who helped me through all of this, Mr. Santangelo, my guidance counselor at Montclair High School. He has made it possible for me to get this far through my sophomore year. The public school system already lacks enough guidance counselors to support the student body. Montclair High School has a uniquely talented team of guidance counselors. Taking away one or two more will not affect the students positively. Without the help of our guidance counselors, how are we supposed to navigate the college application process? Some of you have urged us to approach the legislators at a state level to ask for more funding for education. This is, of course, something we as citizens can do, but as our representatives, it is also something you should be doing on our behalf. Please let us know how many of you have done this or are planning to do this. Please use the power of your positions to advocate loudly on our behalf. You were voted into this place of position to be our voices and our supporters. Speak up, speak loudly. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm June Regner. You guys have seen me here before. Count yourself lucky because the Board of Ed members did this till 2 o'clock in the morning last night. So, this town has been a little bit like that frog in boiling water. You guys kept adding hotter and hotter water. But guess what? The town is now paying attention. We've spent down our fund balance. We have a deficit. The time is now. We cannot give our teachers a 3% raise with a 2% cap with inflationary pressure unless you decide to finally prioritize our schools. A bunch of you guys sat on the Board of School Estimates. And what did you do? Well, the stairs crumbled. You didn't do. You didn't spend the money, and now it's costing the new Board of Ed a lot of money. That's on you, and you, and you. The line in the sand has been drawn because Montclair loves its schools and loves its teachers. You have the ability to change the distribution of our tax dollars. How about we get creative and have the firefighters have a lemonade stand for their new radios? How about the police officers sell cookies for new cars? That volunteers have to fundraise for public education is disgusting. It's not sustainable. We are in one of the highest tax places in the country. We need to have proper schools. Now, I never wrote a check for millions of dollars to Governor Murphy, but you have. He doesn't come to my rooftop parties honoring women while, of course, creating a hostile environment for the ones who work for me. He doesn't have my name in his phone. He doesn't come and publicly call me his friend. That's you. You are the person in this room has the biggest ability to make sure our state funds our schools. And I gotta tell you, it's amazing that it's not happening. We need you to choose to reallocate funds in your budget. You can. You are not being truthful when you say you can't. You need to own it. You were there when our schools crumbled.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tess Fizame, and I'm a resident of Montclair and a mom of a Glenfield teen. I feel very inspired by all of the questions and communication given today by the parents and the students, and I do feel a little disheartened by the council. I feel a little suspicious. I was fortunate enough to move to Montclair in 2011, and I grabbed a short sale of a beautiful property, and I've had a glorious journey of raising my child through the public school system. However, with the recent cuts or upcoming cuts of teachers in Glenfield, there's going to be a great impact to him as well as he heads to the high school. What makes me suspicious is not just the concerns of the school system, but also all the other patterns that I'm starting to see in Montclair, and that's the loss of a grocery store at Lackawanna Plaza that my son and I protested over 6 years ago, where we still have no grocery store. It's also watching the Clover Hill community come out to hear the developers talk about Lackawanna Plaza. I feel like there's this sort of force field of defense that says, this school issue is yours, you have to talk to the Board of Education, they're at fault, but don't touch the pilot program, let's guard the developers. And I question how much shiny or what shiny things were shown to the council to make them decide on allowing developers to come to town without any real contribution of revenue to our school system. I don't feel like they're vested. I live on South Fullerton, so when I first moved here, I could go right and I could find black-owned businesses and hair supplies for myself and even get my hair done. Now I cannot. And I could go left and I could go to Whole Foods and enjoy myself in all the new restaurants. Now there's a speakeasy opening with a $1,000 dessert, and it just seems like it's off. It seems like we're not holding true to what Montclair has historically been. We're not holding true to the developers we allow to come in, I feel like we're selling ourselves short, really. You know, from the kind of grocery stores, the mysterious grocery store that they're anticipating if we agree to these units, to this pilot program where we can't really do it, but we could. It's very confusing for me, and I'm in finance myself. I work with algorithms all day long in equity trading, but this doesn't make sense to me at all. I'm confused and I'm painfully shy, so this is hard for me to do. I will say one shining star that I have to shout out to, because I'm his stalker, is Peter. He works in a space of fairness, and he answers questions, and he seeks to have equality in the town. So I thank you, sir, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else moving to the microphone, I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
I second the motion.
So sorry.
That's good.
Mayor, I move that the hearing be closed.
All right, thank you very much.
I second the motion.
I second the motion, okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to close.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Will there be another opportunity to ask questions?
This is to close the hearing.
I know, so the public hearing, but then the council will have an opportunity to talk.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I say yes.
Counselor Russo?
Same question, yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. The hearing is now closed. I request that
Mayor?
the...
I request that the township clerk be
Oh,
instructed to read section 2
It's late,
of
Councilman.
the
It's my
adopting
bad.
resolution for the budget.
The clerk will read the resolution.
Be it resolved by the governing body of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, that the budget herein before set forth is hereby adopted and shall constitute an appropriation for the purposes stated in the sum therein, set forth as appropriations, and authorization of the amount of $59,144,711.54 for municipal purposes, $3,277,995 for library purposes, $7,847,551.11 for school debt service purposes. In Type 1 school district to be raised by taxation.
Mr. Mayor, I offer the foregoing resolution and move its adoption.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a duly
And I
moved
move
motion.
that
We have a duly moved motion. So before I call the roll on that, any questions, concerns, comments? I'll start myself. Mr. Beneke, Ms. Rao, a couple questions specifically here that I know as we're looking through this piece. Some of the things that we do is co-sponsor some of the events in town. We have a lot of wonderful events that occur throughout the year. Looking at the dollars that are in here, what kind of dollars do we have dedicated for that? I don't see it specifically. It looks to me, what are the dollars?
Something in the recreation budget.
I can, Mayor, I have a number for you. The last time I looked, and I believe we inserted this, it was 40 to 50 for the legal deal. And
I'm sorry, 40 to 50 for what?
400, I'm sorry, 40 to 50,000. We put that in the legal budget for going forward with that.
Okay, so
We
I'm not
have-
sure.
The question is for public events, Mr. Scantlebury.
Public events, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
It was 15,000 that we put in the recreation for celebratory.
15?
Yeah, 15.
1.5? So I'd ask, as you guys are looking at that, I think that number needs to be significantly higher. We've got a number of events that happen in town, and every year we run into the same issue of we're trying to co-sponsor, trying to get some dollars, and we're searching to find some funds there. What can we do to ensure that those dollars are available there, Mr. Rao, Mr. Beneke? I don't have a specific number, but 15 isn't the number. It's, every year, already know we spend in the 80 range or something like that per year, so we're finding that money every year. So where are we at with that?
I'm pretty sure it's 15,000.
So what we have, Mayor, on sheet 15C, we have two categories: recreation programs, OE, other expenses, and park and recreation, cultural affairs, other expenses, $183,000. If you compare that to last year, each one of those numbers went up, and those numbers will be sufficient to cover 2 to 3 events. I know we have two or three big events over the summer. I don't, I can name them, but I may be incorrect. That's where that will be taken. If there's in-kind amounts for the police department or DPW, we'll also take that. And I think that's what Mr. Scantlebury is speaking of in terms of in-kind.
Okay, so for the record, we've got those, when I look at those differences right there, that's where you're pulling some of that 30 and additional dollars to supplement that, to get to that number. Is that correct?
Yes, and again, remember, if we can't provide direct checks to nonprofits.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. We sponsor a lot of things, though, co-sponsor, we work with other entities.
We can buy
and you can do
trash
in-kind.
cans, we can do it in kind, we can support events, we can do a lot of things, but we can't just provide a check to a nonprofit.
Yeah, I'm not asking that.
Salvation Army or whatever it may be.
Mayor,
Fair.
just to what did you just, I missed the number. What number did you
It
kind of
looks
pull
like
together with?
the
Mr.
difference
Benke?
here was 1,575 to 183, so you've got that, right? So you got a little bit there.
Yeah, you have a little
There's
bit there.
a little bit there. You've got the 15 that Mr. Scantlebury said was in the dedicated other line, right? So you add that to it, right? You're starting to get to the number, closer to the number that I
And that's
noted, and I
about what
think
we spent last year, am I
Okay.
not right? I mean,
you're getting closer. I know we've got a couple, new events that keep popping up and more that's added, so,
I think for, 5 months from now or 4 months from now, when we start next year's budget, we may want to take that cultural affairs and just get it all set out for everyone, provided that we are co-sponsoring.
Second thing I would have around, another one of the issues kind of relates to that when we're hunting down some of these grants. We seem to have run into it a ton of late in the last year. Where are we at with the dollars that are dedicated to the grant writing and specifically to cover matching funds for grants that we go for? How much is that in the budget, Mr. Scantlebury, Ms. Rao, Mr. Beneke?
I believe we already adopted the resolution for the grant writer back in January, February.
Excuse me, yeah, I just got a text from someone watching on TV. If you could move your
Okay.
microphone closer.
Can you hear
Yeah,
now?
you guys each have one, I think, so
Yeah.
cut there.
Yes.
Marge, I believe the last,
Okay.
Marge, I believe the
but
last time we spoke,
what's
you
the-
said it was like 40,000.
40,000, I think
40,000
in
in that
January or
line.
February, we adopted the
The last time
resolution.
we spoke, yeah.
Yes. And the
So,
matching dollars always come from the projects, like if it's a capital grant, for example, Green Acres, that is built into the ordinance, whatever our grant is. If it's a $1 million grant and $1 million township match, that $1 million is built into the ordinance.
so I think we've been running into every year that number, runs up against it. Same way you just did there, Mr. Beneke, before. Where can we see dollars that could make sure there's additional dollars there specifically to the grant writing and the dollars that they bring in?
What, any specific grants that?
We're
you
looking
have?
for additional spending capacity on our grant writer. So we're asking, does it exist somewhere in the budget, or do we need to make an amendment to create that capacity?
Well, so hold on. What is the grant writers brought in to us unilaterally? Meaning I'm not talking
Not here.
about Green Acre projects.
I have the number. I have the number that they brought in. I don't have it here with me. I can get that for you.
Yeah, before we look at increasing, I want to make sure that we're getting, I'm sure they're doing a good job, but there's some projects that we get.
I remember this $300,000 for the police hate crimes grant. That is
Yeah,
the
but
big
that was
one.
something that
Yeah,
the
and then
police pretty, that was.
No. That was
You're talking
100%
about-
the grant writers
Yeah.
wrote that.
Is that the
did
one
that.
that Tyrone, well, I'm going to say Tyrone.
That's been
but-
given to him to do.
He's
The
managing
question-
it now.
brought the
They wrote
dollars.
the
The
grant.
question
They
was
did the
whether or
grant.
not they wanted, yeah, okay.
And then 24,000 for the firefighter grant, and then
It was 450 for the civil rights something.
450 is his, right, you worked with this, it's not the grant writers.
No,
That's a
we
small
put that
business
together
one,
with the
right?
Small Business
Yeah.
Administration.
24,000 and 300 for the police, and there is another small one, maybe 70,000 something. Oh, that's also fire, something for firefighters.
Yeah, there was 374. So you're at
PPEs is
450, almost
24,000.
500,000. Councilman
And
Cummings.
75, and
Right,
450
so
small
if a
business
grant
is
writer-
yours.
all grant writers I know basically got 5% of what they brought in.
They're not paid on a percentage.
That's not
But I'm
structured
saying,
that
but
way.
we're paying them $40,000, and we got in 450,000, so that's 10%. So before, I'm just speaking for me, before I'm willing to increase, I would like to see an increase in what they get, what they bring to us, because that's just where I'm speaking from. I'm definitely not willing to say yes now, and I don't see any money coming in above where we're at. I want, prove your worth.
Yeah, we may not have to. I mean, that's my question around capacity. Do we have the capacity?
Yeah, let's just cut to the chase, right? We have a township manager OE budget that Mr. Scantlebury just said we have $40,000, that's certification of funds on that resolution, approving the grant writer, and we have an increase versus last
We
year's.
have a culture up there.
Yeah, we have
The
two.
increase of culture up also got in there, and then there is a.
Yeah, so we have the cultural study that we're doing for the organization. We went from 212,000 to 238,000 on top of it. So we had the grant writer last year. This year we have the cultural examination, and then we have the additional grant funding in there. And if we need more, we can simply do a budget transfer anytime after November 1st. So we have plenty of money in that city manager, township manager, other expense account.
Are you confident that's enough for what you have on the agenda for tonight, too?
Well,
Vision
what's the-
Zero Task Force, which is going to need to be funded, et cetera. You're confident in
Yeah,
those spaces
What's
to
approximate amount? Do you have any
Vision Zero?
approximate amount that in your
15,000,
mind?
let's say?
Yeah.
15,000?
15,000 should be.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
Whoa. Because I asked
Okay.
about that task force and what is the cost that we're looking at. And so is it 15,000?
We're just talking about capacity here. We
Okay,
haven't even begun
Right,
to, we have to
so-
RFP it.
Yeah,
You just don't want to have a zero when there's some
Yeah,
number
I mean,
to
I
it. So
think,
hopefully it's
I think
less.
we can find it if we need it, but I don't want to commit something that, and it's,
Yeah, we're just making sure
I think they're saying the
capacity
same
is
thing.
there.
Right.
They think it's
Okay.
there.
This is the one time we have to pass the budget for the year, so we're
Right.
just making sure the capacity is there. We have the ability to make the decision in terms of the resolutions awarding contracts.
So 15,000 is for the task force or the additional grant?
Task force, we're just looking for capacity
Vision Zero.
up to
Oh,
15,000.
Vision Zero, I thought you said 6,000.
That was for 3 months. We're talking about for the balance of the year.
Oh, I didn't.
But we don't know until we do an RFQ or an RFP and get
Okay.
bids
Well,
back. So
yeah, by the
this is
time
just
it
a
all
capacity
happens, you know.
conversation.
So we
Yeah.
also have in IT an extra $100,000 over last year because of all the things that we need. We have $600,000 in there.
I'm sorry, and where?
No,
IT.
IT is more
IT.
Software programs.
It's- yeah,
It's all-
right.
Tony is here.
Are the computer upgrades covered by that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Fenn is starting to shake over in the corner here if you start talking about his budget. But I know we got a lot of things on that one that are needed, so I appreciate that,
Is there
too.
enough in there, Tony?
See, in these little items, some items it may cost lower than anticipated. In that case, that additional money can be used for other items that is.
Mm-hmm. I think you're getting a
small.
point that we just wanted to make sure, we're not too pinched on some of these, especially some of those, co-sponsorships that we do, events that we have. We've got a Vision Zero that we all want to be committed to. We've got dollars that are pulled in other pieces. We're just making sure, as the councilman
No,
noted, right, this is our opportunity to make sure. So as long as you're
I think you
saying.
already spoke with the DCS and all. DCS, all the departments, whatever they need to do, they covered. Whatever they requested, they all requested, so they have it. If you spoke with, you spoke with Mr. Scantlebury spoke with the departments, they requested whatever funding they need, and we included everything in the budget.
And that was confirmed on January 24th when we were
Yeah.
here. We were more talking about, at that time, some of those pressure points that the cap caused our budget, similar to what we spoke about tonight with the school board issue.
I think tonight that we're talking about 125,000 more, which can come from savings in other categories,
Yeah, and those direct
breakage,
budget.
other things, but I think we just want to make sure the capacity is there and that we're not
Yeah,
exceeding
and
the
if you can
2%.
send me the categories so I can see where it fits,
Okay, but do we need to amend anything? Or do we feel comfortable that we have that capacity in the overall total numbers?
125.
I think we have that.
Yeah,
I think we have that.
So somewhere else, some other
Right.
departments, we tell them, hey, this is your priorities,
And
change a little bit.
I would encourage not to exceed on our contracts, too, not to exceed a certain number.
Yeah.
That way, it keeps us disciplined.
Okay.
I was
So
concerned.
just to be direct, we will have the $125,000 allocated. If Mr. Iacobellis or Mr. Spiller, Mayor Spiller, if you could get the numbers to Maja, and we can make sure we track it for you, and we'll be all set.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
The
appreciate that.
125, I'm sorry, the 125 about what you're speaking, is this aggregate of the things you're talking about, or is it
Yeah,
something else?
I think, no,
It's the
I just did
aggregate
some
of this.
back of the envelope. That's roughly the things I was talking about, many of
Thank
them, so.
Mayor, listening to this tonight, though, what we've been hearing tonight, shouldn't we be looking for places we might be able to save money or cut or shift to the schools? I mean, I don't understand we're quibbling over 5,000, 15,000, Vision Zero, shouldn't that cost zero? I'm just baffled here. It's 10:45, and what are we gonna maybe cut? Now, here's the question I have for both of you, okay? This is a big question, right? In the police budget, is there still $175,000 for a deputy chief?
No.
No?
That was gone long time ago, yeah.
You took the money out?
Yes, in 20, whenever, yeah. No, it's
The
only.
last time I talked to Mr. Stafford about it, he said it's in there and he's gonna hire a deputy chief and the money's in there. That's a year ago.
112 is their number, 112, including the chief and the deputy chief. That's
No, I'm
what
talking about the second deputy chief position that's been vacant. Since the woman moved to Florida and we gave her a raise. Okay?
No, yeah, I know.
Not this council.
I know, but we
Defend
never
what people-
put it back.
You know, I respect what you're saying, Marcia, but I have to get this very clear. Because the former manager told me in his office, he's got the money in the budget to hire a deputy chief, an additional deputy chief. We got one. And he's going to do that because he has the power to do it, no matter what I said. I said to him, could you leave that vacant and shift that money to senior citizens or something else? No, no, no. I've got the power and I'm going to do it. That's the problem with the system. But here's the point. If you're telling me there's 112,000 in there.
112 members, 112
No, I'm not talking
force.
about how many members of the police force. I'm talking about the one spot that we would call it slippage or breakage, that there's nobody being hired. You're telling me that money has been eliminated, so there is no deputy chief
No, I did
that
not
can be hired
budget
because
for-
there's no money for it?
I did not budget for the second deputy chief either in 2023 or 2022, or even in 2021.
Okay, so there's no money in there that we could take if we don't hire somebody and use it for something else like senior citizens. That's what I want to get clear.
No.
All right, then he talked to me about something that, well, I'm not going to say he said something, you know, not true, but.
Councilwoman Schlegel?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
112 including.
So in June, it'll be 1 year that we gave Ascend their retail license to sell cannabis. What has been the profit that we've gotten from Ascend for this 1 year, the revenue?
Revenues are 60,000 a quarter.
60,000 a quarter?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. So that's about $240,000 that we've
Yes.
gotten
Yeah.
from the one license.
Yes.
So in about 20 minutes, we're about to give out 2 more licenses, hopefully, if that gets approved. So that's a lot of money. I didn't realize, that's an incredible amount of money the revenue from
Give it to the
cannabis.
schools.
That's got a, that's like a gift. I mean, that's amazing. Okay, that's, and that money, so those 2 licenses that will be awarded, we don't have that in the budget
No,
yet, because it
no.
would be for the
Yeah,
following year.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
okay, thank you.
Can I ask this?
Councilman Cummings?
And this is, we've had this conversation, so there's been discussion of the radios for the fire department. So the question I have for you is, looking into the state and what we're requesting, can you give me an update on that?
Yes. So I am requesting the state to consider the possibilities of us being able to get on the state system instead of the current existing independent system, because I want to cost out the independent system versus the state system and what are the features or abilities of these two systems and even for the independent system, we want to go out for bid if the independent system is considered better than the state system. If we, the fire department and the management, everybody thinks that the independent system is better than the state system, in that case, we are going to go bid out, and then we will know what the costs are going to be, who the vendor is going to be. But we will definitely look into other systems, like state system, and we also are going to look into what our neighbors are doing as well.
So right now, how much do we have in there for that, for the radios?
We didn't, this is not operating budget.
Okay, but
That's
it's capital.
That's a capital budget.
Right.
I put 1.5 million for that.
Okay, but it could be less
It
if
could be
the
less.
state system is
Yeah,
cheaper.
if it's, yeah.
Okay.
Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Thank you, Mayor. So what I'm trying to understand, and when I said earlier that this problem is new to us, it's not that there's not some systemic questions to do with the school budgets, it's that they are not, and they have not been factored into our own thinking, our own budgeting, and now we're poised to pass a budget, and I don't know what opportunity we have to actually consider the things that the public has been speaking about. And so I don't know what recommendations our financial advisors, meaning our CFO and our advisor, Mr. Beneke, can suggest. I don't know what would happen if we, as was suggested by one member of the public, and I know we've already pushed this hearing off, whether it's, I guess, 2 weeks from where it would have been. I do know, and I'll say this for the public's benefit, last year, part of the considerations we were told is that we got lesser service, and it may have related to the pools even not being done on time, because we came in later with our budget, and therefore we were less competitive to go out to bid for certain contracts. So that's what I understand to be one of the downsides if we don't pass this budget tonight, and I'm not sure there's a will among the majority of anybody to do that. I just want to know if we were to try and take the time that was suggested to us to figure out how we can be partners to solve the school's problems, what are the implications for us? So I'm going to ask if your furrowed brow, so you're not following my question? If we didn't pass the budget tonight, because we're going to consider how we might need to put something in the budget
We
if it's
already
appropriate.
have 5 months of spending already. We already spent almost 5 months of the
Right.
budget. And
Please.
then, you want to stop the going forward? I'm sorry. So what's a goal of this?
Well, the goal is to try and be responsive to what we've listened to for several hours and the preceding, last nights and such of what's happening with our schools. What's the role that the council can be playing? We can say future pilot revenue, that's far off.
Right.
We can say other things. I'm not sure how we think we're going to be constructive. And I
From
want to
this
know.
budget? From this current budget?
Well, I'm a little unclear still about the 2% cap, and I know you've said it several times, and maybe members of the public do or don't understand. But if we're capped at 2, and what I thought I understood earlier is if we took pilot money and gave it to them, it would just offset less money we could give them. We can only give them 2%. That's what I thought I understood you explained earlier. So I don't know what option we really have to be helpful with
So-
township dollars.
Right, so you can take new pilot money and provide it to the schools. If you take existing pilot money, because we include it in our tax budget, where we reduce taxes, you will increase taxes automatically doing that. Someone brought.
Existing tax pilot money.
Existing, you can, as someone said, you can then try to cut this budget. As we saw in January and February, and as the members of the council saw, Ms. Rao, Mr. Scantlebury have gone through this budget with each department and through their own devices to pull back so much that we're even talking tonight in mid-May about the prospect of $5,000 here and $15,000 there. So the point is that our organization, our AAA financial organization, is run and structured to achieve a certain level of financial competency. That's what we've achieved. We've achieved that so that you can be put into position of even entertaining those types of questions. There's 565 towns in New Jersey. Each one has a backstory. By the way, I met with Maya on January 20th of 2020. Can remind her about that.
She said it was years ago.
Oh, yeah, 3 years
Oh,
ago,
there it is.
sure, sure, but it was part of the settlement of their
remembered
affordable
that.
housing.
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
like I said, how can you not, remember me? So in any event, so Ms. Price Abrams, so the point is that the two organizations are separate. The state concocted these rabbit holes for us to provide some flexibility and a lot of confusion. of the 565 towns, there's probably a dozen that provide direct money from taxes into the school district. It's on sheet 29. The problem with that is that goes against our tax levy cap. If you did it before 2010, you get the credit to the tax levy cap. And that's what I tried to explain today, because it gets a little weird, because if you go to a certain town that's not too far from here, not in Essex County, in Morris County, you can actually say, well, they give $195,000 to the schools, and they don't have a cap implication. That's because they gave it out before the 2010 tax levy cap came into existence. So you get all of these what-ifs, and you got the gotchas and the getchums and all of that. For example, Jersey City is a state aid town with what they used to call an Abbott district. All that state aid that floods into the schools causes, believe it or not, Jersey City's tax rate is a full $1 less than ours. So we're at $2.50, they're about $1.50. Why? Because they have 314 pilots in their budget. Look it up in the city budget. And Steve Fulop will be the first one to admit it. So we could go down those rabbit holes, but the bottom line is we have a budget that Mr. Scantlebury and Ms. Rao have put together diligently. They've tried to explain it. They see all of those things that are on the horizon as best as they can to try to catch all the dollars. If you want to deal with the school district, and I don't blame them, nobody wants to hear these children distressed like that, and their parents and their mentors. Nobody wants to hear that stuff. But you have educational adequacy. Did the Essex County Board of Education and the DOE work with our Board of Education on the educational adequacy of their $125 million tax levy? What fiscal structure, like we have gone through, all of us, all of you guys all do, and gals all do a great job of asking and probing. Have they done that? We don't know. That's a different organization. So what I'm suggesting tonight is we've given the option of a referendum. We've given the option of, well, when our budget ends in 6 months, we can maybe have some stopgap measures for 2024. But the permanent fix is, like the mayor said, and Mr. Iacobellis, increase the pool of money. The way you do that, look at Ocean Township. See what they did. They passed a referendum. And they permanently put $880,000, I believe it was $880,000 into their budget, into their base for teachers. Do that. And then maybe we could talk about things like that. Nobody wants to hurt kids. We're not on Wall Street. We're here to help you. We're here to help. So that's the way the statute reads. The statute reads, the city's here, the county's here, and the school board is over here, the school district. That's the way the statutes. Are there crossover points? Sure. There always are. I built the school in a type 2 school district. $70 million. Woodbridge uses their pilot money to build schools. I got it. It's all over the place. It's New Jersey. Welcome to 565 fiefdoms. But here, we have a budget. It's going into the middle of the year, and we will help until the cows come home. But we've got to move on with this at some point.
What I would like to add, Bob, is to get a feel for the appetite of the governing body, whether or not you really want to say, okay, if you need to raise taxes, that you'd be all for it. Because I think we would need parameters to work within and look at the options, whether we use current pilot money, which means that would happen automatically, or whether it's future pilot money or other revenues. But I think we need to know what you seven want to do. Do you have an appetite if we have to raise the tax levy?
I'm sorry if you were finished.
No,
but I don't think I would want anyone to have to opine right now, like this is all too weighty for us to sort of give you a straw poll right sitting here. I think we all have to consider what is the right approach. But I'm just trying to understand if there's anything we need to do with this budget before we finalize it to address the needs, or if it's going to come outside of the budget. That's what I'm really trying to understand. Is there going to be a way we can help outside of the budget, or do we need to do something now?
Mr. Beneke, so that
But
I think is
appreciate the question.
the fundamental question, right? We've heard some solutions there, and if those solutions included, like, the same way we're saying, hey, could you find 15? We know these are the numbers we're talking about, because again, we go up against our 2% cap as well, and our 2% spending cap. Is that correct? That we have,
that's
right?
correct.
So for both of those, understanding that though, when we talk stopgap dollars or stuff like that, is it where we could pass this budget, right? And then should the school district be going to a referendum and there's stopgap dollars that are needed that could do some things, we could same kind of way see which lines could we pull a little here, pull a little there to make that work. And then even the creative thing that Mr. Cummings, get that back if needed, lower our thing back. But are there ways, working through this, and Councilwoman Price Davis will tell me if this is the kind of question, but are there things we can do through passing this budget to still keep those kind of options there? Or is that off the table, is the question, my question. Anyway.
Mr. Kennedy, when you answer this question, please speak to me like I'm a third grader, so I can understand what you are exactly saying. And I say that because it seems to me that the bottom line here is, in order for us to do anything here, we're looking at like
answer my question?
we're looking at like $5 million. We don't have that.
I know it's $5 million, I know, but I'm just saying,
That's
is
what I'm
there,
saying.
so stopgap is different. If it's a stopgap to hold over for, we're looking for everything here,
Well, we're
right?
half a year into their year, let's keep.
So, yes.
So here's the situation. The short answer to your question is yes. The long answer is that we're 6 months away from our budget. If they need money, we could just put our money into next year's temporary budget and run with it.
On January 1st.
On January 1st, we could just inject money if that's what's needed for stopgap, assuming a referendum is adopted. And, and the reason I bring up the educational adequacy issue of the funding is that, don't forget, the DOE needs to approve the referendum. I don't know if they're going to approve it. That's up to, the superintendent and the Board of Education to vet that through. So the short answer to your question, we adopt this budget, and they need assistance to come to a referendum. We're there with them. We'll help them in January for any stopgaps. The bottom line, though, is that they have $125 million. We need to know how that is structured. We hear, and we get the really depressing, if you will, and sometimes inspiring stories. At the same time, we don't know what the backstory is. We don't know where that $125 million is.
So, Mr. Beneke, to Mayor Ms. Price-Laven's point, if we are to look at this from a standpoint of, we'll look at something down the road, we pass this budget, then, again, as I said before, August, we'll know what the district was able to do.
Right.
Because I'm not talking, because you keep saying if they go to referendum, and I'm saying without a referendum, if we see that their numbers are such, then in January, if it's the will of this body, we can add money to the
Right.
budget to cover that without a referendum.
Correct.
Yes.
Right,
At that
so-
time, the school is still in their budget year.
Right.
So they can, whatever the money they have right now, they can.
And so we will know
spend
that
it.
after
So,
July
yeah.
1, exactly where around August, we'll know exactly where they are in their funding.
That's correct.
And then we'll know if they needed money or if they found money to cover. But then where the rubber hits the road is, we'll be facing the same thing next year. So are we able to potentially forecast, hey, here's some money we want to put towards the school district, which goes to your point about revenue from the, because we don't have any new pilots right now.
We can
But
estimate
then we
that.
could forecast, hey, we need to put an extra $3 million in potentially for the schools. But we're going to find some $3 million cuts, or be willing to increase taxes.
Look, you know us well enough that
Right.
$3 million is going to cause us to say, well, where can we save $3 million in that particular organization first? Similar to the advanced savings in the fire department that we've achieved. I know there's a difference of opinion, but the bottom line is that they had 87 firefighters several years ago. It's the same type of process.
I'm just saying in terms of, again, trying to make this as basic as possible.
Right. Yeah.
Bottom line is, without saying that the district has to go to a referendum,
Right.
if we would have to find this money, but it's going to be cutting services, or we'd have to find where we're going to cut to stay to the 2% cap, or we increase taxes.
If they don't go to the referendum, the base is never going to go up, right?
That's right.
I understand,
So
Monte.
even if you pump in little money and it comes back the same issue.
It's going to come back to higher taxes.
And the other issue, too, is that they're disincentivized from saving their own money this year without knowing that they have to go to a referendum or do something else. and I don't want to speak ill of anyone, but they're not incentivized to actually go out and do it themselves. And
Well, I
that's
think,
that's
I
an
think
issue.
we want to work as partners, Mr. Beneke. We want to work as partners as best we can.
Right, of
But I think,
course.
as the Councilman Cummings is noting, when you're talking millions, it's different than stopgap of hundreds of thousands. Millions is a referendum. But
That-
ultimately,
Well said, that's important.
that's the, one way or the other, us, them, it's a referendum. Okay. Any other questions from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo? Yes. Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you very much. Next is the public hearing on the bid budget, which is Resolution R-23-132, which is a resolution to read the Montclair bid budget by title pursuant to NJSA 40A:56-84F. And whereas NJSA 40A:56:F provides the Montclair bid budget for 2023 may be read by title only at the time of public hearing if a resolution is passed, not less than a majority of the full governing body, and that at least 1 week prior to the date of the hearing, a complete copy of the approved budget shall be made available for the public inspection and shall be made available to each person upon request. And whereas these conditions have been met, now therefore the Township of Montclair hereby declares that conditions of NJSA 40A:56:84F as amended have been met, and therefore the bid budget can be read by title only, and I so move.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings? Yes. Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
We stepped out for a second.
Counselor Yacobelis? Absent. Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Counselor, do you want to vote on that one? Yeah, Counselor Yacobelis, it's the bid, okay. So next is the bid budget itself, which we can do as was noted. So pursuant to this, we have Resolution R-23-133, which is a resolution to adopt the 2023 Montclair Center bid budget, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
Are you stepping up? Well, I think there's a public hearing, yes, Mayor?
Yeah.
So the public is to be,
Yeah.
not the comment, okay.
Without objection, I'll open it for the public hearing. Is there objection?
No objection.
Okay.
So the mayor, you move that the bid
Is public
budget be
public
open
com-
and.
Yes, public comment on the
Okay.
budget?
Yeah.
Assuming you want to make a comment on the budget?
Well, I'll just make a quick comment. It's been an interesting evening tonight. I did just want to offer support. Well, I guess first I should clarify that obviously our budget is assessment-based, not tax-based. Hope the public understands that clarification. I did want to offer some support, though, to you guys as I see you guys trying to find some monies here and there. I understand that the Vision Zero Task Force is coming up, and since there are a lot of pedestrian safety issues that occur in the bid, we just got a grant application across our desk that would allow us to partner with you guys. And so I'd like to offer some monies, possibly up to $10,000. To help you guys offset your cost for the Vision Zero Task Force.
Thank you.
I hope you guys will take us up on that offer.
Taking you up on it right now. We'll take the 10 grand, yes.
Wait.
Fair enough, thank you, man.
Third.
Take that out of our budget then.
Yeah.
Wait,
So,
thank you for the partnership.
reach out to me, please. Let's chat on that.
Will do. Any other comments on the bid budget?
From the public?
From the public. It's a public hearing. I'll
Waiting for
move
my-
it to you when it's time to close it. Any other comments on the bid budget? All right, with that, I will, without objection, close, and seeing no one else moving to microphone, make a motion to close the hearing on the bid budget. I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll for closing the comment on the bid budget?
Yes, sir. Counselor Cummings? Absent. Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis? He recused, I'm sorry. Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Next. Yeah, okay, so go ahead. You want to?
Mayor, I request that the township clerk be instructed to read the last paragraph of the adopting resolution for the bid budget.
Thank you. The Township Clerk will read the resolution.
Now therefore be it resolved by the governing body of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, that the 2023 Montclair Center bid budget herein before set forth is hereby adopted and shall constitute an appropriation for the purposes stated in the sums therein, set forth as appropriations, and authorization of the amount of $1,018,290 for the 2023 Montclair Center Corporation bid budget.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, you're,
Here.
It's not me.
And move its adoption.
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Cummings? The bid budget. To adopt the bid budget.
Oh, you're done with that.
Counselor Cummings? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis? Recuse? Yes. Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Resolution adopting the 2023 bid budget is adopted. Thank you very much. Appreciate that as well. Next, of course, we have a number of our new business items that we have on here. But with the indulgence of my colleagues, I'm going to take a 5-minute break so we can have a restroom break, a couple of things. So we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back from that. Thank you, everybody.
stay, you can hear some new things.
Good? Okay, thank you so much. All right, we've called the meeting back to order. Next. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Next, we're going to open up the meeting to public comment. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council. Please limit your comments to 2 minutes. At this point, please limit your comments to 2 minutes. If you wish to comment on a pending ordinance listed on this agenda, please make your comment during the hearing for that ordinance. All public speakers will have 2 minutes. Obviously, we have extensive comment before, but we will do public comment, second round here, 2 minutes. And Madam Clerk, I will have you mind the clock, and we'll be mindful. I will open up for public hearing. With that, please. Thank you.
Good evening. Before my clock starts, I just want to say we had 4 or 5 other folks here who had to leave, but we had come, each of us was going to read a portion of this public comment about the proposed 5G ordinance. So if you could start my clock now, I'd appreciate it. We'll just read as much as we can, and we'll send the full piece to you all in writing.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you to the council for caring about the rollout of 5G technology. I, along with several other residents here tonight, I'm stunned to see that your proposed ordinance regarding 5G deployment goes to great lengths to discuss aesthetic considerations and seeks to create restrictive measures in this respect. We applaud these restrictions, but given that 5G has not been proven safe by any stretch for human health, animals, or plant life, several residents came tonight to voice our concerns in opposition to this rollout. We know that you want the best for this town, but we think the council has been sold a bill of goods on the 5G issue by moving your focus solely to aesthetics when it is actually the health impacts of deploying these devices in neighborhoods among children, families, and elderly folks that have been proven high risk by many peer-reviewed studies. Since you are going this direction of more restrictive measures, which again we applaud you for, as a town we should turn our attention to these extremely negative health impacts and evaluate all the available evidence before proceeding. I'm guessing you may not be aware of these health effects, otherwise I trust that you would pause on this ordinance and do more research to determine what is best for the community in terms of your responsibility to protect residents' public health. My colleagues and I are asking you to do just that and to give us the chance to educate you by creating an educational event with renowned experts, scientists, lawyers, and advocates who are fighting federal deployment of 5G experimental technology across the nation. Towns and states nationwide are standing up to the false narrative that we need 5G in order to increase connectivity or bridge the digital divide. This is simply and deeply untrue. It is a complete falsehood. It is an attempt to roll out a dangerous technology under the guise of equity for low-income communities and communities of color. We do not want Montclair to fall prey to this completely false propaganda messaging. If there are locations in town where cell service is spotty, I happen to live in the 4th Ward and I do experience this, the good news is that there is an excellent safe alternative called fiber optics, which I'll discuss in a minute. Moreover, now is the time to pause this ordinance and the 5G rollout because the resulting court order from a major recent winning lawsuit is currently awaited. This court order demands that the FCC update its 20-year-old outdated health guidelines and consider all new evidence since
If you could start finishing up your comments.
Sure, since 1996 that's been compiled, which documents concrete harms to humans, etc. So I asked the council to do 3 things: pause and wait for compliance by the FCC to produce the court-mandated reconsideration of health info, pursue safe, fast, and cheaper fiber optics for our town instead of dangerous, dirty, and risky 5G, and create an opportunity for us to organize an educational meeting for the council and the town with experts who can speak to the health and environmental risks of 5G. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could just be mindful of the clock.
Yeah,
Try and
okay,
hold on.
okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I have several, I also am concerned about 5G.
Sure. Just name and
Jeremy Nocht.
Thank you.
I have several questions for the council to consider that will help us all think about alternative angles on this issue. What is the reasoning for imposing 5G in this town? Is there a lack of reliable internet connectivity? Are you simply complying with the FERC law? despite the fact that countless other municipalities across the country are in fact doing just that, pushing back against federal regulations? Can you please demystify the language of the ordinance and explain concretely tonight what it would mean for every resident if you move forward with the ordinance? Namely, how many new small cells installed on existing electrical cables and new poles at the very edges of our property lines will be introduced in front of every household? How many small cells per block, per neighborhood, and per ward will be installed, each emitting nonstop electromagnetic frequencies resulting in untoward amount of radiation on each of our bodies? How many larger cell towers with antennas will be deployed, hiding small cells craftily or dressing up the larger ones to look like fake trees is merely a distraction from the very central core issue of environmental and human health toxicity directly caused by 5G? What are the actual levels of EMF being emitted from these small cells in front of every home and apartment building? And what are the EMF levels that will be emitted from the larger towers you aim to place throughout town? Are these levels tested to be safe for human health, for animal and plant health? Why not explore an alternative which is very safe, extremely fast and cost-effective, fiber optic cables? Fiber optics would save Montclair a large sum of money and resources. In fact, 3 years ago, a group of us encouraged the town council to explore fiber optics while we were fighting Verizon's attempt to place a massive cell tower in the 4th Ward. We were very disappointed that the council at the time did not proceed to explore fiber optics, but we now have the chance to do just that and to embrace this much safer, cost-effective option. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Judith Antolman, 180 Walnut Street. First, I want to thank the council for getting the ordinance to ban leaf blowers on the agenda tonight. And it occurred to me, I always speak about the destruction of the gas leaf blowers, and I never speak about the beauty of the leaves and when we all became so afraid of leaves. And tonight I'm actually going to speak, I'm excerpting a scientist, and I'm speaking about leaves. There are about as many leaves on one tree as there are hairs on your head. People don't know how to make a leaf, but they know how to destroy one. In the last 10 years, we've lost more than 50 billion trees. That's more than 1 trillion leaves that are ripped from their source of nourishment every single day. And it seems like nobody cares. But we should care. We should care for the same basic reason that we are always bound to care. Because someone died who didn't have to. Someone died? Maybe I can convince you. I look at an awful lot of leaves. I look at them and I ask questions. I start by looking at the color. Exactly what shade of green? How big is the leaf? How much sun does it get? How often does the rain hit the leaf? Sick, healthy, important, irrelevant, alive? Why? The first real leaf is a new idea. The leaves of the world comprise countless billion elaborations of a single, simple machine designed for one job only, a job upon which hinges humankind. Leaves make sugar. Plants are the only things in the universe that can make sugar out of non-living inorganic matter. All the sugar that you have ever eaten was first made within a leaf. Without a constant supply of glucose to your brain, you will die, period. Under duress, your liver can make glucose out of protein or fat, but that protein or fat was originally constructed from a plant sugar within some other animal. It is inescapable. At this very moment, within the synapses of your brain, leaves are fueling thoughts of leaves. Every once in a while, a plant gets an idea to make a new leaf that changes everything. Was that my time?
That's your time.
One new idea allowed the plant to see a new world and draw sweetness out of a whole new sky. The first real leaf is a new idea. And that's an excerpt from scientist Hope Jaren's memoir, Lab Girl.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Olga Zaykina. I live on North Fullerton Avenue. Thank you, first of all, thank you, Councilor Russo, and thank you, Councilor Schlager, for your commitment to the health of all who live in and work in Montclair. With you two leading the way we will soon be a community that is safer and healthier for all. I would like to clarify what I understand is the reason some of you may not feel ready to support the end of this dangerous machine. It is what the township is capable of on its municipal property. I understand you would like the town employees to follow this new law on municipal property, and until you feel you can, you do not wish to pass the same law that will protect your constituents. This comes down to 180 acres. Montclair's municipal property is 180 acres. And I understand you wish to obtain 12 electric leaf blowers. Correct me if I'm wrong. That means 12 men who will have safe working conditions. This is a good thing. This is great. And you should feel proud to offer the men you employ safe working conditions. However, the residents of Montclair do not live on municipal property. There are 3,000 acres of private property in Montclair. This is where we live, in our homes, in our backyards. And this is where the gas leaf blowers spend most of the time in Montclair. This dangerous machine, which you know is dangerous and unhealthy, is next door to us, across the street, down the block, worn on the backs of hundreds of crew workers on any given day for 4 months of the year. And these men mostly do not have health care. And I'll end here and my friend will continue.
Hi. My name is Yana Robbins, and I live on Park Street. If you can reset the clock, I'm going to finish off the speech. Woohoo, okay. So please buy 12 electric leaf blowers for town employees on 180 acres. Tell your employees they must follow the law and use them, and they'll be healthier for it. Please learn all you want to learn from other towns and cities that have already succeeded, and pass this legislation so that other 3,000 acres you protect the health of tens of thousands of people. And then on a different topic, this is the end of the school year. There's parties and graduation parties that are planned next month for so many kids, and this should be a time for celebration for so many of us. And instead, I'm so sad to see so much sadness and depression for teachers, for students, for parents. This should not be how the year ends. We should all be celebrating. And you guys, we should all be celebrating together. Let's do great stuff for this town. Let's end on a happy note. So please don't cut down budget for the public schools. This is a shame. Education and public health are two fundamental things that need to be taken care of by those who serve the public. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessica Stolzberg. I live on Fairfield Street. Councilor Russo, Councilor Schlager, thank you so much for moving this ordinance forward. I think you all know that we've worked really hard, and for many, many months, what you haven't seen is what has happened behind the scenes of so many people who've been making phone calls and sending emails and really trying to understand what's happening in other towns and interview other landscapers. And just today, I actually had a really amazing conversation with a commissioner of Parks and Recreation in White Plains, New York. Their new legislation just went into effect as of today. They will never again have the gas leaf blower in their town. I was there on Sunday. My mother-in-law lives there. I drove past endless yards that look just like the yards here. They had the same trees, lawns, bushes, and knowing that that community will never have a gas leaf blower in it, I felt real envy, but I also felt hope that we could get there in this town as well. And when I spoke to the commissioner, it turns out they've been following, the town follows the seasonal limits. It's a city. They follow the seasonal limits. They've had the exact same seasonal limits for far longer than us, and they've always followed it. And he was surprised to hear that that was sort of the issue that we're stuck on here. And as the last speaker said, it's 180 acres, and it's being done, and it is possible, and it's about adaptation, education, and also that you guys set a new law and you ask the people who work here to follow it, and it really is that simple. And then that means you succeed in protecting your residents and the workers that they employ on 3,000 acres. And that's a lot of men who deserve to have safe conditions, and it's a lot of children who are playing in their own yards, who are playing on streets where they're right down the block and they are affected, and this is a public health matter, and we really hope you take it seriously and that this moves forward tonight, so that yesterday was the very last day that Montclair, New Jersey has the gas leaf blower here. And we can do that because the next time it's supposed to turn on is October 15th, and that is more than enough time for us to figure this all out, and we are here to help you, and I can connect you to people in White Plains, Washington, D.C., Larchmont, and Maplewood, and Evanston, Illinois, and many more.
Thank you.
So I hope you'll do it. Thank you.
Seeing no one else, I'll close the public comment. Thank you very much. Moving forward, we have a number of ordinances. First is Ordinance O-23-16, which is an ordinance to amend Section 347 zoning of the Code of the Township of Montclair, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-16, which is an ordinance to amend the Code of the Township of Montclair, Chapter 290, Small Wireless Facilities and Right-of-Way, to regulate small wireless facilities within the township right-of-way. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
Yes, Mayor. As the gentleman stated before, I remember this issue coming up when South End Business District, where they wanted to put a tower up on one of the businesses in there. And it was quite a good discussion on the impact. And then I believe there was a conversation of using the firehouse. And it just seemed like the areas that they were looking to do this 5G with the antennas was a little oversaturated in the Fourth Ward, and particularly in those areas. So I have some concerns about this, and I think we do need to look at this ordinance a little bit stronger and look at how this is going to be impacted throughout. And I think, Ms. Schlager, you went through this years ago when they first tried to put it on one of your blocks, and these trees and locations and the distance, it really will impact the look of our town. And I appreciate that we're trying to do a better job of kind of regulating it. I just think we need to make sure that we regulate it a little bit more, because again, if I'm a property owner and I want to do this, I'm talking commercial, and there is a commercial district, but right next to it are apartment buildings and homes. And so as much as the South End Business District looks like a business district, it is essentially a residential area. And then we get to our own residential streets. And this is just something that, speaking at a couple of the league municipalities is one of those things we really don't have anything that we can't rescind because the FCC wants this to happen. But I think we really need to have a little bit more discussion about this, and I hope the council agrees with me. I'm not comfortable kind of just passing this, or I know it's a conversation we're having tonight, but as we move forward, I think we need to really talk about this over the next couple of weeks.
So to be clear, this is on first reading.
Right. That's what I'm
So
saying.
we will have some time. Okay, I agree with you.
Any other questions, comments?
I'll just comment, Mayor. I do think it's important that we put this in front of, to the councilman's point, the telecom companies right now have the right to just come in and deploy a system. And if we don't pass this and put some controls in front of that process, we will have no say. One of many things I learned in this process was that we're really only talking about addendums to existing poles in residential areas. So we're talking about a small box like this per cell carrier, one maximum per telephone pole. So there shouldn't be net new in residential areas. Where we would look at net new towers would be decorative poles in historic districts, in the neighborhood commercial zones, and smart poles only in the C1 and C3 downtown, which would be enabled essentially with power so that we can hang a parking sign with available spaces on it if we wanted to, or it's lighted, or it has Wi-Fi. Without it, again, the telecom, Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T can just come in here and put stuff wherever they want. The other thing that I was happy with Mr. Burr came up with was really strong regulations around the maintenance of the equipment that goes with it. So ensuring that we have some say over where the equipment goes in relation to the cell, and that the companies have to maintain them, because one of the things I've been concerned about is graffiti all over the equipment boxes around town. So this would require the telecoms companies to actually keep them free of graffiti and maintained in well order. So just wanted to highlight a couple of those features, and we should definitely spend some time with Ms. Talley to go over more of the specifics over the next month or so.
Yeah, because this, again, the saturation in one area is not a good thing, and that's a key point for me, because that's where the saturation was headed when we were, well, I commend Councilor Baskerville in her fight against this back then, and now it's become another one. So I just want to make sure that everyone here understands this isn't cut and dry. And although new equipment makes it look smaller, makes it look like trees and all of those things, it's still an intrusion, and it's still putting up a pole in locations where radioactivity comes around the whole township. So I just want to make sure that we all really have a robust conversation on this.
Yeah, fully agree, and as the councilman noted, I remember even in our previous discussions and iterations of this, some of the challenges was, if we don't get ahead and regulate, and our attorney's not, then they just can do. So we do have to be.
I know we have no say on it. I learned that at the 5G.
Yeah. Agree with you, Floyd. I think we're all saying the same. Yep. Yeah, exactly. We lay it on as much as we can, absolutely. Okay, any other questions, concerns, comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-17, which is a bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements in and by the Township of Montclair, appropriating $7,960,000 there, for and authorizing the issuance of $7,562,000 bonds and notes in the township to finance part and cost of thereof, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Just comments, Mayor.
Councilman Jacobellis?
I do just want to highlight a couple good things that I'm excited about in this, and I thank the Deputy Mayor and everybody who I was able to work with, including our staff who understandably went home. I think we have a good list in terms of a new street sweeper and a new garbage truck, which was very necessary, emergency communications system, in addition to regular paving and curbing maintenance, and rehabilitation. And this part, I think, is key, rehabilitation and improvements of the safety buildings. So we're setting some dollars aside to be able to consider work that's necessary, very, very necessary in terms of the roof at the police station. And then something in particular would be continued work on our stormwater culverts. Post-IDA, as we've gone and looked and inspected culverts and stormwater infrastructure all over Montclair, we have basically found that no one's looked at it in decades. And everywhere we look, it's pretty bad. So we've gone and, I know we did around Cross Street down in that area and cleared out $100,000 worth of debris and tons and tons and tons of debris. And we've discovered other places around town where there's dilapidated, where it's been washed away. So this is just a small down payment on trying to start the process of restoring our infrastructure around Montclair. And we'll go from here in terms of the investments we're going to make in actually doing the upgrades. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments? Councilman, Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to echo Councilman Jacobellis' sentiments, and thank you for working with me on this list and putting this together. Look forward to doing more things in the future together, and everything that you said, I'll second. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, and I'll just note, I think it's part of that broader discussion we've said around capital projects, specifically, as we all know, things like, Councilman Schlager, I know skate park that we've talked about for how long, ice rink that we see as well that we know needs capital improvements, some of the buildings and community/senior center that we all talk about, all of these things I think are part of that broader discussion. If we use our AAA bond rating for capital projects, as is how you can go out and get these loans or figure out other financing to make sure you can make it cost effective to work. I do think it's important we have that community conversation, so we don't have to, piecemeal bit by bit by bit. There's a lot of priorities. I think everyone would agree. I see a lot of heads shaking, so I know that we're in agreement on a lot of those things. So we'll continue, I think, to have those discussions and see if it is worth moving forward on all those items and getting them done, for residents to enjoy. And that's why we work so hard to get this bond rating. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, there is one thing I'd like to add. The 1.5 for the acquisition of radios and communication system. We're appropriating that money, but it's a placeholder. I've asked Ms. Rao to take a look at the state system. And if indeed the state system is conducive to our needs, that number will be brought down significantly.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, she said that?
She did, but
Oh,
that's all good. I liked hearing it again, Mr. Scantlebury, you did a nice job of saying what we heard. No, but thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I appreciate that.
And you'll send that money to the schools, right?
With that, it's removed. Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-18, which is an ordinance to amend the Montclair Code, Chapter 217 for noise.
Yes, Mayor. Let me read this and then we'll discuss. It's an ordinance amending Montclair Code, Chapter 217, noise. Whereas Montclair Code, Section 217 regulates noise, and whereas the Council of the Township of Montclair has decided that the operation of gas-powered leaf blowers should be banned within the township, now therefore be it ordained by the Council of the Township of Montclair and the County of Essex that Montclair Code 217 noise is amended as follows. Leaf blowers. Purpose and intent. The Montclair Township hereby finds that the use of leaf blowers powered by internal combustion engines impairs the economic and social welfare, health, peace, and quality of life of persons residing in Montclair. The purpose of this section is to eliminate the adverse impact of such equipment by restricting its use within the township. Hours of use would be leaf blowers powered by internal combustion engines shall not be operated in the Township of Montclair, but leaf blowers powered solely by electric or battery power are permitted in the Township of Montclair as follows. 1, on weekdays between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m., except that leaf blowers may be used by an occupant or owner of the premises between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. on weekdays. 2, on weekends between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m., except that leaf blowers may be used by an occupant or owner of the premises between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. C, limitation on use of leaf blowers powered solely by electric or battery. The operation of leaf blowers powered by electric or battery shall be limited in each calendar year to the time period between March 15th and May 15th inclusive, and between October 15th and December 15th inclusive. The Emergency Management Coordinator shall have the authority to extend or modify such dates when extreme or unusual weather conditions warrant. D, safety equipment. Business operators shall provide their employees using leaf-powered blowers with appropriate equipment to protect employees' health, including hearing protection and eye protection. Business operators shall further ensure that employees use appropriate personal protective equipment while operating leaf blowers powered by internal combustion engines. E, responsibility of property owners, business operators, landlords, and tenants of property shall have all the duties and responsibilities prescribed in this chapter, and no property owner, business operator, landlord, or tenant shall be relieved from such duties or responsibilities by reason of the fact that the other of them or the occupant is also responsible, therefore, and in violation thereof. And finally, emergencies. The Emergency Management Coordinator is authorized to suspend any one or more of the provisions of this section for a period of 24 hours or more whenever such coordinator determines that an emergency situation exists in the township. Such suspension may be renewed each day during the continuance of such emergency. I so move.
And I will second.
Now, Mayor, I just wanted to say that this is something that we've been talking about for quite a while, and we've been working on. and I and Councilor Schlager would just like to get things moving by having this discussed. And if we could get 4 votes, of course, it goes to a second reading the next time we meet. But the key here is to get this moving. And I'd like to say that in the past, I felt there was a lot of resistance by our own township manager and the management staff to this. Because a year or 2 ago, of course, we didn't have the advancement of the electric-powered blowers, which are becoming much more advanced. There's even one piece of equipment we're told is equal to what the gas-powered blowers do. But we want to make sure that we get this moving because people have been complaining. We know we have the restrictions starting yesterday, actually, the 15th, that gives us all the way till October 15th. But that's, not going to stop it when October 15th comes. So we want to get this done at a time before that break begins and people would start using them again. So again, my concern of this goes back to 2002, actually, with Councilwoman Jessica DeConick and I trying to get a restriction on blowers. That's 20 years. And I'm happy tonight that we're at least getting this on the agenda to discuss.
I would also like to add that I met with at Jessica Stolzberg's house with her and a group of very concerned citizens, and that really convinced me that this needs to be done as soon as we possibly can. But I'm also going to take you up on your very generous offer of helping us transition. You've had some really good ideas. I know you've done extensive research in other towns, so I look forward to working with you on that from now until October 15th. So thank you all for your advocacy. No. I don't think so.
A lot left to do. No.
Not yet, sorry.
Any other comments? Yeah, that'd be here.
I'd like to make a motion to table this, Mayor.
Seconding
Is there
that
a second?
motion.
Motion to second. It's if it's non-debatable. Under Robert's rules, is motion table debatable or non-debatable? Non-debatable. Non-debatable. Okay. Just move to table. Madam Clerk?
Can I ask why?
I'd like to explain why, but when it's appropriate. I'd like to speak after.
Okay. After we vote on, I just asked under Robert's rules if it's not debatable. Okay.
Counselor Cummings?
Oh, we're going to
Just-
Yeah, no, we'll tell her.
We're voting to table this, right?
Yeah, we're voting to table.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
No.
Counselor Jacobellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Motion to table is not debatable. However, I know you want to speak to it, so now you certainly can. Yeah.
So, and to the people out there, I said at the last meeting that we are still doing our own investigation, and with a great appreciation for some of you sitting here, many who were probably here earlier and have gone home, and others. Anna's just done a ton of research. We have some of it. I haven't digested it all, and I have waited to hear what Steve Wood has to tell us, who had begun testing things, again, to some degree with the help of the advocates. I wanted to hear the feedback, and I understand the point about the municipal property versus the township property. There's many people in the third ward who have big lawns who are asking a lot of questions, and I had said, it's sort of an artificial deadline to say we need to pass this tonight. So with respect, I appreciate my colleague's passion, because I share the passion, but I want to feel like I've fully, not exhausted, because this is a long conversation, but that I understand. I have a call-in, or with our assistant attorney's help, I've arranged time with the mayor of Larchmont, because I want to understand how are they doing it. I assume that's a town that's got properties like our properties. What is the equipment that they're using? I would love, Jessica, your contact to the person in White Plains nearby that's, I guess, just started theirs as well. I have the intention, and I'm not sure everyone does, but it's my intention that we get there by October, but it doesn't mean I'm ready to pass it tonight. I want to feel more buttoned up. I want to have conversations and understand what the implications are for all the residents, while I have a deep concern about all of the public health and personal health issues that you have well cited and explained to us. So I said last time, this isn't a deadline. As was noted, we are not going to use these machines for now a period of months. And by next month, it would be my wish that we could be here And that's what I'm going to be working toward. That's what I'm telling you is my commitment, that I'm working toward it, that we would have this in place before October. But I'm not ready to do it tonight. And so with that, we didn't have a consensus as to when we would bring this. So with respect to my colleagues who are ready, this is the process and this is where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Yacobelis.
Thank you, Mayor. I would largely agree with Councilor Price Abrams. I mean, I've been very clear that I believe in banning these with a phase-in period. And look, the thing that I've been honest about is I haven't had time. Like, we budget Lackawanna Plaza, small cell 5G. The list of things goes on and on and on and on. There also are just questions that I continue to have that I have not been able to either read the information that's been sent to me to understand it, or to ask more questions and follow up, or frankly, to distill facts from others. So I have real concerns around what happens with snow removal in Montclair if some of the landscaping companies do what they told me they will do, which is wrap up and leave Montclair and stop servicing the town. That's a real concern of mine. That's what commercial property owners are saying. It's what my own company has said to my HOA that I'm a part of. We don't address in this draft, and I think we need to have an honest conversation about what the exemptions are. For example, 4-stroke push blower. The biggest issue with leaf blowers, my understanding, one of many, is that the 2-stroke engine in particular is very noisy and very polluting, but there is a 4-stroke push blower that some of the larger property owners and, again, some of the companies are asking for an exemption around. So I do think that's a conversation that we should be having as well. And currently, and this is really truly a good faith effort on everybody's part, we are ordering and testing based on the lists that we've received from different vendors, different items, different serial numbers, testing the equipment and having our crews tell us what they think. And at the same time, engaging with crews in other townships, we're getting feedback from, as Councilor Russo and Councilor Price Abrams have talked about, getting feedback from other council members in other places. So there's just a lot of information coming in at us, and I need more time to distill it. So this isn't a no for me, this is a not now, but I would like to get to it soon. Thank you.
Thank you both, council colleagues, and certainly everybody, even for those who moved, and of course we're all still looking at other pieces here. I think we echo exactly what's been said. I echo what's been said by Councilman Price Abrams and Councilman Yacobelis. Absolutely, there's still a lot to be looked at, and what I'm cautious of too is speaking with other mayors in towns where they've instituted a ban and then immediately rescinded. I want to make sure we're in a position where that does not happen here. So I think we've got to do our work and make sure that when we move forward with something, it's something that's going to stick and that we're comfortable with. And I think specifically, I'm not going to address calling out. We've already spoken about this. So we will, I think, move forward specifically around something when we've got something tight that we're ready to move forward on.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to, Mr. Mayor, I personally want to commend Councilor Price Abrams for taking a slow approach. I know she was pretty staunch about doing this and moving on it. And I think, when we hear from residents on both sides, but then look at the practical manner in which we need to move, I thought this was something that required that type of positioning. And so I just want to commend you on that, even though, because I know it's a tough position for you that you're in. I think I've been clear from the beginning where I stood on this. I think when we first passed it, there was different positions, but now that we're here, and again, to me, I think hearing from staff is important, but, we have to figure out, as you said, those unintended. So what are we going to do for our county parks, where the county puts in companies that go in there and do this? So there's a lot more to looking at this than just what our township employees are doing. And, we really have to look at it. And Peter, the position that you talked about residents talking about there are other, exemptions possibly. If we're going down that road, let's please be transparent about it. And that's what I think is very important about when we come up with a final ordinance. Is there a happy medium? I don't know, but I think we should really look at that. My feelings about this is kind of like sort of where you guys are. We're not going to have any gas leaf blowers going any time between now and October, which gives us time to really dig in. But it gives us time. I think and this is no shot of anything, we've had time to look into this because we've been talking about it for 3 months now. We've been talking about it for 2 years, really. And from the initial point, I've not wavered, but I am at a point now where I'm, after being educated and listening to the public, I think I'm in a leaning standpoint, but I think it's important that what we do come up with, it's something that is sustainable and fair. We've heard from residents now who don't support this. And I've said to them all, well, you haven't come to the mic and you just started emailing us. So up until this time, all we've heard is opposition to it. And so I think it's important that, because again, this sounds crazy, I know that, but we represent 40,000 people. And the public and those homeowners who have emailed, I think all of us, I've said to them, where have you been? Because we can only do what we're hearing, and what we've heard is opposition. And we've been given good reasons for opposition, and only till now have we started to hear the other end. So I think it's important that we do put in the time, because this is one of those rare ordinances that truly impacts everyone. And when I say everyone, meaning property owners, homeowners, renters, as well as commercial, school, which I think, Mr. Scantlebury, you had conversation with the school district about getting on this road as well. So that's the part that I think is very important, and I look forward to us doing some digging and coming up with a resolution. Thank you.
Mayor, I just
Councilman
want to
Russo?
thank our attorney, Gina DeVito, because she prepared this and got this to Councilor Schlager and I as a basic template. It was a lot of work. It doesn't say everything we might want it to, but it hits the main point, that we would end the use of these. Now, when we say we table, the question was raised as to when. Well, our next meeting is in June. It's about a month from now. I hope by then we'll get some more information. It satisfies some of the concerns people have. But let's not just keep pushing it down the road, because it could get to the point where it never gets done. So let's look at this, and I want to just say one other thing, Mayor. You said that there's towns that did it and they had to reverse themselves. I don't know any towns that did that myself.
Summit, by the way, is one, as
Summit?
an example.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, we know many that have done it, and it's maintained itself. Now, the main town that we deal with is Maplewood, and the Maplewood people that we've talked to are very, very positive about this. I would like to see Montclair be the leader here in sustainability, climate change, environmental stewardship. So I'd like to see Montclair be the leader and not push this too far off. But I understand there's not enough support for this tonight. I want to thank Councilor Schlager for seconding it so we get this discussion going. But let's get this ready to go in some format, even if we have to do something that has compromised provisions in it that help with some of these concerns. I noticed that a lot of the people who wrote to us, they had big homes and big lawns. And I understand that problem. But the 90% of the people in Montclair who don't have that kind of property, the 90% that are affected by all the noise and pollution of the gas-powered blowers, are the ones I would like to address, and especially the students. Young lady was here tonight again, Zoe, talking about the schools. Zoe Cohen was here, she has her petition. I talked to her again tonight, she couldn't stay this late, but Zoe was the one that brought the 200 signatures from Glenfield School. I'm looking at what's best for the children and the generation coming up to protect the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bob.
All right. Next, I think there's a couple questions on a couple of these. Let's go to resolution number 3, Councilman Yakovels, and then I'm going to move them in block. So if there's any other questions, but I know there was a couple questions.
Yeah, and I just have a comment on a couple others. I'm just going to rapid fire these. Mr. Scantlebury, sorry, on the arborist, I noticed that it's going to 16 hours. So does that become? Do you know if that's 2 days a week? Okay, because I know he was just Wednesdays, so I want to confirm that he's going to be with us 2 days a week now per this increased scope. Okay. Do you happen to know, or I don't know if Ms. Dawkins is still here, If we looked at, just in terms of Prime Point, if we also looked at ADP and paychecks?
Right now, we have Prime Point, that's the time of
Okay. Okay, I'm just wondering if there's potential savings with a different company or if we've just analyzed.
We just came on board with Prime Point, I think, 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Okay. Do you know who we had before?
EDP?
We did have ADP. Okay.
ADP.
Okay.
ADP.
Thank
So
you.
it's relatively new, and we're going to get, yeah.
Thank you. And then on number 7, utility engineering services, I'm just wondering if there's a reason why we're not using Neglia for this?
I really have to check with Mr. Abzani. I know that these are for utilities. I put a call into him for this particular thing, and I didn't get a call back yet. So I'll let you know that also tomorrow morning.
Okay, so I would pull 7, Mayor. Number 9, I just want to highlight that this includes, and this is very exciting, it includes a couple of the town parking lots, the municipal lots getting resurfaced, including the one at Watchung Plaza. So, yay, because that one looks like, I'm not going to say a name. I'll insult some country somewhere. I don't want to do that. It also includes fixing Bloomfield Avenue where we had the water main break a few months ago. Number 10 is I just want to highlight that it's really important, and this is great stuff. We all went through the water crisis together. This is to make a permanent connection to the Passaic Valley water system, which gives us alternatives for water sources for the town, which diversifies our water sources and options if we were ever to face a cutoff again. That's really, really great resilience planning, and it's really important, and I just don't want that to get lost in the shuffle. It also... Thanks to Mr. Abzarni for that, of course, and Mayor. I know you did a lot of work with this during the shutdown. And it also includes continued funding for Burnside for contamination cleanup. So that's important. So I want those people to hear that we're doing this. On Park Mobile, Mr. Scantlebury, number 11, it frustrates the heck out of me that those stickers are constantly peeled and falling off. So just some requests that they continue to maintain those stickers. I know it seems silly, but just that's part of that agreement whenever we're going to be re-upping or paying those the services that we should be asking for that. 13 and 14 is just congratulations to Patty and Steve and to Eric for licenses for your cannabis businesses. Congratulations, and thanks for sticking with us through this process. We would have done these one-off, but it's already the day after the meeting started, so we're getting through these pretty quickly.
We figured you'd want them approved as opposed to more than anything else, so, yeah.
And then lastly, I'll just mention, we're also taking care of the liquor license tonight for Montclair Film for the Claridge Theater, and also starting the process for the Vanguard Theater. So lots of good work. Thank you, Mayor.
And Vision Zero. And so we're also establishing the Vision Zero task force and the resolution there. But yes, I think you rattled off a ton of them.
Yeah,
there.
if I could just...
Specific to number 7, I might note, though, I know that, and tell me this, Mr. Manager, Mr. Abzarni had come before us and actually had listed a number of other engineering firms that he was trying to diversify with, to not just always use Neglia.
Right.
This seems to be the qualifying purchasing agent saying this is the process that has to be used to go do that.
Okay.
So I believe that, if I read that, that's what it
That's fine
that's what
with
it
me.
appears to be based on just
I'm
straight
good.
reads. I just want to just note that. But
I'm good. Can I talk about the Vision Zero task force for a minute?
Of course.
So this is one of those things we're going to do it really quickly at 10 after midnight. It has been a ton of work, and thank you for all sticking around. I know we have like 60 people still watching on the YouTube, which is fascinating. I can't wait to be done and go home and go to sleep, but God bless you all. This is a big deal. I don't know how my colleagues feel, but there's not a single thing that I get emailed about more than I live on the most dangerous intersection, I live on the most dangerous street, there was another accident, we need a stop sign, we need a crosswalk, we need a speed bump, we constantly hear this, right? And we have been playing whack-a-mole with solutions. Crosswalk here, stop sign here, flashers here. That is not a way to run a government. It's just not. We have to take a step back. We have to get a task force together, and we will with this resolution, of experts. It includes the people who already make the decisions today. Our community services team, our police officers, it would include council members, it'll include experts from nonprofit organizations and specialty organizations. It'll include members of the public to ensure we've got diverse representation from all the wards. we talked about it earlier in terms of some funding to make sure that there's some professional support. The goal here that we've talked about, the mayor and I, Councilor Price Abrams, is that we have a portal, that we have an intake, so that people can list and type in their intersection or their corner, right, or their street, and the request, and all that goes to the task force for consideration. And again, that task force is made up by the people who are already doing the work. So we're not creating additional work, we're just making the work simpler. And it'll allow us to get a sense of, not just from the data, but also from what we're hearing from people, of where do we need to make improvements quickly. Because we had 47 crashes last year, 47 pedestrian strikes last year. That's a lot. A lot of people got hit, and some people very seriously injured. 13 bicycle strikes, right? So we want to look at, are there some intersections or streets where a lot of those happened, and then obviously you're going to have a lot of single streets or intersections where maybe one of those happened. And if we can triage and go after those key 5 intersections or 5 streets, we can potentially bring that number down within the first year or two. Having a Vision Zero task force also opens the floodgates for funding. With the Biden administration and the infrastructure bill, with the Murphy administration and everything they've been talking about, there's a ton of money flowing to municipalities who have Vision Zero task forces who are looking to invest in the streetscape and to make streets safer for everybody. So it's a tool to ensure that we're opening up the opportunity to receive dollars as well. So I see a lot of potential here. I think it's very exciting. I want to thank the mayor and Councilor Price Abrams in particular. I know Councilor Schlager, Deputy Mayor, you've been very supportive. I know Councilor Russo, you've been very supportive as well. Really all of you. We've all had this conversation. I think it's a really big deal, and I'm going to stop talking now. Thank you.
I just have a question, Peter, about this, because I know we're not going to pull it out or discuss it, but when I see it says 3 members of the governing body will be appointed. Who's going to decide who the 3 are?
We would, by resolution at the next meeting, be appointing the full task force.
Okay.
So we would have to talk about who wants to serve on it. from
Okay,
the
yeah, I
governing
want
body.
to serve on it. And who is the neighborhood advisory network that you're going to get 1 person from each ward? I never heard of this group. Maybe I'm
It's not a group. It's
not a group.
It would be Bike Walk Montclair working with ward counselors to identify somebody from each ward to make sure we've got a geographic and other diverse representation.
Because it says there'll be 1 representative from each ward selected from the neighborhood advisory network by their respective ward network group, members of their ward representing. I mean, I never heard of such a group, so it's.
Yeah, these are people who have raised their hand to say that they want to be part of something like this.
Okay, I think it's a great idea. My concern is groups like this that are so nebulous, you can just stack them. Okay, want to mention, one other thing is number 12.
But just
is
note, when you
something
said
that
nebulous,
Counselor-
though, not that nebulous, they've been working with the subcommittee,
Yeah,
these
right,
groups,
right,
to make sure
okay.
that their voices are heard in this.
I know, but I don't know who all these groups are that are going to be represented. Sometimes there's redundancy. Just one last thing, because Councilor Hurlock and I are very concerned, and Councilor Iacobella's helped with this, is that at 530 Valley Road, right where the Acme is, there's a bus stop that needs to have a nice enclosure for seniors and others who might stand there in the hot sun in the summer and the winter. So we've got to do something that gets the county and gets the state to approve this. And so it's a county road, of course, Valley Road. So Councilor Iacobellis, myself, and Councilor Hurlock have worked on getting this resolution. So we're going to pass it, goes to the county, and then the state will approve putting a bus stop. It'll be New Jersey Transit doing it with no cost to us. We have to go through that bureaucracy in number 12. Thank you.
I just have one minor point. I just want to note that on the new plenary retail consumption licenses, the resolution that we're about to approve, I presume, actually benefits a second and third applicants, so potentially it's for Vanguard or Montclair Film, as the case may be, and hopefully one or both of them can be heard in June, and that would be the second phase of that process. So I just wanted to, if Vanguard's listening, there's not another applicant at this time, but it potentially would benefit them as well. Thanks.
All right. Seeing no others, I will move for consent items 1 through 20, excluding number 16, which was withdrawn, and we will do number just 19 on its own. All right. Seeing that, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes, and I'd like to give a shout out of congratulations to Night Owl and to Cush Connection on receiving your licenses. It's part of our consent agenda. And thanks for sticking out this long meeting. So I vote yes.
And Robin, Mr. Payne has agreed to use some of their funding to pay us. He wants to
He
support,
offered
he wants to
money. You weren't
put
in
some
the
of that
room.
money towards the council.
He's got $10,000.
I'm
Would you
gonna
would you
vote
like to
twice.
come to the microphone and
twice
say?
for you.
Mr. Cummings is joking. He is completely joking.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
I'm not. He feels as though he could pay us in funding or potentially
fund the schools.
with some of the product.
Okay,
Thanks,
okay.
All right, let's not get into that
We need
tray of
some
brownies I see over
We need
there.
some comedy
Leave it
at
alone.
this time
Leave it alone.
of night, anyway. Yeah.
Madam Clerk?
Congrats, dude.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes, also, my congratulations. I know we have a little levity here, but we know you've been waiting a long time, not just this evening. But also certainly, as we do our due diligence, though, I think part of that process is to make sure we do get the very best from Montclair, and kudos to you for being able to fill that spot through all the application and rigorous process. Congratulations, and we just want to say that to you guys as we move forward. Okay. Next is Resolution R-23-131. Councilwoman Schlager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be, and they are hereby ordered paid, and these checks will be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the computer printout attached hereto and made part hereof. This bill list is dated May 16th, 2023 for $8,496,656.60, and I so move.
It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments?
One quick comment.
Councilman Yacobelis.
I just want to point out, Deputy Mayor, and thanks for working together on this, that this includes repairs of the cracks in the tennis courts at Mountainside, which constituents have reached out to us and asked for. And we also did make a decision with staff to look at the pool and doing the same level of upgrade at the pool in 2024 as we're doing with Essex and Nishawayne in 2023, as well as looking at resurfacing the tennis courts in 2024 as well. So I just want people, Mountainside constituents who use Mountainside to know that we're focused on that.
And I appreciate you working with me on that, Councilor Yacobelis. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you very much. Next is Resolution R-23-134, which is a resolution authorizing executive session without the public being permitted to attend in accordance with NJSA 10:4-12B, subject is personnel, and I so move.
Second?
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? We'll now go into executive session. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Second?
Second.
All right, great, thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. First, Madam Clerk, we'd like to move the appointments for the Rent Control Board, which includes a reappointment, a move from alternate to regular position and filling one of the alternate positions, and I so move.
Second?
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Next is Resolution R-23, which is a resolution authorizing the appointment of Paul Burr, extending this for the position of interim township attorney, and this extends it through the period of the end of the calendar year, which is December 31st, 2023. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Mr. Burr, do you accept?
It's a financial piece, so Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Cummings.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock absent. Counselor Price Abrams.
Yes.
Counselor Russo absent. Counselor Schlager.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobellis.
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Next, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, just one quick comment. I just want to say thank you to Paul for going with us on this journey and the stops and starts, including agreeing to continue to serve your town. So thank you. We appreciate your service.
I just have one comment, invitation to all council members. On Monday at 10 a.m., Monarch Housing is going to be revealing the strategic plan to for the township to eradicate homelessness. Been meeting with them along with a lot of local organizations from the police department, the Board of Education, Mountainside Hospital, library, Montclair funders, Partners for Health, Essex County, just a whole bunch of groups. And the council, thank you. We put some funds towards this. The other organizations did as well. And Monday, they're going to give us, the strategic plan that we could hopefully follow. Janice Talley was brought in last month. We're going to have actually a walk around on some particular properties. And so I'm excited about this because it's been something that we've been doing monthly since last June. And the groups are, we're really, it'd be great for you guys supported this, but at the end of the day, I think you'll still know what the results are. So I just want to make sure that I publicly extended that invitation to everyone. Monday at 10 a.m., they do know I run a tight ship. It will last 1 hour, and then everyone will be able to go, but it's going to be a good time.
Thank you.
All right, we've got a motion to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.